Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto has color of life and death? Part 2. This is end of book 1. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 21. Please read and review. I love reviews. Thanks. Gan's-ho literally translates to magma. Naruto yawned, sat up and scratched the back of his neck. Damn. What time is it? He thought as he turned his head toward the clock. 8 o'clock already? He put on his indoor slippers and shuffled off to the bathroom. As he gazed into the mirror, he studied his looks. I wonder what I'd look like with a ponytail, he thought as he pulled back the hair that was hanging down at the nape of his neck. A knock sounded on Naruto's bedroom door. Naruto-kun. Breakfast, yelled Nabiki's voice. Hi, Naruto yelled back through the closed bathroom door. After he'd finished his morning routine, he got dressed and headed downstairs. As Izumi handed Naruto his bowl of breakfast-themed ramen, he looked up at Tsunade. "Nei, Bachan?" Tsunade flinched at the use of Naruto's nickname for her, but realized that it would probably take a while for him to stop using it completely. Do you think I'd look good with a ponytail? Tsunade choked a bit on her bite of sausage. What brought that on? She asked. Naruto shrugged. I dunno. Maybe a new look to go with the new voice? You know what? I say go for it. I think it'll look nice, Tsunade answered with a wide smile. Naruto smiled and slurped up some of his ramen. I'd better just go ahead and tell her. If Hinata and I just show up holding hands, it'll be 10 times worse, he thought. After a few mouthfuls, he put his chopsticks on the table. Bossy Kazan, if I tell you something, do you promise not to make fun of me? I'll try my best, Tsunade said honestly. Naruto took a deep breath. I asked Hinata to be my. For some reason he felt too embarrassed to say the word girlfriend, so he simply put up his pinky finger instead. Tsunade's mouth hung open for a few seconds. Oh my god, she said with a grin as she folded her arms. It's about damn time. I was starting to think you'd stay dense about her forever, she said with a laugh. Naruto looked a bit irked at her comment. Damn it. I knew she couldn't resist. Of course she accepted, Tsunade predicted. Naruto was still annoyed that she had laughed, but at least his mother hadn't teased him as badly as he thought she would. Yeah, he said with a small smile. Tsunade smiled broadly. So, she said with an eyebrow wiggling, have you kissed her yet? Naruto's cheeks reddened. Baka-an! He yelled indignantly. Tsunade chuckled. Seriously though. Since you have a girlfriend now, I need to ask you a few, things, she said with some discomfort. Naruto gulped. He didn't like the sound of that. Tsunade let out a long puff of air. I suppose there's really no easy way to do this. How much do you know about sex? Naruto's eyes increased in size tenfold. He also stiffened and turned bright red. Do we have to talk about that? He said, barely getting the words out. I need to have an idea of what I'm dealing with. Tsunade sighed. Would it be easier if I just asked you yes or no questions? Naruto nodded his head rapidly. Okay. Well, you obviously know the anatomical differences between the sexes, so we can skip that part. Do you know the basic way sex works? Naruto swallowed and nodded his head. Tsunade visibly relaxed and sighed. Thank God. Are there any questions you want to ask me? At the realization that the talk was much shorter than he had feared, Naruto relaxed a little. After his skin had regained a bit of its normal color, he spoke. He managed in a small voice. Tsunade scratched her temple. Alright then, I just have one favor to ask you. Wait until you're at least 16 for this, and please only do it with a girl you love more than life itself. Sex with someone you don't love is empty and meaningless. Naruto seemed to consider this for a moment. Okay, he said with a small smile. Tsunade chuckled, partially from relief, and gave the boy a hug. Thank you? She sat back up. Anyway, let's finish breakfast. I have some paperwork I have to get to or Shizen will never leave me alone about it, she finished with a grumble. Naruto nodded and the two resumed eating. Tsunade yawned and glanced up at the clock. 10 of them. She looked down at the papers on her desk. Good thing I'm almost done with this. As if on cue, ninjas began to come through the doors at that very moment. Naruto and company filed in after about 5 minutes and got in the assignment line. Just as their turn came around, Hayashi barged into the office. Tsunade stiffened. Although she respected his abilities, she had never cared for the man. Hayashi? Hayashi looked over at Naruto and Hinata, who were holding hands, and glared. He turned his attention back to the fifth. I need to speak with you on an urgent matter, he said as he walked up to the assignment table. In private, he said in a low voice. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow and frowned. All right, but make it quick. I have assignments to hand out, she informed him as she stood and gestured for him to follow her. The two walked into a small office that branched off the assignment room. Once she shut the door, she sat down behind the desk at the back and waved a hand at the empty chair in front. So, what do I owe the pleasure of this visit, Hayashi-kun? She said in an insulting tone as Hayashi occupied the previously empty chair. Hayashi gritted his teeth at the insult, but bit his tongue. He ahemed. I came here to ask you about a rumor I heard this morning, but just coming here confirmed it, he said with a set jaw. Tsunade looked at the ceiling in irritation. Get the point, kid. I don't have all day. Hayashi's frown deepened, but he controlled his temper. I want you to forbid your son from seeing Hinata. Oh, you do you? Tsunade replied as she folded her arms. This has nothing to do with him having been the Kyuubi's container. That boy is a bad influence. Tsunade was growing more irritated by the second. How so? She asked in a warning tone. He's rude, loud, and uncivilized. I don't want Hinata associating with him. Even more than that. I don't want him wandering around town, in public, holding her hand, Hayashi said as though the idea sickened him. Tsunade had had enough. She glared at him menacingly. Naruto is kind, brave, and a better person than you will ever be. And he may not be the most socially practiced person in the world, but at least he's not a pompous ass. Hayashi stood from his chair. How dare you? He said with balled fists. As far as I'm concerned, Naruto can date whomever he likes. Tsunade's hand shot forward and grabbed the front of Hayashi's outfit. She pulled him toward her so that she was inches from his face. Count yourself lucky that there are people beyond that door, she whispered with a dangerously sweet smile. Hayashi let out an angry breath as Tsunade released him. You have no right to command what rules I lay down for my child, he said angrily. I have every right. And be glad I don't involve myself further with your family's rules. Quite frankly, many of your traditions disgust me. Now get out of my sight, Tsunade commanded as she pointed at the door. Hayashi gritted his teeth and left the room. As he walked past Naruto and Hinata, he gave one final glare of anger before leaving. Damn her. Tsunade came from the small office and resumed her position at the assignment table. What did my father say? Hinata asked nervously. Tsunade smiled. Don't you worry about it. I straightened him out, she said with a wink. Hinata looked unsure, but nodded anyway. Now, what I have for you four is B rank. Tsunade handed Naruto a manila envelope. Give that to Kakashi. Unfortunately, thanks to Hinata's father, I don't have the time to explain the mission personally, she finished with a frown. Got it, Naruto replied as the four teens turned and walked away. Just as they were about to go out the door, they heard Tsunade's voice. Naruto, I almost forgot. Come back here for a sec, she said. The others looked at Naruto in question. He shrugged and walked back to his mother. Tsunade gestured for Naruto to come in close. I want you and Hinata in separate sleeping bags, she whispered. Naruto grimaced. What kind of pervert do you think I am? He hissed back to her. Tsunade smiled. I think you're a 14-year-old boy, that's what. Now get out of here, she said as she pointed toward the door with her head. Naruto swallowed and returned to his friends. What did Tsunade-sama want? Sakura asked. Naruto's face suddenly resembled a tomato. Nothing, he said quickly. Let's go. Kakashi raised his eyebrows at the contents of the mission assignment envelope, which he had just finished reading. Well, it looks like we are off to Ganho City. Sakura was instantly excited. The capital? Yup, Kakashi said as his eyes crinkled with his smile. Sakura jumped up and jabbed a fist into the air. Yada! Sakura-chan? Hinata questioned, confused at her current teammate's reaction. It's a city, Hinata. Do you understand what that means? Sakura answered excitedly. Hinata shook her head. Dance clubs, 16-screen movie theaters, all the best clothing shops and karaoke bars, Sakura said with a happy twirl as she finished. Kakashi's eyes became more serious. Sakura, we are going there to work, not play. Naruto, who wasn't really interested in any of the things Sakura had mentioned, folded his arms and nodded his head with an affirmative, no-nonsense grunt. Sakura turned to her blonde comrade. They have gourmet ramen shops, she said, hoping she could tempt him. Naruto's eyes widened. Ramen, he said suddenly, giving Kakashi the same pitiful look Sakura had a moment before. Hinata giggled and Sasuke made a derisive grunt as he rolled his eyes. Kakashi sighed. Maybe we can stay a little after the mission. Yada! Naruto and Sakura yelled in unison. Sasuke groaned and hung his head. What's our mission? We are to evict a gang that has moved in recently. Apparently they're too much for the city police to handle, Kakashi explained. Ninjas? Hinata asked. Well, they know a few techniques, but they're not a clan, Kakashi said with a shrug. Sasuke smirked. Heh. Godane gave something that simple a B rank? Kakashi frowned. Never assume your enemy is weaker than you. That kind of thinking will get you killed. Sasuke glared at his sensei. Kakashi cracked his knuckles, earning a disgusted grimace from Sakura. Now go get your gear. I'll meet you by the city gates in 20 minutes. Hi! The teens shouted as they shot off in multiple directions. Naruto was a bit irritated that he was the last one to arrive. It couldn't be helped though. Tsunade's house was further from the gate than his apartment had been. Yo! He called in greeting. Hinata turned around at her boyfriend's voice. Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Hey Hinata-chan, Naruto replied as he slipped his hand into hers. Eyebrows raised all around. Does this mean what I think it does? Sakura asked hopefully. Naruto nodded and blushed. Yeah, he said as he scratched the back of his neck nervously. Yada! Sakura cheered. She gave Hinata a huge hug. It's about time. Congratulations. Hinata smiled shyly. Thank you. Sasuke gave a nod of approval. Nice work, Dobe. Naruto twitched. Can't you ever say something nice to me without adding an insult? Humph, Sasuke remarked with a smirk. Naruto was about to make a retort when Kakashi interrupted. Ahem. We really do need to get going. It's a 4-day walk. The sun was beginning to fall lazily behind the horizon as Kakashi's team went about setting up their tents. Naruto, hand me that steak over there, Kakashi instructed. Naruto looked to where his sensei was pointing, grabbed the steak and handed it to him. He saw Hinata taking out her sleeping bag and suddenly Tsunade's words came back to him. I want you and Hinata in separate sleeping bags. Naruto's face took on a distinct crimson color as he shook his head in an attempt to rid himself of the heat building in his chest. Alright, Kakashi said as he stood up from finishing the second tent. Sakura, Hinata and Naruto. You take this tent. Sasuke and I will take the first one. The teens nodded and put their gear into their assigned tents. Naruto was having a hard time sleeping. He hadn't been on a mission in almost 3 months, thanks to various factors, and it was driving him crazy that he wouldn't see any action for at least 5 more days. He turned his head to his right. Hinata slept soundly, her chest rising and falling with each gentle breath. Naruto propped up his head on his right hand and just watched her sleep. It wasn't long before he found his breathing falling into her rhythm. His eyelids began to feel heavy and he fell into a peaceful slumber, Hinata having been the last thing he saw before he closed his eyes. Naruto-kun, wake up, Hinata said, gently shaking her boyfriend. Naruto opened his eyes to see Hinata staring down at him. The morning sunlight was pouring through the open tent flap behind her, giving her an ethereal glow. He found himself unable to move or speak, for fear of losing that moment. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata asked with concern. Naruto blinked, backed his reverie and smiled. I'm fine. He yawned. Morning, Hinata-chan. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Kakashi-sensei is making breakfast, Hinata said, holding out her hand. Naruto happily took Hinata's hand. Great. I'm starved. Hinata and Naruto left the tent and found their seats around the campfire. Kakashi handed out bowls and everyone dug in. Sasuke was deep in thought as he ate his food. He'd been trying to think of something to say to Sakura, but nothing came to mind. I hate this. Is she ever going to be comfortable around me again? He sighed heavily, took his last bite of rice and left the group. Naruto was about to grab seconds when he saw his brother walking off into the woods. I wonder what's up, he thought. He turned to Hinata, who he'd been sitting next to. I'll be right back, he said, blushing as he gave her a kiss on the top of her head. He ignored Sakura's impish smile and headed in Sasuke's general direction. He's on his way to Ganho City. There are 4 others with him, including Kakashi. And Sasuke. Orochimaru snorted. I have no more interest in that brat as a vessel. Naruto is my only concern now. He picked up a glass of water and took a sip. Did your mission go well? He asked Kabuto as a bead of sweat on the glass rolled downward and fell onto the table. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. He has agreed to retrieve Naruto for us. However, he also told me that he will only do it if we stay out of Akatsuki business, Kabuto replied. Orochimaru cocked an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh really? He put his glass back on the table. Well, I suppose we can comply. For a short period of time, he said with a contemptuous smile. Kabuto remarked with a smirk as he pushed his glasses higher on his nose. I'll inform him of your decision, he said with a half bow. Orochimaru nodded. Go, he commanded. Hi, Kabuto said just before walking away. Orochimaru rose from his chair and left the room as well. He walked down the hall a bit and opened a heavy steel door. He went inside and smiled cruelly at the 6 summoned creatures who lay still as death in their respective sealed cages. Everything is finally falling into place. Orochimaru-sama has agreed to your terms, Kabuto said with a tiny, barely respectful bow. Then I will leave in the morning. That is all, replied the man who stood in the shadows. Kabuto gritted his teeth a bit at the man's insolence, but bowed again anyway. Hi, Itachi-san. Chapter 22. Thank you to everyone for your reviews. You have no idea how happy reviews make me. Smiley face. Wakizashi Japanese short sword. The air around the team had begun to get warmer. So much so that Naruto and Hinata now had their jackets tied around their waists. Why the hell is it so hot? Naruto complained. Kakashi, who had just finished putting his Jounin vest in his backpack, turned toward his subordinate. You kids are about to find out why this is called the Fire Country, he answered with a knowing smirk. Just when Naruto was at the point of wanting to remove his shirt, they came around a corner, and his mouth simply fell open. The road they had been walking was now elevated above the ground by at least 400 feet, and underneath this bridge of rock was a field of fire. There were thin ribbons of magma visible segmenting the ground like organic veins. In between these veins were large vents which expelled hot steam, some of which nearly reached half the height of the bridge. This vision of hell stretched on for a half-mile or so. From the team's right, a lone geyser shot its contents into the air, making the teens take an instinctive step backward. Sakura's eyes bugged out as she stared at the scene before her. Th, that's an active volcano, she yelled with an incredulous expression as she jabbed a finger in the direction of the lava. Yup, Kakashi answered nonchalantly. Let's go, he said, and began walking. When he noticed his teen was not following him, he turned around. Aren't you coming? That's an active volcano, Sakura yelled again as though Kakashi didn't have that knowledge. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. And you're insane, Naruto replied, pointing at the Jounin. This volcano hasn't erupted in over 300 years. There's no danger, Kakashi answered plainly. The group looked at each other with uncertainty. I'm telling you it's perfectly safe, he said with impatience. Sasuke took a calming breath and took a few steps forward, the others followed suit. Before long they were all walking along the bridge. However, they were very tense the entire way across. Kakashi saw their trepidation and decided to distract them with a little history. When the first people to settle this land were looking for a place to build their home, they crossed this bridge on the way. They named it the Fire Country, and then named the capital city to match the theme. He sighed wistfully. I haven't been to Ganzhou in 10 years. You kids will love it. Thoughts of the city, for the moment at least, pushed away their fears as they neared the end of the bridge. Kakashi pointed ahead to where the land became level again. There's the exit. He barely got out before 4 teenage blurs shot past him. He blinked and chuckled to himself. Well, at least they made up for lost time. Sakura could not have more resembled a deer caught in someone's headlights if she tried. She stared, bug-eyed and guppy-mouthed, at the city that had just become visible as they cleared the crest of the hill they had been climbing for the past half hour. The rest of the teens had similar, yet far less extreme expressions of amazement on their faces. Kakashi noted his team's collective reaction and his eyes crinkled into a smile. Well now? I do believe I promised you a break once we got to the top? Sakura looked at her sensei as if he'd grown a second head. Are you crazy? Now that we're so close? Kakashi looked at the others. Does anyone else suddenly have energy again? Naruto and Hinata sagged their shoulders and gave Kakashi a look that clearly said please, no more. Sasuke just shrugged as though he didn't care either way. Alright then, we'll take a 15-minute break, Kakashi announced. Sakura instantly looked absolutely crestfallen. She shuffled over to where her teammates were now sitting and plopped down heavily on the nearest large rock. Naruto reached into his backpack and pulled out a small package. He tapped Hinata on the shoulder. Nay, Hinata-chan? Want one? He offered, holding out a chocolate-covered butter cookie. Hinata smiled warmly. Arigato, Naruto-kun, she said as she took the cookie from his hand. Naruto grabbed a cookie for himself and scooted over so he could lean against his girlfriend a bit as he ate. Hinata blushed heavily, but didn't feel the urge to pass out. She had begun to get used to Naruto's affections and was loving every single second of it. How did this happen? She asked herself in her mind. How did my dream come true? She glanced sideways at Naruto. Will I someday be able to tell him I love him as well? Sasuke looked over at Sakura. She was staring at the city with a longing expression, checking her watch every minute or so. Sakura, he called. Sakura tensed a little at her friend's voice, but forced herself to look his way. Why, yes? Damn it! She's still scared of me, Sasuke thought in frustration. Naruto looked at his brother and frowned. He knew why Sasuke was upset. He remembered his conversation with him in the woods a few days earlier. Sasuke? Naruto called out just before seeing his target sitting in front of a small pond. Sasuke sighed at not being left alone. Hey, he said without looking up. Naruto sat down next to Sasuke. What's up? Sasuke sighed and threw a pebble into the pond. Nothing. Naruto frowned. Is it Sakura-chan? After a short pause, Sasuke gave in. Yeah, he said as he picked up another pebble. I don't have a lot of people I care about, Naruto. You, Sakura, and Kakashi are just about it. I just can't stand the fact that one of the few people I fully trust no longer trusts me, he finished as the last of the ripples from his pebble dissipated. Naruto sighed and thought. Just give her time, and Ai-san. She'll come around, he said with a small smile. For some reason, hearing Naruto use a family honorific in place of his name relaxed him a bit. Thanks, Sasuke said. No problem, Naruto replied. I hope I'm right, Sasuke, Naruto thought. Sakura. Are you ever going to stop jumping whenever I talk? Sasuke asked sadly. Sakura winced a bit. I hope so. I just want you to know, though, that I don't hate you. I just need a little more time to deal with everything. This perked up the raven-haired Uchiha a bit. It's a start at least. Thank you. After a moment of thought, Sakura moved just a little closer to the boy her heart had grown to fear. and felt a little of that fear melt away. The streets were made up of cobblestones, there were lights and advertisements everywhere, and police roamed around instead of jounin. The buildings looked like the ones in their hometown, only much bigger, some of them topping out at 18 stories. Naruto and the other teens simply stared at the scene before them. Amazing, Naruto commented in awe. Kakashi smiled. Now, before we find a place to stay, we need to speak with the mayor, he said as he unfolded a map. Naruto looked at Kakashi. What's a mayor? Similar to a Hokage, although they usually aren't ninjas and they don't have absolute power, Kakashi answered as he traced a street on the map with his index finger. He looked up at the street signs. This way, he announced and began walking. How can a leader not have absolute power? Sakura asked, her curiosity piqued. They run under a system where the leader shares his power with a group of advisors. If a majority of the advisors don't agree on an issue, they rule against it. If they do agree, then it is passed along to the mayor, and he has the final say over whether or not the decision of the advisors will go into effect, Kakashi said as he walked, occasionally pulling Sakura away from store windows. After Sakura had resumed walking, she frowned. It sounds inefficient. To a degree, but it gives the citizens a voice, Kakashi said as he looked up at the number of the buildings they had just come to. Ah. Here we are. We need to go to the 10th floor, he said as he walked toward the front entrance. Naruto and the others looked at each other. Wouldn't it be faster if we jumped up? Hinata asked. Kakashi shook his head. We have to keep a low profile for now, he said, opening the front doors. Naruto stared at the panel of buttons that contained the one Kakashi had just pushed. What's this? He asked, gesturing at the handleless doors in front of them. An elevator. Elevator? Sasuke repeated. Yes, Kakashi answered, sighing at their technological ignorance just as the doors opened by themselves. Get in, he instructed. The teens looked unsure, but obeyed. The doors hissed shut and Kakashi pushed the button for the 10th floor. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Hinata were a little startled when the elevator began to move. It's basically a steel box raised up by heavy cables. Don't worry. It's perfectly safe, Kakashi assured them. The doors opened onto a floor with a lush, red runner carpet and doors peppering the long hallway. It's at the end of the hall, Kakashi informed. The mayor looked up when his secretary walked in. Yes, Rei? A Mr. Hatake Kakashi is here to see you, sir, the woman replied. The mayor smiled. Ah, very good. Show them in, Rei. The woman nodded with a smile. Yes, sir. She disappeared and came back a moment later with Kakashi and his team in tow. The mayor's face lit up. Ah, Kakashi, he said with an enigmatic grin. How long has it been? He asked as the men gave each other a polite bow. Kakashi smiled. 10 years, sir. The mayor moved back to his desk. Much too long. He pushed a button on his desk. Yes? Came his secretary's voice over a small speaker. Please bring in 2 extra chairs. Right away, sir. Just a moment later, the secretary entered the room, dragging 2 cushy-looking office chairs behind her. She pushed them into place, gave the mayor's company a polite bow and left. She's wonderful. I don't know how I'd manage around here without her. He noticed his company was not sitting. Sit, please, he said with a smile. So what's the situation? Naruto asked with a firm expression as he sat down. The mayor cocked an eyebrow. Impatient, isn't he? He directed at Kakashi. The curse of youth, Kakashi said with an amused smile. The mayor chuckled warmly. I see you still have issues with your looks, he said, indicating the mask on Kakashi's face. Kakashi flinched as his team stared at him. There's a reason for this mask, he retorted. The mayor rolled his eyes and smiled. Yes, I remember, he said with a few dismissive waves of his hand. It doesn't make that reason any less ridiculous, though. Kakashi, suddenly sensing his student's eyes boring into his body, decided to do away with any more potentially reputation-damaging small talk. Mayor Kurata, we really should get started, he said tersely. All right then, Kurata answered with mild disappointment. A few weeks ago some people who know a few moved into the city and took over one of the larger gangs. Unfortunately, my regular police forces have proven less than adequate. You will be heading to the north side of the city. The gang calls themselves the Uchiha. We have very little information about them except that they are headed by a woman named Minako. Hopefully you will be able to find them before things escalate further. Kakashi nodded. Understood. We will do our best. He stood and bowed to Kurata. Kurata stood also. I have rooms for you at the hotel across the road. Please make sure they know you are my guests, he said as he bowed to the group. Hi. Thank you, sir, Kakashi said. The team stood and left the office. Naruto jogged a bit and got in step with Kakashi. So why do you wear the mask anyway? Kakashi twitched. Never mind. The sliding shoji paper wall moved to the right and Sakura and Hinata stepped in. It's a nice room, Sakura commented with a smile. Hinata nodded in agreement, but glanced at the wall separating their room from the boys. I'm separated from Naruto-kun, she thought in disappointment. Are you sure? Said a male voice. Hi, Takashi-san. They are definitely ninjas, said a girl in a maid's outfit who was bowing in front of the man who'd spoken. The black-haired man curled his thumb and index finger around his chin in thought. All right then. Keep an eye on them. I will inform Akiko-sama. Hi, Takashi-san, the girl said before getting up and leaving the room. Naruto laid down on his sleeping mat and stared at the soft glow of a lantern that outlined Hinata's form in the next room. From what he could tell, she was reading. HM? He said as Hinata stood up and removed her jacket. His eyes widened to their ultimate capacity when he saw her also remove her shirt. He tried desperately to turn his eyes away. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert, he chanted in his mind. He swallowed hard as she completed undressing and was slightly relieved when she slid on some pajamas. If she ever finds out I saw her naked shadow, she'll kill me, he thought nervously as he wiped away the small trickle of blood that had escaped his nose. Naruto rolled over onto his other side, trying as hard as he could to shut out the image of her body. Damn, I hate growing up. Hinata walked out of the door to her room and saw Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi already waiting. Good morning, everyone, she greeted as Naruto was busy stretching his arms over his head and yawning. Naruto jumped a bit at Hinata's voice and blushed furiously. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked as she walked over and put a hand on the boy's forehead to check his temperature. Naruto suddenly felt a new warmth moving its way down the inside of his nose. Oh please, not again, he mentally begged. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow at seeing a small line of red come out of Naruto's nose just before the boy hurriedly wiped it away. He chuckled. Maybe I should loan him my book. He shook his head to rid himself of the idea. Nah. Tsunade-sama would rip me in half. He decided he'd better defuse the situation. He walked in between the two and spoke loudly. Ahem. We should get something to eat. We have a long day ahead of us. The team nodded and followed their sensei to the hotel exit. Sakura drummed her fingers on the tabletop as she watched her blonde-haired friend polish off his fourth bowl of ramen and order another. Naruto. We'd like to start the mission soon, she said with an irritated expression. The waitress set Naruto's order down in front of him. Sakura, this is the best ramen I've ever tasted. How can I leave before I'm stuffed solid? He answered, happily patting his stomach. Kakashi leaned over to Naruto. Make that your last bowl or I tell Hinata about that nosebleed earlier, he whispered in the boy's ear. Hinata wondered what Kakashi was telling Naruto. Her curiosity became even stronger when she saw her boyfriend turn a rather bright shade of scarlet. Naruto-kun? Naruto hurriedly finished his ramen and paid for the meal. Ready, he announced with a sheepish grin. As the team left the restaurant and headed toward the north side of town, they didn't notice the girl on the rooftops that followed their every move. Itachi stood on a radio tower on the outskirts of Ganzhou City. As the wind rustled his ebony black hair, he wished he had Kisame with him. It would have made the search go much quicker. He scanned the streets closest to his perch. Seeing no one resembling his quarry, he shot off over the rooftops. Where are you? Kakashi stopped walking for a moment, looked around a bit, and nodded. Okay. This looks like a good spot to start our search. Sakura and Sasuke, you two will question the locals. Get as much information as you can. He noticed a tentative look on Sakura's face. Problem, Sakura? Sakura replied, biting her lower lip. Finally she sighed. No, sensei. Kakashi nodded in approval. Good. Naruto, Hinata. You two will look for any buildings that the yokai might consider using as a base of operations. Naruto and Hinata gave a sharp nod of obedience. I'll search on my own. We'll meet back here in 1 hour. If you find anything, don't engage the enemy. Tsunade-sama's assignment letter said that the gang has nearly 70 members, so we will be attacking as a group. Got it? His team nodded in understanding. All right then, dismissed. The two teams shot off in different directions. Kakashi sighed heavily and thought, I hope this mission doesn't turn out to be more than we're being paid for. It was difficult for Sakura to put aside the unease that working with Sasuke was giving her, but since she had no choice, she ignored her churning stomach as best she could. Let's start here, she said, pointing at a small convenience store. Relieved that Sakura didn't require any prodding to get her to work with him, Sasuke answered her. Okay. Sakura and Sasuke walked up to the counter. Excuse me? Yes? Replied the male store clerk with a smile. Do you know anything about the yokai gang? Sakura asked quietly. Instantly the clerk's expression darkened. No. I don't. And if you know what's good for you, you won't ask about them again. Now please leave before you get me in trouble, he said firmly. I hope everyone's not like that, Sakura said as they left the store. Sasuke sighed. All we can do is keep trying. Let's go. Sakura managed a small smile. Hi. How about that store? Sasuke offered, pointing at a ramen shop. Okay, Sakura agreed. Thank God Naruto's not with us. We'd never get out of there, she thought with a grimace. Naruto landed neatly on a fire escape, and Hinata jumped up behind him. He scanned the alley below and, not finding anything, leapt to the roof across the way. As Hinata followed Naruto, she got the distinct feeling someone was watching them. She shot ahead so that she was jumping in sync with him. Naruto-kun, there's someone behind us. Are you sure? Naruto asked as his feet landed on a roof access housing just before his next jump. Byakugan, Hinata whispered. Using her now nearly 360-degree vision, she looked behind them. Hi, one girl. I think she's been there for a while now. The girl behind the two Konoha ninjas frowned when she saw the short-haired girl move into sync with her partner. Have I been spotted? She wondered. The girls saw the pair drop out of sight into an alley for a moment, then come right back out again and continue along the roofs. What the hell? She thought in confusion. She landed on the edge of the building and was about to follow her targets onto the next one when the boy came flying at her from below and delivered a kick to her midriff. Oof. Naruto jumped after the girl when she flew backwards onto the roof from the force of his kick. The Kage Bunshin that had been running with Hinata poofed out of existence, and she quickly doubled back. The girl stood up, breathing heavily, and ran at Naruto and Hinata, pulling out a wakizashi as she did so. Naruto put his hands together in his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly, 5 more Narutos appeared around the girl in a circle. The girl's eyes went wide when her number of enemies suddenly tripled. What the hell jutsu is that? She thought as the copies of the boy rushed her. She held her sword above her head and put her left hand and forearm in a taijutsu pose. Danshinga Kaze no Jutsu, she called out. A swirl of chakra-embedded wind pushed her about 2 feet into the air. Her feet pointed and the chakra began to spin her at a dizzying rate. With the grace of a figure skater, she neatly sliced through all the bunshins in the span of a second. Unfortunately for her, as she was spinning, she failed to notice the real Naruto above her. He dropped out of the sky and executed a half-roundhouse kick, connecting his foot with her face. She went flying backwards, and then skidded along the ground for a good 8 feet before stopping. Naruto landed as Hinata ran towards the girl, meaning to attack when she saw something that made her stomach turn to cement. Naruto ran to where his opponent lay. Hinata-chan, why'd you stop? Biting her lower lip, Hinata simply pointed at her reason. Naruto swallowed hard at the sight that met his eyes. The girl's mouth was oozing blood, her arm was bent in a very unnatural way, and sticking out of her ribcage was what appeared to be a long metal pole, probably left over from an old roof sign. Blood coated the entire length of it, and even more of the red liquid came from the hole in her chest. He sat down hard on the rooftop, nearly losing his balance as he did so. Can you do anything for her? He asked in a hollow voice. Squeezing her eyes shut in regret, Hinata shook her head. Suddenly the girl coughed loudly, choking up blood. She opened her eyes and looked over at the boy who was staring at her dying body in disbelief. How did you? She asked dumbly before closing her eyes again for the last time. Hinata looked over at Naruto. He was pale and his mouth formed an O of shock. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in concern. After a moment of silence, Naruto spoke. I didn't mean to. I just wanted her down, so we could question her. Hinata, not knowing what to say, simply curled her fingers around Naruto's hand. I've never killed anyone before, Naruto said as tears filled his eyes. Naruto-kun, Hinata said as her own eyes misted over. She pulled the stunned boy into a comforting hug. A few tears fell down his face as Naruto sank into Hinata's arms. He opened his eyes and stared at the face of the girl he had killed. She couldn't have been more than 12 years old. I'm sorry, he thought. Hinata took a moment to glance at her watch. We're late. We should go, she said gently. Naruto sighed and reluctantly pulled away from the sanctuary that was his girlfriend's embrace. He nodded and wiped his eyes. Hinata stood and Naruto picked up the girl's broken body. The friction of the pole against her insides made a sickening sound as she pulled her off of it. We'll take her to the police station first. Hinata nodded. Okay. They took a few steps. Naruto-kun? Maybe I should take her? She offered. Naruto shook his head. No. I'll do it, he replied quietly. As Naruto walked past Hinata, she could have sworn he looked older. Tired. She sighed and followed him as he headed toward the police station. Chapter 23. Read this. Important. Okay, now that I hopefully have your attention, I need to make a few announcements. 1. It has recently come to my attention that a large number of people don't read my author's notes. Please trust me that most of what I say here is important. So on that note, I would like you all to at least skim the author's notes from now on. 2. I have opened 3 forums here. There is a chapter news forum, a forum for the radio play of this FIC, and a Naruto plot bunny orphanage. You can find all of these using the link in my profile. 3. I am nearly done making the first half of chapter 1 into a radio play, kinda like books on tape, but with voice actors and sound effects. And now on to your regularly scheduled author's notes. I want to take a minute to say a huge thank you to my 4 beta readers: Ciarek Baby, Naruto Uzumaki, Stuntman 1109 and Soryuju 24. Without them, you wouldn't get chapters nearly as often. For some reason, I write better with an audience. They are so wonderful to take the time to go over my work for me. Thank you so much, my beta's laughing face. Thanks. Song. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura watched the sinking sun with a mixture of irritation and worry. Where the hell are they? Sasuke asked in his mind as a strong wind kicked up a few papers scattered along the street. Sakura turned her head to her sensei. Should we go look for them? She asked, biting her lower lip. Kakashi sighed. We'll give them another 15 minutes. If they're not back by that time, I'll go, he replied calmly as he turned another page in his book. Sakura nodded, but somehow she felt that it would not be so simple. Please, Tsunade-sama? Tenten begged. As I told you at Naruto's party, I simply don't have the time to take on another student, Tsunade answered with a sigh. Just while they're gone then? That's not enough time to teach you much of anything, Tsunade said with a frown. I'm already an expert in 27 weapons. A katana shouldn't be that difficult, Tenten rebutted in a last-ditch effort to get the 5th to agree. Tsunade sighed in defeat. All right. Ignoring the utterly gleeful expression in Tenten's eyes, she added, but you still won't learn much from me. I didn't get very far in my katana training. Why? Tsunade smirked. I never did have much use for any weapon besides my fists. The brunette-haired chief of police looked up from instructing the rookie in front of her when she heard the front doors open. 2 teenagers entered the building. Well, 2 teenagers and a corpse. She ran to the strange group at once. "What happened?" she asked, looking at the girl in alarm. Naruto looked down and stayed silent. "We're inches from Konoha," Hinata said. Can someone take her from him?" she said with a nod in Naruto's direction. The chief frowned in thought, not sure if she could trust them. Finally she nodded in agreement. "All right." She turned her head to the rookie she had been instructing a moment ago. "Higurashi, take this poor kid to the morgue," she commanded grimly. The blonde rookie cringed. Hi, Emiko-san." He got up from his desk and gingerly took the girl from Naruto's arms. "All right. You two, follow me," Emiko instructed as Higurashi carried the girl away. Hinata nodded and, putting her hand in Naruto's, followed Emiko into her office. Emiko closed the door behind them and sat down heavily into her chair. "Now, what happened?" she asked sternly as she waved a hand at the chairs in front of her desk. Hinata and Naruto took the cue and sat down. Seeing her boyfriend wasn't in the mood for talking, Hinata took the initiative. "We were hired by Mayor Karada to eliminate the Yukai gang." I remember Tate saying something about that. Please continue." "We were conducting a search of the area they were suspected to be in when I noticed we were being followed," she said with a quick glance at Naruto. Naruto-kun ambushed her, and she fought back. He kicked her, and when she landed she fell on a metal sign pole. She finished with a grimace and a swallow as she noticed Naruto grit his teeth. Emiko blew out a long puff of air. "I see. Naruto-kun didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident. He didn't know the pole was there," Hinata added, becoming louder and a little squeaky near the end of her sentence, her eyes begging Emiko to believe her. Suddenly, Naruto's fist slammed down on the desk, making both girls jump. He hung his head so that his hair covered his eyes. I'm sorry. She wasn't even," he said as 2 fresh tears moistened his cheeks. Hinata frowned sadly. "Naruto-kun. She wasn't even our age. We don't even know if she was really an enemy," Naruto continued, wiping the wetness from his face. It was an accident, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, offering the only comfort she could think of at the moment. Naruto frowned. "Her family won't care about that," he said sadly. Hinata, not knowing what else to say, put her arms around the boy she loved. A knock sounded on the door. "Yes?" Emiko asked. The door opened and Higurashi poked his head in. "We have a positive ID on that girl." "All right." Emiko stood and looked at Naruto and Hinata. "I'll be back in a moment," she said as she placed a comforting hand on Hinata's shoulder. Emiko walked outside the office, closing the door behind her. Hinata relaxed a bit, realizing that Emiko's actions indicated that she believed them. She watched the 2 shadows in the frosted glass window of the door with a nervous tension that threatened to make her sick to her stomach. Emiko came back after roughly 2 minutes and retook her seat. She had a short stack of papers in her hands. Her name was Katsura. "And you can relax, Naruto." She had been arrested several times for crimes relating to the Yukai gang. Naruto sighed with partial relief. "Thank you," he said, brightening a bit. It was obvious, however, that he still hadn't completely recovered from the whole experience. Hinata gripped Naruto's hand. "Ano RS, Sensei is expecting us. May we go now?" she asked. Emiko put a curled, thoughtful index finger to her chin. I suppose I've gotten all I need from you. Go ahead," she said in a serious tone of voice. "Thank you," Hinata said with a polite bow. She turned to Naruto. Come on," she said with a warm smile. Naruto nodded and rose from his seat. "Yeah." Naruto and Hinata left the police station in silence. As they leapt up to the rooftops, Hinata prayed that Naruto was truly as stable as he seemed. Kakashi landed on the platform encircling the water tower in front of him. As he peered out over the streets, he saw 2 dots out of the corner of his eye, moving fast. Turning his head so he could see the dots more clearly, he realized it was Naruto and Hinata racing along the tops of the buildings. He jumped off in their direction. Where have you two been? He said with concern once he reached their position. Hinata and Naruto stopped moving. After a moment of catching their breath, Naruto spoke up. I'm sorry. We ran into an enemy, he explained. Kakashi frowned when Naruto didn't continue. And? Realizing he wasn't going to get out of a full explanation, Naruto sighed. We were being followed by a girl. I tried to catch her for information, but I screwed up. She fell on a sign pole. And died. We just got back from giving the body to the police station, he finished quietly. Kakashi looked like he understood more than he should have. She was your first kill, wasn't she? Naruto's face snapped upwards, his expression showing his shock. How did you know? Just the way you said it, Kakashi answered as he clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder. It shakes everyone up a little the first time, even if they don't show it. Unfortunately, death is a fact of life in our line of work. Naruto nodded. Yeah, but I didn't know she was an enemy until about 10 minutes ago. For all I knew, she was just curious and defended herself when I attacked, he said solemnly. Kakashi sighed. That is an even more unfortunate result of being a ninja. We aren't infallible. We do make mistakes, and sometimes an innocent person dies from those mistakes, Kakashi said, closing his eyes and thinking of Obito as he finished. Naruto felt a small amount of sadness when he realized his sensei was speaking from experience. Are we gonna look around some more? He asked, hoping to change the subject. Kakashi shook his head. Not right now. We could all use something in our stomachs. And I suspect you need some time to adjust to what happened. Naruto nodded, grateful that Kakashi was so perceptive. Did Sasuke and Sakura-chan find out anything? He asked as they began to head back to the hotel. Kakashi's eye crinkled into a frown. No. It seems the residents are too afraid to talk. We'll just have to find the gang on our own. Be gentle with it. It's older than me, Tsunade warned as she handed Tenten a rather worn-looking shinai. Tenten frowned. I have to practice with a pinchy stick? Why? She asked, sounding insulted. Tsunade laughed a bit at the girl's arrogance, as it reminded her so much of her own at that age. Because it saves me from having to waste chakra healing you. Tenten was about to make a retort when Jiraiya burst into the room. Tsunade's eyes widened. Jiraiya? She noticed the panicked look on his face. What's wrong? She demanded, knowing Jiraiya didn't show panic very often. I just got word from my network, the aging man said in between gasps for air. Orochimaru has sent Itachi to capture Naruto. What? Tsunade screeched, grabbing Jiraiya's shoulders hard enough to make him wince. You have to send an ambush squad immediately. Now Tsunade was beginning to panic. I can't. They're all away on missions. The Jounins too. She suddenly looked like she had an idea. You have to go, she said loudly. I don't have a team, Jiraiya replied just as loudly. Tsunade's gaze immediately turned to Tenten. Tenten, go get Lee and Niji. I want you all back here yesterday. The young weapons expert looked startled for less than a second. Hi, she confirmed just before she disappeared from sight. Tsunade's stomach tied itself into an unheard of number of knots as she waited for Tenten to return. Naruto made sure to keep himself turned the opposite direction from Hinata and Sakura's room as he lay in his bed. Even though his conscience was managing to win, his hormones were screaming at him to peep. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He stood from his bed and marched himself to the bathroom, which had a full-length mirror on the inside of the door. I'm gonna get this out of my system if I have to die of blood loss to do it, he thought with determination. Naruto closed the door and stood in front of the mirror. He let out a calming breath and put his hands into the seal for henge. Henge, he said just before turning into the buxom blonde that was the trademark of his sexy no jutsu. In less than 2 seconds he had a nosebleed that knocked him over onto the edge of the tub. Damn it! He got back up and wiped his nose. Henge! He yelled again, gaining him the same blood-bitch lap. He gritted his teeth. I will beat this. He put his hands into the seal again. Henge! Kakashi knocked on the bathroom door for the second time. Naruto, other people need to use the bathroom, he said flatly. Naruto barely heard the voice that was calling out to him through the haze in his mind. I must have dozed off. He lifted his head up from the floor, which turned out to be a bad idea as a crushing headache came over him. After closing his eyes for a moment, he suddenly remembered what he'd been doing and that there was a good amount of blood all over the front of his nightshirt. Shit! He cursed under his breath. If Kakashi-sensei sees this, I'll have to explain everything. He hissed as he forced himself to deal with the headache and shakily got to his feet. The instant he was standing straight up, a wave of dizziness swept over him and he fell to the floor, unconscious. Hearing a loud crash, both Kakashi and Sasuke became worried. Naruto? No answer. Naruto! Sasuke yelled. He took out a kunai, jammed it into the crack between the frame and the door, and snapped it sideways. The wood around the bolt shattered as Hinata and Sakura came running into the room, obviously wondering what was wrong. Sasuke-kun, what? Sakura questioned as Sasuke swung the bathroom door open. When Hinata saw Naruto lying on the floor with blood all over him, not to mention a small amount on the floor and walls, her eyes filled with tears. Naruto-kun! She yelled as she shoved her way past the stunned Kakashi. She fell down next to Naruto and activated her Byakugan. After a moment she let her eyes return to normal and looked up at the others with confusion. I don't understand. All he has is a bump on the head. There's no wounds and no internal bleeding, she reported. Kakashi mused in concern. Will he be alright? I think so, Hinata replied with uncertainty. Alright then. Sasuke, you bring Naruto to his bed, as an afterthought he added, and put a clean shirt on him. He turned to Sakura. Can you handle cleaning the mess in here? He asked, pointing to the bathroom. Sakura grimaced, but agreed. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. Hinata, you help Sasuke. I'll go explain all the noise to the front desk, Kakashi informed the shy girl. As Kakashi walked off, Hinata looked in Naruto's bag for a new shirt. What could have happened? She wondered in her mind. Hinata and Kakashi sat near Naruto as he slept, each reading their respective books, although Hinata's was much less racy. She glanced over at the boy for what felt like the 100th time. Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi looked up from his book. Yes? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Shouldn't the red chakra have healed him by now? Hinata asked with worry. Kakashi frowned and thought. Yes, it should have. I don't understand it either. Hinata bit her lower lip. Should we take him to the hospital after all? Kakashi shook his head. No. His color has gotten much better. I think he'll be fine. Although I have to say that I'm very curious as to how he lost enough blood to make him pass out with no obvious injuries. NHM, Hinata replied softly. She heard a soft groan to her left. Naruto-kun? She exclaimed as she rushed to her boyfriend's side. His head turned slightly in her direction and his eyes slowly opened. Hinata-chan? Naruto said weakly. He put his hand to his head. I feel like I got stepped on by Gamabunta. Suddenly his eyes snapped wide. I can explain, he said frantically. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. Please do, he answered calmly. He stammered, looking back and forth between Hinata and Kakashi. Hinata-chan. I'm sorry, but can you leave the room for a minute? It's kind of embarrassing, he said with a small grimace. Hinata cocked her head to the side in confusion, but nodded. Okay. I'll be right outside if you need me, she said as she gave him a chaste kiss on his forehead. After Hinata closed the door, Kakashi turned to his student and gave him an expectant look. I'm waiting. Naruto cleared his throat. It's kinda about that nosebleed you saw, he said with a slight redness to his cheeks. Kakashi's eyebrows raised. You don't mean to tell me that all that blood was from, he said with his mouth agape. Naruto gulped. Yeah. Kakashi's face was incredulous. How the hell? I thought maybe if I saw a naked woman enough then I wouldn't get them anymore, Naruto answered while staring at the floor. Kakashi pointed at Naruto. Why, you had a naked woman in here, he said with loudly whispered shock. No, Naruto answered. Upon seeing the uncertainty on Kakashi's face, he stood up, took a deep breath and put his hands into the familiar seal. Henge. Kakashi's mouth dropped open at the model-worthy naked woman who now stood before him. After a moment he regained his senses. "Naruto, please drop that henge," he said as he covered his eyes. "What's the matter?" female Naruto asked, confused at her sensei's reaction. "Just do it," Kakashi commanded. Naruto frowned and released the jutsu. "Okay. Clear." Kakashi sighed and put his hand down. "Naruto, you shouldn't do that henge." "Why?" Naruto asked in confusion. He had been expecting the same reaction he had gotten from other adult males in the past. Especially since he knew Kakashi was a closet pervert. "Because you're only 14, that's why. You may not really be female, and you may not actually be naked, but it still invokes lust in adult men, and that is wrong," Kakashi said seriously. Naruto frowned. He'd never thought of it that way. "Naruto, tell me you haven't done that in front of Jiraiya-sama," Kakashi asked with a sick feeling in his stomach. Naruto winced in response. "Yeah. I had to show him to get him to train me." Kakashi sighed as he slouched and put his head in his hands. "Promise me you won't show that jutsu to any more adults." Naruto frowned. "What about when I turn 16? Kakashi grinned. "Then you can make as many nosebleeds as you want," he said with a chuckle. Naruto grinned. "I don't understand how you made your own nose bleed though." "The mirror," Naruto answered quietly. A look of understanding came over Kakashi's face. "Oh." After a moment he burst out laughing. Naruto gritted his teeth. "It's not funny." Kakashi only laughed harder. After he managed to stop, his face once again became calm. "Naruto, you do realize the whole nosebleed thing is normal, right?" "Yeah," Naruto answered reluctantly. "Well, you can't just desensitize yourself to the female figure." On seeing Naruto's crestfallen expression he added, "It does happen less as you get older though," Kakashi said with a reassuring smile. "Really?" Kakashi cocked an eyebrow and held up his beloved book. "Hey, if I was lying, do you honestly think I could read this in public?" Naruto laughed. "Where's Sasuke and Sakura-chan?" "They're out patrolling," Kakashi replied as he worked some of the kinks out of his neck. Naruto opened the door. "Hinata-chan, you can come in now." Hinata looked at Naruto and smiled. "Okay." As the two walked back into the room, Kakashi stood up. "Well then, why don't we do some searching of our own?" Naruto nodded. "NM." The cool morning air made Naruto feel a little better. "I hope we find something soon. I'm getting hungry." Kakashi smiled at the way Naruto and Hinata jumped in unison. It reminded him of the way he and Rin had. No, that was an old dream, now long gone. He sighed sadly and pushed on forward. He suddenly noticed two figures bounding over the rooftops a few hundred yards in front of them. "Ah, there they are," he informed his current company. Naruto squinted against the bright 10M sunshine to see what his sensei was talking about. Upon realizing the two dots were Sakura and Sasuke, he smiled. When they were within earshot, Naruto called out to them. "Sasuke! Sakura-chan!" Sakura turned her head to look behind her when she heard the voice that had yelled her name. "Sasuke-kun, it's Naruto," she informed him, stopping on the next roof. Sasuke stopped a few feet after Sakura, and the two headed back to the rest of their team. "Naruto, you okay?" Sasuke asked. "What happened to him?" he asked Kakashi. Naruto grimaced and looked pleadingly at the Jounin. Kakashi waved his hand in a reassuring manner. "Naruto already made his report to me on this. And since it's a private matter, I'll let him decide whether or not to tell you." Naruto sighed in relief, although it was short-lived as his brother immediately turned to him. "Well?" Sasuke said expectantly with a scowl on his face. "Come on, Sasuke. It's private," Naruto replied. Sasuke's scowl deepened and he sighed heavily. "Are you in danger?" Naruto shook his head. "Is there a chance of it happening again?" Naruto gave the same answer as before. "All right then. Let's get back to the mission." Naruto dropped his head in relief. Thank God. If I had to explain that to him, he'd blackmail me with it for life. The clock on the building they had just passed struck 11 and Naruto yawned. Nay, Hinata-chan? Hinata turned her head to look at him. What time were we supposed to meet up with the others again? Naruto asked, stifling another yawn. 11:30. We'd better head back, Hinata answered. Naruto nodded gratefully. They really hadn't rested since they started their search. Not far from their rendezvous point, Naruto noticed a small group of figures entering a boarded-up apartment building. Hinata-chan, look, he said as he stopped on a roof and pointed downward. Hinata looked at the building just in time to see the last of the group Naruto had spotted climb through a wide gap in the boards. Byakugan. Her now enhanced vision let her know that the pair had found what they were looking for. There's at least 30 people inside. I think we've found them, she said with a satisfied smile. Naruto nodded. We'd better tell Kakashi-sensei. Hinata responded. The two teens headed back to the hotel. Itachi landed on the roof of the building across from where Team Kakashi was staying. He smirked in satisfaction as he watched Naruto and Hinata enter the large hotel. Found you, he thought. Now I just need the right opportunity to strike. He moved back from the edge and folded his arms across his chest. Soon, Naruto, we shall see if Orochimaru has truly succeeded in correcting the mistake he made 14 years ago, he whispered in cruel curiosity. Kakashi nodded in approval as Naruto and Hinata finished their report. All right then. We'll attack tomorrow night. For now, I want all of you to get some sleep. The team nodded, then Sakura and Hinata left the room. Kakashi went to use the bathroom and Naruto and Sasuke sat down on their beds. Naruto watched Hinata's shadow in the soft glow of her lantern, making sure to remember to turn away if she stood up. His gaze drifted for a moment to the tatami mats covering the floor, and he suddenly had an idea. He stood up and grabbed the edge of one of the mats on the far side of the room. What are you doing, Dobe? Sasuke asked in confusion as he watched his brother lift up the edge of the mat. Putting up a privacy wall, Naruto replied without stopping his work. Confusion spread over Sasuke's face, which was quickly replaced by amused understanding. Don't want to risk seeing Hinata again, huh? Naruto stopped moving, made a strange sound and blushed. Yeah, he said quickly without looking at Sasuke, then continued on with his task. Sasuke snickered, earning him a murderous glare from Naruto. And how are you going to explain the mat if she wakes up before us and sees it? Naruto gritted his teeth. He hadn't thought about that. I'll set the alarm for 10 minutes early, he grumbled as he finished settling the mat into place. Heh, Sasuke said with a smirk before laying down. Naruto frowned and sat down on the edge of his bed. He reached over to his nightstand and picked up the small alarm clock, setting it to 6:50 am. It was at that moment that Kakashi came waltzing back into the bathroom. He stopped short at seeing the tatami mat on the divider wall to the two rooms. It didn't take him long to figure out its purpose, however. He cocked an eyebrow, shrugged and got into his bed. Naruto sighed in relief at not having been asked any more uncomfortable questions. He let his blonde head hit the pillow and fell into an uneasy sleep. Chapter 24. Always remember that I will never abandon my story. Smiley face. Enjoy. Smiley face. Tenten and Niji breathed heavily as they tried their best to keep up with the blurs of speed that were Lee and Jiraiya. Twice now, they had felt the shame of being babied when Jiraiya and Lee had to slow down to make sure they weren't left behind, and they were determined not to hold back the mission any further. Jiraiya looked behind him at his slower subordinates. He lessened his pace just a little and Lee followed suit. Luckily, the two behind them seemed to not notice the drop in speed. They're probably too tired to care, Jiraiya thought just as they came to the volcano bridge. Niji's immediate reaction to seeing the lake of lava under their intended path was to skid to a halt. Jiraiya stopped when he realized he was missing a team member and turned around. Niji! What are you just standing there for? He bellowed. When he didn't get an answer, he frowned in irritation and ran back to the bridge entrance. Niji, did you hear me? He said, finishing softly as he got a good look at the boy's face. Niji's eyes, if possible, looked even more ghostly than normal, and his entire face was frozen in terror. Niji! Jiraiya said loudly as he waved a hand in front of Niji's face. Niji-kun! Tenten yelled as soon as she reached his position. Do you know what's going on here? Jiraiya asked quickly. Tenten nodded. I think so. We need to get him out of sight of the lava, she instructed as she put Niji's arm over her shoulder. Lee got the idea and took the other side. Once they were roughly 100 feet from the bridge, they set Niji down. Tenten took out her canteen, poured out some water onto her cupped hand and splashed Niji in the face. She was relieved to see him immediately come out of his daze. Are you okay, Niji-kun? Niji closed his eyes for a moment. When he reopened them, he sighed angrily. Yes. Would you two mind telling me what just happened? Jiraiya said with his arms folded across his chest. Niji and Tenten looked at each other, and then Niji turned his gaze toward his captain. I'm afraid of fire, he said, his voice dripping with self-loathing. Both Lee and Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. But I've seen you fight enemies who use fire jutsu, Lee said. I've worked very hard to control it. I spend at least 20 minutes a day sitting in front of a lit fireplace, Niji replied in an even tone. I thought I had gotten to a point where I could completely control my fear, he said angrily. Jiraiya sighed. I see. Unfortunately, we don't have time to wait for you to overcome this fear. I'm afraid you'll have to return to the village. Niji nodded. Understood. He rose to his feet. Niji-kun, are you sure you're okay with this? Her brow was furrowed in concern. Tenten knew the idea of having to quit a mission would be highly detrimental to her friend's pride. If you are forced to help me across the bridge, the mission will be compromised. It's the only logical thing to do, Niji replied solemnly. All right then. We'll see you when we get back, Lee said with a hearty clap to Niji's shoulder. Niji simply nodded and ran off in the direction they had come from. Tenten bit her lower lip as the remaining team members once again set off for Ganzhou. I'm sorry, Niji-kun. As the night sky began to lighten, Itachi watched with mild interest as his quarry surrounded an old building. He shifted his weight onto his left foot and pushed away the strand of hair that had been waving in his face for the last minute. The coming battle should separate Naruto from Kakashi at some point. The time has come. 39 now, Hinata reported in reference to the number of people inside the building. Kakashi nodded in approval. It seems we picked a good time for this. He looked around the area again for a moment. All right. Naruto, Hinata and I will go in from the roof level. Sasuke and Sakura, I want you stationed on the east and west sides of the building. You're to keep anyone from escaping the area. He noticed Sakura tense up and grit her teeth. Is there a problem with Sakura? The girl in question quickly shook her head, embarrassed that she had been caught looking uncomfortable. All right then, let's move out, he commanded as he handed out their radio headsets. Naruto, Hinata and Kakashi jumped over to the roof of the gang's hideout. As Kakashi turned the knob to open the door, Sasuke's voice crackled over his headset. Sasuke in position. After a second, Sakura chimed in. Sakura in position. Kakashi nodded. Roger, and nearly pulled open the door before thinking better of it. Hinata, you'll be a Kugan. Hinata nodded and aimed her enhanced vision at the door. It's wired to explode. Kakashi frowned. What kind of device is it? Contact point, Hinata answered. Can you cut the wires with? Kakashi asked. Hinata chewed her lower lip and released her Byakugan. I don't know. Nijian Aisen is better than me. Naruto put a gentle hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. I believe in you, Hinata-chan, he said with a winning smile. Her cheeks flushed pink, but she smiled gratefully. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She gave him a quick peck on the lips. Naruto blushed a little as Hinata turned around to face the door and reactivated her Byakugan. She swallowed and raised her hand, causing it to glow just before bringing it down in a cutting motion near the door's latch. She saw the wires separate, and she nodded in satisfaction. After making 2 more cuts at points around the edge of the doorframe, she turned around and smiled at her companions. It's safe now. Naruto grinned. Good job, he said, giving her a gentle squeeze. Follow me. Hinata, you take point, Kakashi said quietly as he opened the door and went inside. As Naruto and the others descended the staircase, he felt uneasy. Calm down, Naruto. They're all bad guys. You can't make a mistake here. Hinata noticed Naruto's expression and frowned. I wonder if he's thinking about that girl. They came close to the end of the stairs. She suddenly held out her arm and put her finger to her lips. There are 2 guards pacing the room, she whispered. Kakashi looked at Naruto. Take the one on the right. I'll take the other. Naruto nodded and the 2 shot forward from the stairwell opening. Kakashi knife-chopped his target in the back of the neck, while Naruto simply punched his opponent dead in the face. Kakashi sighed as Naruto gently laid the woman he had just knocked out on the floor. Couldn't you practice at least a little finesse? Naruto simply grinned. Not my style, he replied, causing his sensei to sigh again and shake his head. Hinata looked through the floor below them. 6 on the floor below us, she informed the rest of the team. Kakashi pulled out a kunai. All right, from here on in we fight. Lee sped over the rooftops at a breakneck speed. Sakura-san. Please be all right. Jiraiya sighed as he watched Lee pull further from him and Ten. Why, Lee? Lee stopped in his tracks, which required a rather long skid, and turned back. Hi. Try to stay with the team, all right? Jiraiya said with a cocked eyebrow. Lee's face took on a downcast look. Gomen. It's just that. Sakura-san. Jiraiya gave the green-clad ninja a lopsided grin. We'll make it in time. Lee nodded, and the group continued their search. Naruto, Hinata, and Kakashi burst into the room, causing the guards to pull out various weapons. A teenage male pulled out a 2-way radio. We're under attack, was all he managed to get out before Hinata used a ground-level spin kick to sweep his legs out from underneath him. The other 5 guards responded to Hinata's attack on their comrade by surrounding the girl, but they didn't get a chance to attack as 3 Narutos came at them. One clone delivered a punch to a male guard's windpipe, sending him choking and gagging to the floor. The real Naruto swung his fist backwards, punching a boy in his mid-teens in the ribcage. The boy's bones broke with a sickening snap. A girl sporting a nasty-looking set of jagged-edged, bladed gloves swung at Naruto's 3rd clone. The clone bent its body backward to avoid it, but was hit from behind by an arrow from a crossbow. Kakashi punched the assailant in the bridge of the nose, and then threw him against the wall, knocking him out. Hinata used her on the girl with the claws and had her unconscious in seconds. Naruto smiled at Hinata. She's gotten more confident. He turned to the final guard, a woman in her mid-30s with waist-length, blonde hair. As he began to throw a roundhouse kick towards her head, he heard her utter a name that made him wish he had been able to stop in time. With her mouth and eyes wide open at the young, blonde ninja attacking her, she spoke one word. Minato? She barely managed to say before his foot connected with her head. Naruto was so shocked at hearing his father's name spoken by this total stranger that he nearly didn't land his kick correctly, and stumbled as he regained his balance. He ran over to the woman and picked up her head in his arms. What did you say? The woman used all her remaining strength to reach up a hand and gently touch Naruto's cheek. How? You? She said before losing her battle with unconsciousness. Naruto shook the woman. Hey, how do you know about Shisui? He yelled in vain at the sleeping woman. Naruto-kun! Hinata yelled to get his attention. Naruto turned around to see more gang members flooding from the doorway. Realizing he didn't have time for solving mysteries, he simply grinned. Hey, time for a workout. Sakura used a chakra-filled punch on the gang member in front of her. He hit the wall with a crunch, spiderweb cracks extending out from the point of impact. Sakura smiled in satisfaction. I'm really starting to get the hang of that. She suddenly noticed someone climbing out of a window midway up the side of the building. Sasuke-kun! Sasuke finished knocking out his current opponent and looked down. I'm on it, he replied, making the 2-story jump to the fire escape where his target was standing. The red-headed girl ducked Sasuke's kick and pulled out a pair of sayas. Out of my way or I'm gonna kick your ass. Sasuke smirked. Hey, you better have the skill to back up your mouth, he said as he settled into a classic back stance. Sakura saw the girl bring out her sayas. Sasuke-kun, be careful. Sasuke blocked his opponent's side thrust with his kunai. I know that. Watch your post, he yelled back in irritation. Sakura blushed in embarrassment and hurried back to her side of the building. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A second Naruto appeared and began spinning the chakra onto Naruto's hand. Rasengan! He charged forward at the attackers who were still in the stairwell, sending unconscious bodies flying left and right. Kakashi sighed, shook his head, and turned to Hinata. Let's hurry and take these two out so we can follow him. Hinata nodded and made an affirmative sound. A man with broad shoulders and messy brown hair smirked. Let's hurry and take these two out, huh? You honestly think it'll be that easy? Kakashi chuckled. I can tell just from looking at your stance that you're not a threat. A black-haired man next to the one who had spoken gritted his teeth. You'll regret that. Kakashi yawned. Yes. Let's just get this over with, he said as he lazily slid into his basic stance. The brown-haired man ran at Kakashi, who simply sidestepped and thrust his arm out and forward, giving the man a solid punch to the kidneys. The thug coughed up blood, doubled over, and fell to the floor in an undignified heap. The black-haired man looked from Kakashi to his friend on the floor and dropped into a floor-kissing bow. I surrender. Kakashi smiled. Good choice, he said, bringing out a rope. Hinata, can you handle tying them up while I check on Naruto? Hinata nodded. Hi. Kakashi handed her the rope and disappeared through the doorway. Sakura had just finished delivering a high side kick to a woman's head when she noticed a green blur in the distance, heading toward them at lightning speed. She squinted against the sunlight. Lee-kun? As the blur got closer, she could tell for sure. Sasuke-kun! Lee-kun is coming! She yelled excitedly at the raven-haired boy. Nani? Sasuke turned around just in time to see Lee only about 600 feet away, with Tenten and Jiraiya trailing not far behind. He waved a hand in the air to get their attention. Lee, this way! He yelled. Lee turned his head in the direction of a voice he barely caught over the howling of the wind in his ears and turned toward it. He smiled when he saw who it was. Jiraiya-sama, they're over there! Lee yelled behind him as he sped off towards Sasuke and Sakura. Hinata took extra care, tying up the woman who had said the fourth's name. Who are you? She thought. She looked around the room at her work. Once she was satisfied that they weren't going anywhere, she ran towards the sounds of fighting emanating from the hallway. Lee landed on the rooftop and ran to Sakura. Are you all right? He puffed. Hi, I'm fine. Go inside and help the others, Sakura replied. Jiraiya shook his head. Tenten and I will take over here. You and Lee go. Lee and Sakura gave Jiraiya a puzzled look but hurried inside. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If those two were separated, I'd never have heard the end of Lee's whining. Itachi watched Jiraiya's team with irritation as they landed on the roof of the building across the way. He hadn't expected the presence of A and knew that Jiraiya and Kakashi together would prove to be more hassle than it was worth. I'll have to wait until Jiraiya leaves before making my move, he thought as he narrowed his eyes. The walls of the first floor of the building had a few speckles of blood on them by the time Hinata had gotten to the bottom of the stairs. It looked like Naruto and Kakashi had already cleared at least 5 more of the gang members. That leaves 25. Still a lot for the 3 of us though, she thought as she chewed her lower lip. Hinata! Don't just stand there! Kakashi scolded. Hinata, ashamed at having been caught doing anything but her job, rushed into the fray. Jiraiya watched Itachi out of the corner of his eye, easily seeing through the genjutsu that was making the uchiha look like an old rooftop generator. So, he's here already. I'd better warn Kakashi as soon as I have the chance. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura yelled over the din. Kakashi whipped his head around. Sakura, why are you away from your post? He took down a woman with a roundhouse kick, then noticed that Rock Lee was right behind Sakura. Odd. I wonder why Tsunade would send reinforcements. Kakashi-sensei, the Godame sent us to inform you that Uchiha Itachi is on his way here to capture Naruto-kun, Lee said. What? Kakashi exclaimed as he blocked a punch from a male assailant. Naruto was surrounded by a group of 6 thugs. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A perfect clone of Naruto poofed into existence and swirled the chakra on Naruto's palm. He jumped into the air. The clone grabbed him by the ankles and swung him in a circle. Rasengan Jiten. Kakashi ducked as one of Naruto's attackers sailed by his head. Naruto, watch what you're doing. Sorry. Naruto called back as he bounced off the floor with his hands and used the momentum to kick another thug. Lee, who else is with you? Kakashi asked. Tenten and Jiraiya-sama, Lee reported. At that precise moment Naruto lost his balance and took a punch to the face. Naruto-kun! Hinata called out in alarm. She flat-palmed Naruto's attacker in the windpipe and offered Naruto her hand. Are you okay? Why, yeah, Naruto said as he used Hinata's counterweight to pull himself to a standing position. Ero-sanin, why are you here? Lee made an aerial cartwheel, bringing down his feet at the end onto an enemy's shoulders, slamming her to the floor. Only 5 left. Kakashi crinkled his eyes in concern. This isn't right, it's too easy. He blocked the thug's dagger with his kunai. Everyone, be careful. We haven't encountered the ninja members yet. Jiraiya saw 10 flashes of color shoot into the building through the main entrance. Sasuke, did you see that? Sasuke nodded. Hi. I think it's time you headed inside. I'll stand guard. Sasuke nodded again, dropped down to the fire escape and disappeared through a window. He glanced in the direction he'd last seen Itachi, but he was gone. Must have decided Kakashi and I together were a problem. Jiraiya suddenly got a sickening smile on his face and rubbed his hands together. Him. If he's no longer a problem, I can check out the women here, he thought. A small trickle of drool leaked from the corner of his mouth. Sakura concentrated her chakra to her right hand and sliced into the arm of the boy in front of her. He howled with pain, but maneuvered behind her, meaning to put her in a chokehold. Sakura simply flipped him forward over her head. He landed on the floor, coughed up some blood, and then lay silent. Sakura was surprised when she heard clapping and looked behind her to see who it was. There were now several new figures concealed by the shadows of the entryway. Very nice, Kakashi, said a woman's voice. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow at hearing this new person use his name. Oh, don't look so surprised, there's hardly a ninja in the entire Fire Country who doesn't know who you are, said the woman as she walked out of the shadows. She had shoulder-length, blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a simple pair of black training pants and a skin-tight black leotard. Kakashi squinted. You look familiar. The woman cocked an eyebrow. I ought to, you're the one who introduced my brother to that detestable woman, she nearly spat. Kakashi's eyes went wide. Nariko-chan? Very good, Kakashi, Akiko said with a venomous glare. Kakashi-sensei, who is she? Naruto asked, looking at the woman intently. As Nariko's subordinates stepped out from the shadows, Kakashi expelled a long puff of air. Naruto, this is Nariko. Namikaze Nariko. Chapter 25. From now on, when text is underlined, it means that someone is performing a series of seals. Pokes head out of the reader-proof room. Hi everyone. Looks around at angry glares and clears throat at him. This chapter took so long because I am not good at battles and I wanted it to be perfect. There is a lot here. I also made a bunch of new things for this. Naruto froze. Namikaze Nariko. Nam. One Kaze? He choked out. Nariko's eyes widened when they came to rest on Naruto's face. Oh my god, it's true. After a moment of staring at Naruto in awe, she whipped her head back toward Kakashi. You son of a bitch! You lied to us! Nariko-chan, it's not that simple. Kakashi began, just as Sasuke came into the room. Don't you dare use chan when speaking to me. And it is that simple. He's standing right there. She yelled as she jabbed a finger in Naruto's direction. Sasuke looked confused. Sakura. What? He asked softly. Sakura put a finger to her lips. Sure. Sasuke frowned, but stayed silent. Even I didn't know who he truly was until recently, Kakashi replied evenly. Naruto. Nariko nearly whispered, her expression softening. I'm your aunt. Minato was my brother, she said as her eyes misted over. Naruto's eyes went as wide as dinner plates. My aunt. Nariko knelt down and held out her arms. Naruto. Come here, she said with a tearful smile. Kakashi rushed in between the two. Don't, Naruto. he said as he glanced backward at him. I can only imagine how you feel, but she is not the kind person she wants you to think she is. Fuck, Kakashi. He is my blood. Blood or not, he doesn't need someone who hurts the innocent. I was protecting my family line. Even the Hyugas wouldn't dishonor themselves by trying to murder someone just for being in love with a member of their clan. Would someone tell me what the hell is going on? Naruto yelled. Kakashi sighed heavily. Before the attack on Kyuubi, there were 3 highly prominent clans in Konoha: the Hyuga, the Uchiha, and the Namikaze. There was a whole clan? Naruto asked. Not just a clan, Naruto, one of the greatest clans in history, Nariko said. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Because most of the Namikaze were Anbu, they were put on the front lines of the battle against Kyuubi, he sighed sadly. They were nearly wiped out. Only 3 remain. You, Nariko, and your cousin. The latter of which I assume is the blonde woman upstairs. Understanding dawned on Naruto's face. So that's how she knew Shisui. Nariko heard about your birth and sent your cousin to retrieve you after the battle. Since I thought you were dead, that's the information I gave her, Kakashi explained, shooting a pointed glare at Nariko. Naruto, come here, Nariko nearly commanded. No! Kakashi countered urgently, she hurt your mother. Upon hearing these words, Naruto stopped in his tracks. What? He asked in disbelief. Kakashi rubbed his tired, visible eye with his fingers. Your mother was my instructor at the academy. When I was put on Minato's team after I graduated, he asked me to introduce him to her. They connected right away, and in less than 6 months your father was showing my team, and I the engagement ring he planned to give her. No one expected the relationship to get that far. He looked at Naruto, a hard look entering his eyes. There's something you have to know about the Namikaze. They basically made the Hyugas look like a loving clan. Naruto's eyes became wider for a split second as he sucked in a breath. What do you mean? Members of the clan were only allowed to marry within it. When the head of the clan learned of Minato's plans to propose to Kushina, they sent Nariko to kill her, Kakashi finished with venom in his voice. Naruto's face filled with horror as he backed away from the woman who had her arms held out to him just minutes before. You tried to kill my mom? Nariko's expression showed the panic that was entering her heart. Naruto, you have to understand. She sputtered as she reached out a trembling hand toward him. Naruto slapped Nariko's hand away. No! Nariko's eyes filled with tears. The purity of the clan had to be protected. There was no other way. Naruto lowered his face so that his hair covered his features. I don't give a damn about clan purity. You tried to kill my mother. I would never be been born. Naruto screeched as he raised his head with a violent snap. Nariko suddenly pulled her hand back and simply stared at Naruto. What's the matter with your eyes? Kakashi pushed Nariko out of the way so he could get a look at what had stunned the woman. What the hell? Naruto's eyes had changed from their normal cerulean blue, not to the eyes of the Kyuubi, but to something Kakashi had never seen before. Both of them were raven black with a vivid purple ring on the outer edge. The purple streaked into the black, making it look like the purple was a fire that was reaching for a small, white dot in the center. Sasuke and Sakura moved to Kakashi's position. Sakura gasped. Sasuke simply stared. Naruto. You. What is it? Naruto asked. Sakura reached into her weapons pouch, pulled out a small mirror, and held it up so Naruto could see. His knee-jerk reaction to his reflection was to jump backwards a few steps. What's going on, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. I don't know, Sakura. But this isn't the issue we need to worry about right now. You're right, Kakashi, it isn't, Nariko replied with a dangerous tone. Her hands flashed through a series of seals. Doton Kane Genkan no Jutsu. A slash-and-earth-style steel wardog technique. The floor began to shake and crack. As small sections of it broke away, what looked like chunks of raw metal or flew up through the holes and began forming into vicious-looking steel dogs about the size of wolves. All the Konoha ninja now stood back to back, with kunai at the ready. Kane no Jutsu? Kakashi exclaimed. I thought no one had found a way to do it, he thought as the sound of metal scraping against metal grated on his ears. You see, Kakashi, I will not allow you to take my brother's only child back to that pathetic hole you call a hidden village, Nariko spat. The now completed metal dogs lunged at their targets, carefully avoiding damage to Naruto. Everyone slashed at the attackers with their kunai, but the most they could manage to do was push them back. Nariko smirked as she watched Kakashi's team. The great Kakashi, she said with a mocking chuckle. I would have expected a more intelligent plan from you than that. Naruto barely jumped out of the way in time to avoid one of the dogs as it tried to body check him in an attempt to knock him out. These things are fast, he thought. Tenten hopped backward to avoid being disemboweled, then screamed as another dog bit down on the end of her foot. Blood speckled the floor under the spot where she fell. Lee was instantly at Tenten's side. He picked her up and brought her over to the stairwell. As he began to take her shoe off to inspect the damage, Tenten scolded him. Lee, forget my foot, she said as tears of pain leaked out of her eyes. Help others. Lee immediately went into a saluting pose. Hi. After Lee had left, Tenten took some medical wrap out of her equipment pouch and bandaged her foot. She gritted her teeth and stood up, inhaling sharply from the pain as she did so, and ran back to the fight. Lee saw Tenten fighting and smiled in approval. That's it, Tenten. The fire of youth shall not be put out. Tenten rolled her eyes and dodged a steel paw. Beads of sweat began to appear on Sasuke's forehead. This isn't good, these things are fast, and we can't seem to damage them. His eyes suddenly widened with a spark of inspiration. He made his favorite series of seals. Katon Gakakyu no Jutsu. A ball of flame shot from his mouth at one of the dogs, but instead of melting it like he had intended, it only served to make the dog scalding hot to the touch. Shit! He cursed as he moved out of the dog's way. Naruto slowly began to notice that he was the only one the dogs were not trying to maim. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Nariko smirked as her nephew increased in number by 5. As expected from a Namikaze. Everyone. Form a small group. Naruto yelled to his comrades. Kakashi looked up at Naruto's sudden command. What is he up to? He thought as he and the others huddled together. Naruto quickly had his clones surround his friends. What the hell? Nariko said. Naruto folded his arms in defiance. Now what are you gonna do? Naruto! Move out of the way! Nariko commanded. I thought so. You don't want to hurt me, said all of Naruto's clones at once. He smiled in satisfaction as his aunt gritted her teeth and made a short sound of irritation. Now call off your dogs. No! You are coming home. What home? Naruto shot back. You live in an abandoned apartment building. Not to mention you're a criminal. Nariko frowned in shame for a short moment before becoming angry. Shut up. You don't know anything. From inside the Naruto wall, Hinata kept her Byakugan trained on Nariko. Suddenly, she noticed Nariko's chakra flow waver for a second. Naruto-kun, she whispered. Naruto didn't turn around but shifted his eyes toward Hinata in interest. She has to concentrate to maintain her jutsu. When you upset her just now, her concentration dropped. I think if you make her mad enough she may drop the jutsu. Gotcha, Hinata-chan, Naruto thought. I know you almost killed my mother. I know she was a better person than you. Naruto! Nariko raged, barely remembering to keep her hands folded in the serpent's seal. I know you've hurt people I care about. Naruto! I hate you! No! Nariko yelled, forgetting her seal and balling her hands into fists in front of her. Naruto dispelled his clones and everyone he had been protecting resumed their battle stances. Damn it, Nariko thought as her dogs reverted back to the raw ore they had once been. I don't have enough chakra left to recreate them. She let out an angry puff of air through her nose. Takashi, she said tersely to the large man on her right. Kill the rest, but damage Naruto as little as possible. Hi, Nariko-sama. Takashi replied. He and the other 5 ninja that had arrived with Nariko hurried from the shadows and made a wide circle around the group of Konoha ninja. Suga Fujin Heki. Tenten pulled out 2 scrolls from her equipment pouch and flung her hands forward, causing the scrolls to unroll onto the floor. From the open scrolls, various weapons appeared in puffs of smoke, jutting upwards and taking out one of the 2 women in Noriko's team. "Chisa!" yelled Takashi. He stared in open-mouthed horror at the woman on the floor, who was impaled in various places, all of them fatal. He rounded on Tenten. "Damn you to hell!" he yelled before charging at her. Tenten tried to move out of the way, but when she moved her damaged foot she was greeted by a sharp twinge of pain that caused her to drop to the floor. Hinata focused her chakra through the, stabbing Takashi with small, needle-width poles of it. The burgundy-haired man winced as each of the needles cut through his body and exited the other side. AF. As Hinata attacked Takashi, Naruto suddenly felt a throbbing pain behind his eyes and his vision blurred for a moment. When he could see clearly again, the air was filled with thousands of tiny, glowing purple dots. Huh! He reached out a hand toward the dots, but all he managed to do was make them swirl around. After a few seconds of aimlessly swatting at the dots, an idea struck him. I can use chakra to stick to walls. I wonder if it'd work on these things. Naruto put his hands together in the tiger seal, focusing his chakra on his hands. They glowed in a swirling mass of red and blue. He reached out toward the dots again. And grabbed one. He stared at it for a second. I wonder what would happen if I grabbed a bunch of these. He held out his left hand and began pushing dots into it with his right. It was very easy since the air was thick with them, and it wasn't long before he had several hundred in his hand. Sasuke had just ducked under a woman's roundhouse kick when he noticed Naruto batting at the air with his right hand. What the hell is that done up to now? Naruto stared at the mass of dots he was holding. He decided to see if he could squish them together and squeeze them as hard as he could. When he opened his hand, he held a snow-white sphere just a little smaller than a golf ball. What is that? He mused. Sasuke was getting irritated that Naruto seemed to be doing nothing but staring at his hand. Dobe! You gonna fight or what? He yelled as he dodged a punch aimed at his midriff. Naruto blinked his eyes as he was snapped out of his thoughts by Sasuke's voice. Shit! He tossed the ball behind him, intending to join the fight, but when the sphere hit the wall it exploded, sending him sailing through the air and into the woman who had been fighting Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the direction of the explosion, then back at Naruto. What the hell did you do? He asked in wide-eyed confusion as Naruto began to get to his feet. Naruto looked at the wall behind where he had been standing moments before. There was a gaping hole in the wall. His jaw dropped. That little thing did that? What little thing? Sasuke asked. Naruto rapidly shook his head. I'll explain later, he replied as he dove back into the fight. Sasuke sighed in defeat and joined his brother. Tenten was getting irritated. Most of her attacks relied on open space, and the crowded battle conditions made them too risky to use. She pulled out a scroll from her equipment pouch, unrolled it, and performed a series of seals. Suga! /N equipment summon. She touched a fairly short length of paper and a pair of nunchucks appeared in a puff of smoke. She swung at a male ninja. He ducked out of the way, but couldn't avoid the second nunchuck that hit him in the ribs, cracking a few of them. The man gritted his teeth and hit Tenten with an uppercut to the jaw. She countered with a nunchuck to his kidneys. Sanza, stop playing around! Noriko yelled in irritation. Sanza glared at his leader for a split second, then went back to his fight. Rat tiger hair. Arihata no jutsu. /N rough skin technique. His skin was suddenly covered in sharp bumps. He lashed out at Tenten and raked his right forearm across her left bicep. Tenten cried out in pain as thin peels of her skin fell to the floor. She grabbed her bicep, blood leaking through her fingers. Tenten-chan! Sakura yelled as she hurried toward Tenten. Her path was quickly blocked by Noriko's last remaining female comrade who jumped over her, grabbed her dress at the shoulders, and used the momentum to throw her over the woman's shoulder and into a nearby support beam. Sakura coughed a small amount of blood before wiping her mouth and standing back up again. Breathing heavily, she looked to where Tenten was and saw her get hit with Sanza's arm again, this time right across the stomach. Damn it, I can't get to her. If only there were 2 of me. Her eyes flashed wide open as she had an idea. Ox serpent hair dragon. Tamashii Gujin no Jutsu. A/N spirit puppet technique. Sakura felt a bit lightheaded, but as she looked to her right, she knew her jutsu had worked. Next to her was a second Sakura. It resembled her, but it looked like it had been taken out of a black and white photo. Sakura appeared satisfied at having pulled off the jutsu. The woman Sakura had been fighting looked surprised for a moment, but quickly recovered and brought down her kunai in a wide sweeping motion. The black and white Sakura raised its own dark kunai and blocked the attack. Sakura ran to help Tenten. She gathered chakra to her hand and punched Sanza in his side, sending him flying. Tenten collapsed to her knees. Arigato. Sakura placed her arm under Tenten's. Here, lean on me. Tenten nodded and the two girls walked in tandem to the far side of the room. As Sakura began healing Tenten's stomach, Tenten watched the black and white Sakura fight. Nay, Sakura? Why does your bunshin look so weird? Sakura smiled. Because that's not a bunshin. It's part of my bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Since when do you have a bloodline limit? I just found out myself, a month or so ago. My spirit puppet is better than a bunshin. It doesn't disappear unless I get knocked out. I can only make one though, and it takes a lot of chakra, Sakura replied as she switched to healing Tenten's arm. Very cool, Tenten said with a grin. Sakura moved to start on Tenten's foot when she felt a hand on hers. The foot's not that bad. We need to get back to the fight, Tenten said as she pushed Sakura's hand away. Sakura nodded and stood up. Let's go then. Nariko hopped backwards to dodge Hinata's juken. Damn, she's fast for such a little thing. Time to get serious. Horse, bird, tiger. Katan, Juyuryuzen Gakkaku no Jutsu. A/N flame type, streamlined powerful fireball, a stream of fire, much thinner than a normal Gakkaku no Jutsu, shot out at Hinata. Hinata's eyes widened and she threw her arms in front of her face in preparation for the pain. But the pain never came. Instead, she heard a boy screaming and opened her eyes to find Naruto covering her with his body, protecting her from the blast. Naruto Keiyuen! She shrieked, tears filling her eyes. Nariko's eyes were as wide as they could get. She dropped her hands to her sides. No. The back of Naruto's clothes was gone, completely burned away from the waist up. His back, shoulders, and arms were all a horrible shade red and covered with bleeding blisters. With tears streaming down her face, Hinata quickly, yet gently, lowered him to the floor. Working very hard to control her emotions, she began healing him. Stop fighting! Nariko yelled. Merely out of the oddness of the command, everyone froze in their tracks. Stop fighting. I don't want to risk her losing her concentration, Nariko explained as she stared at Hinata and Naruto. Upon seeing what had caused Nariko to stop the fight, the Konoha team ran to Naruto's side amid a chorus of his name yelled in various ways. I don't understand. Why did I get burned? Naruto gasped out hoarsely. What do you mean, why did I get burned? It's because you jumped in front of the fire, dough. Sasuke yelled with irritation and worry. You don't understand, Sasuke, Kakashi said. Naruto has never been burned before. What? The Kyuubi protected him from heat. Why do you think you couldn't kill him with your fire? Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked down at the memory. Not only that, but he doesn't know how to heal himself. Kyuubi always did it for him, Kakashi added. Hinata-chan. It won't stop burning, Naruto croaked out as tears of pain filled his eyes. He had never hurt so badly for so long in his entire life. This isn't good. The burns just keep progressing. Hinata thought in near panic. Nariko had both hands over her mouth, sobbing loudly. Please. Please don't let him die. She begged Hinata. Hinata's head snapped upwards. She glared at Nariko with eyes that told her that if she didn't shut up, she would be the one who would not survive. Nariko took an instinctive step backwards. She loves him. He's getting weaker. What am I missing? She thought. Byakugan. Through her enhanced vision she saw that Naruto's heart was fibrillating. Oh no! She increased the amount of healing chakra to the burns, but it didn't help. His heart stopped. No! Sakura-san! Help me! He's dying! Angry at herself for not thinking of helping sooner, Sakura dropped to her knees and pushed all the chakra she could into Naruto's body. Please don't die. Please don't die. The combined healing powers of both girls began to weave back together the damaged skin and muscles, but it was to no avail. Naruto drew in a large, shaky breath, and then lay silent. Hinata shook her head in disbelief. No and no. Naruto Kuin. Chapter 26. Please read and review. I love reviews. Thanks. Pokes head out of reader-proof room. Ahehem. Well, this chapter is out at a much better time frame than the last one. Of course, part of that may be the fact that after 27 was released I received about 40 death threats in the space of 2 days. Cough dash. All that aside, I know that some of you don't like extreme cliffhangers, but I would really appreciate it if I didn't get any more reviews that say things like FCKU to hell. Or you mother FER. Playful death threats are fine, saying things like damn you, shakes fist. LOL is fine, but I don't like being sworn at in this manner. Please refrain from it in the future. Reviews like that upset me greatly, and an upset songbird does not feel like writing. Thank you. Gore warning. Someone commits seppuku in this chapter. For those of you who know how that is done, you also know it's very gory. I apologize, but I like the plot. Special thanks to my beta readers, Crackbaby, Soryoji and Yuichar. No. No please. Hinata begged for Naruto's lifeless form. Nariko's mouth fell open in disbelief. After a few seconds she brought both of her palms up in front of her eyes. Again. I failed to protect the clan. Again. Her gaze shifted down to the hilt of a short sword strapped around her waist. After a moment she removed it from its sheath and spoke softly. Takashi. Hi. I want you to be my kaishaku, a/n person who helps with the ritual suicide of a friend. Takashi's eyes widened in shock and horror. Please, Nariko-sama. That's not necessary. I killed my brother's only child, Takashi. Please. Help me die respectably, Nariko answered as she stared at the blade. You're the only one skilled enough with a sword. Please. Takashi's hands balled into shaking fists. He squeezed his eyes shut. I will do as you ask. He pulled out his sword and held it level with the back of Nariko's neck. I love you. I know. Nariko grabbed her short sword with both hands and aimed it at her stomach. Forgive me, Minato. She squeezed her eyes shut and drove the blade into the left side of her stomach up to the hilt. She then pulled the sword to the right and back to the middle. As she pulled the blade upwards, spilling her intestines onto her lap, it was at this moment that Tenten vomited. Takashi cleanly cut through her neck so that it was connected only by a small strip of skin at the front. Hands shaking, Takashi dropped the sword. As it clattered to the floor, he turned to face Kakashi. Will you allow us to leave with her body? Kakashi nodded in agreement. Takashi removed his knee-length coat and wrapped Nariko's body in it before taking her into his arms. Kakashi, you should know, she only thought she was doing what was best for her clan. He turned to the other 2 remaining members of his group. Let's go. Kakashi watched as Takashi and the others walked away. It's been a long time since I have seen someone commit seppuku. Perhaps she will have honor in her next life. He looked over at Naruto. Minato-sensei. It's like you've died a second time, he said as his visible eye misted over. Sakura and Hinata were both crying loudly. Nearby, Tenten sank to the floor. It's like a bad dream, she said softly as she stared at Naruto's face. She was sad, but for some reason, she just didn't cry. Naruto-kun. I will never let anyone forget your courage, Lee said as tears soaked his cheeks. Sasuke broke everyone out of their grieving trance with an angry, animalistic scream. He quickly closed the short distance between Naruto and himself and dropped to the floor next to Naruto's head. Wake up, damn you! You've never given up on anything in your life. Fight! He screamed and punched the floor. That's right. Naruto-kun would never give up. Hinata raised her head and sniffed back her tears. I won't give up either. She put both her hands over the area of Naruto's heart. Tsunade-sama, forgive me. I must break my promise. Sakura saw what Hinata was doing and recognized it immediately. She grabbed Hinata's hands. No, Hinata-chan. I'm going to save him. Did Tsunade-sama have time to teach you the proper way to do it? Hinata frowned. No. Then you'll die. It's worth it. Wait. I know the basic way it works. Maybe we can figure it out on our own, Sakura pleaded. Hinata looked skeptical, but she agreed. Alright, what do we do? Sakura scooted over next to Hinata. We have to change our chakra into electricity and shock the entire nervous system. Okay. Hinata and Sakura put their hands over Naruto's heart. As their hands began to glow green, all movement in the room stopped. Sasuke's tears slowed as he held his breath in hope. Come on, Ototo, and younger brother. Hinata suddenly felt a change in her chakra. That's it, she thought. She pushed as much chakra into the jutsu as possible. She knew that if they didn't hurry, not only were their chances of reviving him going down, but the chance of brain damage was going up. Both girls were beginning to sweat profusely and could barely keep going. Come on, come on, come on, she chanted in her mind. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in the sealed chamber. He stared at the now empty cage and let out a long sigh. For the first time in my life, I wish you were here. I don't know how to heal myself. As he sat down in the shallow water and folded his arms over his knees, a loud thump resonated through the chamber. What the hell was that? His eyes widened. Am I? Hinata felt as though she could easily fly. His heart is beating. She squealed in pure joy. I know, Sakura said, fighting to keep down her own excitement. Keep working. Hinata immediately went back to concentrating, angry at herself for letting her emotions distract her from her work. Very slowly, the last remnants of the burns vanished, save for some slight scarring. Dizzy from both exhaustion and happiness, she collapsed onto Naruto's back. Hinata-chan. You're heavy, Naruto's voice croaked out. Hinata squeaked and quickly sat up. Gee, Gomen! When she didn't get a response, she felt her earlier panic returning. Naruto-kun? She checked his pulse and closed her eyes in relief. He's just sleeping, she informed the others as she wiped away the tears of joy that had begun to moisten her already saturated cheeks. Lee and Tenten jumped into the air and let out a whoop of joy, while Kakashi shook his head and smiled. He's got more lives than a cat. Sasuke slid his right hand upwards over his face and let out a relieved sigh. You're gonna make me old before my time, Dobe, he said affectionately to his brother's sleeping form. Kakashi coughed. Well, now that he's alright. He changed the channel on his headset and put it on. Mayor Kurata. After a moment, Kurata's voice crackled over the receiver. Yes? The Yukai gang is no longer a problem. Please send officers to pick up their members. We are at the condemned apartment building on Au Street. Arigato, Kakashi. I will be in debt to you for a long time to come. Kakashi smiled. You are very welcome. We'll stay here until the police arrive. Kakashi out? He turned back to his teenage companions. Wait here for a few minutes, he ordered before disappearing up the stairs. He returned a few moments later with Naruto's cousin in his arms. Tenten and Sasuke will wait here for the police. The rest of us will return to the hotel. Hinata, Lee, you two will carry Naruto. I'll take care of her, he said, looking down at the woman in his arms so that they would know who he was talking about. Understood? Hi, replied the group. Jiraiya watched as all but Sasuke and Tenten left the building. He sighed, his earlier thoughts of checking out the local female population forgotten, when he realized that even if Itachi was nowhere in sight, he was probably not out of the equation yet, and therefore he could not leave Tenten and Sasuke without a guard. He sulkily rested his cheek on his fist and waited for the police to arrive. Kakashi hadn't seen anything, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. It's probably Itachi, he thought with a sigh. I can't track him. I'll have to wait till he makes a move. He knew this was the truth, but it was a truth he did not like at all. Itachi knew there was no way Kakashi hadn't sensed him. Due to his superior genjutsu skills, however, he was not worried. It only meant that Kakashi would be on guard. Hinata pulled the covers up to Naruto's chin and sat down next to him. After stroking his forehead a bit, she turned her gaze toward the blonde woman lying a few feet away. Are we handing her over to the Umbu? Kakashi shook his head. No. We're taking her to Tsunade-sama. I knew this woman very well, and I have a feeling she was only in the gang to act as Nariko's conscience. I want to give her a chance to explain herself. Kakashi-kun? Came the woman's weak voice. Kakashi moved next to her. Hi. How are you feeling, Tomoyo-chan? Tomoyo squeezed her eyes shut. My head hurts. After 30 seconds or so of silence, her eyes snapped open. Minato-kun! I saw Minato-kun! Kakashi smiled sadly. I know. Tomoyo didn't hide her surprise. You know? It may have looked like Minato-sensei, but the boy you saw was his son. And Naruto? Kakashi nodded. But you told us he was dead. I was misinformed. Sandaime-sama and Minato-sensei agreed to keep his identity a secret to protect him. Minato-sensei had many enemies. Tomoyo looked upset but sighed heavily in understanding. I see. Where is he? She began to ask before noticing Naruto was in the same room. She put her fingers over her lips as she let out a small gasp. Except for those odd birthmarks on his cheeks, he looks exactly like Minato-kun did when we were kids. Tears filled her eyes as she smiled. Has Nariko-chan seen him? She asked with a happy sniff. Kakashi winced and looked down. Kakashi-kun? Naruto jumped in front of one of her fires to protect this girl, Kakashi said, gesturing at Hinata. He nearly died from the burns, and Nariko thought he was dead. She believed she had killed her brother's son. She committed seppuku, he finished quietly. Both of Tomoyo's hands flew to her face, and she began to cry loudly. Nariko-chan, she said in between cries of anguish, her voice muffled by her hands. After a few seconds she fell to her side on the bed, her hands still to her face. Kakashi sat down on the bed. I'm so sorry, Tomoyo-chan. He looked up at Hinata, Sakura, and Lee. I'm sorry, but could everyone leave us alone for a moment? Sure, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied. And with that, the three teens got up and left the room. As soon as the door slid shut, Kakashi laid down behind Tomoyo and wrapped his arms around her. She tensed for a moment in shock, but was quickly grateful for the gesture and squeezed his arms tightly. Kakashi closed his eyes, trying his best to ignore how warm she felt. Now is not the time for old feelings. And so she simply held her and let her cry. They'll probably be a while, Sakura said. Why don't we go to the rec room? Lee and Hinata nodded. They were about to leave, when they heard footsteps approaching them. Sasuke, Lee called out as he waved. That was fast, Sakura commented as Sasuke and Tenten came to a stop near them. They're a well-organized force, Sasuke replied with a shrug as he made a motion to open the door to their room. He stopped when he felt Sakura's hand on his wrist. Kakashi-sensei is talking to Naruto's cousin. He told us to stay out for now, she explained. We were going to the rec room. You two want to join us? Lee asked. Sure, Tenten said. Sasuke gave only an indifferent shrug. Hinata's small finger flicked the light switch to the on position. The room had a tatami mat floor and contained a tennis table, pool table, a TV, multiple armchairs and couches, and a shelf with several board games and many rows of books. She smiled. It's nice. Lee, wanna play table tennis? Tenten asked. Hi, Lee replied. Hinata walked over to the shelves and picked out a book. She snuggled into one of the huge armchairs and began to read. Sakura sighed and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun? She said after a moment. Yeah? Can I talk to you for a minute? Alone? Sasuke frowned in curiosity. Okay. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on a sliding glass door. There. We can go to the terrace. Sakura nodded and the two headed in that direction. Lee noticed Sasuke and Sakura disappear through the terrace door and sighed. I should have known better than to get my hopes up. He was broken from his thoughts when the ping-pong ball hit him in the head. Oh, Lee-kun? Pay attention, Tenten said with her arms folded. Lee blinked. H-high. Gomen. Sasuke was getting impatient. For the last 5 minutes, all Sakura had done was stare outwards toward the city. If you're not going to say anything, then I'm going inside. Gomen. I was just trying to think of how I want to say this. She boosted herself up onto the wide, wooden railing that surrounded the terrace. You know I've loved you for a long time. Sasuke sighed. Not this again. He ran his fingers backward through his hair. Yeah, I know. Well, I know you don't care, but I just wanted to tell you that I don't love you anymore, Sakura said as her eyes misted over. Sasuke blinked his eyes rapidly in shock. Seriously? Sakura nodded. I realized it after I woke up from that coma. I'm glad. I didn't want you chasing me your whole life. You would have wound up alone, Sasuke replied seriously. NHM. I know that now. After wiping her eyes, she smiled. I also wanted to tell you that I forgive you for what happened at the Valley of End. Sasuke smiled in relief. Thank you? I didn't want to lose one of the few friends I have. I'm happy you said that. Sometimes I wasn't sure you even thought that much of me. I didn't want you to think we had anything more than friendship. I'm sorry. I understand, Sakura replied with a nod. Well, I'm going back inside. Are you coming? Sakura sniffed. No. I think I'm gonna stay out here for a while. Okay, Sasuke said with a small smile. Sakura stared after him as Sasuke left, feeling a little sad that her first love no longer had her affections, even if he didn't. As Kakashi held Tomoyo, he suddenly realized that she had stopped crying and her breathing had slowed. She was asleep. He smiled and stroked her forehead. Sleep well, Tomoyo-chan. He got up from the bed and pulled the covers over her. I suppose it's time to retrieve the troops, he said as he began to head for the door. Suddenly, the room was dark and so was the hall beyond it. What the hell? He grabbed a kunai and a lantern and opened the door. In the hallway, the sound of light sobbing reached his ears. He looked to his right and saw a small girl huddled on the floor. He approached her cautiously. Are you okay? In an instant, the small girl's hand had an iron grip on his wrist. She turned her head and looked at Kakashi. He was not surprised to see the Manjikyu Sharingan staring back at him. Itachi. Very good, Kakashi, the little girl said with a horrible sneer. Now. Play dead? The Manjikyu spun and Kakashi fell to the floor, lost in his own nightmare world. Itachi dispelled the genjutsu, then walked into the room and picked up Naruto. Well, Naruto-kun. It appears you will finally fulfill your destiny. With that, he opened the window and disappeared into the night. Chapter 27. Please read and review. I love reviews. Thanks. Opens window of reader-proof room. This came out quicker than I thought it would. I actually didn't hit any major roadblocks. LOL. We're getting near the end, folks. I don't predict more than another 8 chapters. There will be sequels and one-shot side stories after this is complete. Thank you to my beta readers, Crack Baby, UHR, Soryoji, and JCKBRCKN. Sakura looked at her watch, raised her eyebrows, and walked back inside. Okay, everyone. It's been a half hour, so I think it's safe to. She trailed off as she stared in disbelief of the scene before her. Lee and Tenten shot around the room, throwing ping-pong balls at each other. Sasuke was leaning up against the wall with an amused smirk on his face. Lee-kun! Come back here and fight like a man! Tenten complained as she unleashed another barrage. Do you think I'm insane? Lee said with a laugh. Hey! Sakura called out. Lee and Tenten froze in mid-duck/throw and Hinata looked up from her book. Sorry, Sakura-san, Lee said. Sakura pointed to her watch. We need to get back to the room. Lee and Tenten quickly threw the ping-pong balls back in the nylon sports bag they had found them in while Hinata put her book back on the shelf. Jiraiya had a raging headache by the time he managed to dispel the genjutsu he'd been put into. Damn him. The instant Jiraiya had landed on the roof Itachi had been occupying earlier, the building spun around him. Shit! He put his hands in the release seal. Kai! No effect. Damn it! I'm going to have to wait for the chakra to disperse. I hope Kakashi can handle the situation until I get there. He jumped off the roof and headed in the direction of the hotel. Please don't let me be too late. Sasuke did not like the dark hallway they were greeted with when the group reached their floor. Hinata, you're Byakugan. Byakugan. Hinata saw someone on the floor of the hallway outside their room. Kakashi-sensei? She scanned further. When she saw that Naruto was no longer in his bed, the bottom dropped out of her stomach. She gasped loudly and bolted down the hall. Hinata! Sasuke called after her. Please, let me be wrong. But Hinata knew she was right as soon as she saw that it was indeed Kakashi on the hallway floor. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura yelled as the rest of the group caught up to Hinata. Hinata looked up at Sakura. Can you heal him? She asked, knowing Sakura was much more advanced in medical jutsu than she was. I can try, Sakura replied. She knelt down next to Kakashi and began to work. Hinata took this as her cue and ran into the room. Naruto-kun! She called out in desperation. Tomoyo blinked the sleep out of her eyes and stared in confusion at the panicked girl in the center of the room. What's wrong? Sasuke appeared, silhouetted in the lantern light from the hallway. His hands were clenched in anger. Itachi took Naruto, he said in a voice which seemed to drop the temperature of the room a few degrees. Tomoyo leapt out of her bed, ignoring the mild headache this brought. Where's Kakashi-kun? Out here, Sasuke answered. As Hinata, Sasuke and Tomoyo entered the hallway, Sakura stood up, regret etched deeply into her face. I can't help him. The genjutsu did too much damage. Upon seeing Kakashi, Tomoyo dove to the floor. Kakashi-kun! Sasuke sighed. All right then. The 5 of us, he said, pointing to all the teens, will go after Naruto. Tomoyo, will you take Kakashi-sensei back to Konoha? Are you insane? I'm going anywhere while Naruto is in danger. Not to mention you're a bunch of genin. There's no way in hell you're going to beat Itachi. That's why we need you to bring reinforcements. Not to mention that you're the only one strong enough to carry Kakashi-sensei. Tomoyo frowned. All right. But don't engage the enemy unless you absolutely have to. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Tomoyo. Don't talk to me as if you're still a Konoha ninja, he said coldly. Tomoyo glared at him, but kept silent. Sasuke-kun! Sakura admonished. Sasuke ignored her. I'll leave markers along our trail, he said to Tomoyo. Catch up when you can, and we'll need good aim. He turned to his comrades. Let's go. Tomoyo let out a sigh of worry as she watched them run down the hallway. Please God, let them be safe. As soon as Jiraiya caught sight of the Konoha team, he knew he hadn't made it in time. He changed direction and proceeded to catch up with them. Sasuke, he said as he fell in step with the team. Sasuke jumped a little at Jiraiya's sudden appearance but recovered quickly. Where the hell were you? This isn't the time for that, Jiraiya answered, barely managing to push down a feeling of guilt. What kind of head start does Itachi have? Sasuke sighed. At best about 10 minutes. At worst, nearly a half hour. Jiraiya's jaw clenched in distress at Sasuke's answer. Lee, you and I will move ahead. The rest of you catch up when you can. Lee nodded and the two sped away. Sasuke let out a breath of irritation, but he knew there was no time to argue. Keep moving, he ordered, feeling the need to remind everyone who had taken command of the mission. It had been almost an hour and Hinata couldn't hear much besides the blood pounding in her head. She had been so desperate to reach Naruto that she had actually pulled ahead of the group by 20 yards. Hinata! Stay the hell with the group! Sasuke yelled. She clenched her teeth but fell back. For the first time in her life, Hinata truly felt like telling someone to shove it. The first thing Naruto noticed was the rush of cool air blowing over his body. Man, that feels good. He forced his eyes open and looked to see who was carrying him. Itachi. He immediately began struggling against the ropes that bound him, but it was no use. He had barely had the strength to move. Itachi merely glanced down in mild interest at hearing Naruto yell his name. So you're awake, he said in a deadpan tone. Damn right I'm awake. You are so dead when I get loose. Itachi simply cocked an eyebrow. He snorted in mild amusement. I injected you with a muscle relaxant. You won't be going anywhere. Naruto gritted his teeth. Just be patient. We'll be at Orochimaru's place soon. Wait a second. Why the hell are you working with Orochimaru? Don't you hate each other? A smirk found its way to Itachi's mouth, one eerily similar to Sasuke's. Orochimaru is nothing but a pawn. Once he completes his work on you, I will kill him. The smirk widened into a terrible smile. And you will become Akatsuki's ultimate weapon. Naruto's eyes widened. Nani? Sasuke broke a large branch on the nearest tree as he passed by it. Sakura winced. Do you have to do that much damage? Sasuke sighed in irritation. We don't have time for subtlety. Sasuke? Mumbled Hinata. What? Sasuke replied. Hinata moved up next to him. We'll make it in time, she said gently. Sasuke looked at her in surprise. Hinata's expression showed nothing but unwavering determination. I know we will. After a second, Sasuke's expression changed from angry panic to a mirror image of Hinata's. NM, he said with a strong nod. Keep moving, everyone. He clenched his fist tightly and stared at it. We won't fail. For the rest of the journey, Sasuke broke smaller branches. Jiraiya swallowed hard. I've lost Itachi's chakra signature. Jiraiya-sama, what if we've lost the trail? Lee asked with worry. Jiraiya sighed. It doesn't matter. I know where he's going, he said as he sliced off the tip of a leaf as a trail marker. How? We've just crossed the border of the Sound Village. Lee squinted against the darkness, and sure enough, the village of Sound was barely visible on the horizon. Do you know where his base is? Jiraiya nodded gravely. I know all too well. Tsunade groaned in disgust at the paperwork that lay on the desk before her. She lifted her pen, and was about to begin signing a document when she heard a commotion outside. She frowned in curiosity. The yelling died down and the door began to open, so she took up a battle stance. The face she was greeted with was one she thought she would never see again. Tomoyo-chan. Tsunade hopped over her desk. What? Tomoyo shook her head rapidly. No time for that. Itachi has Naruto. What? In a split second, Tsunade had whipped the door open and began barking orders at the startled Jounin guards. Gather all the available Anbu and Jounin. I want them at the gates in 20 minutes. Hi. The Jounin responded and then disappeared in clouds of smoke. As the group of 10 Anbu and 6 Jounin sped toward the Sound Village, Tsunade's chest was uncomfortably tight. She knew there was a very good chance that they wouldn't make it in time. Suddenly a question entered her mind. She was surprised she hadn't thought to ask it before then. Tomoyo-chan? Hi. How did you return to Konoha so quickly? It's nearly a day's travel to get to Guangzhou. Tomoyo ducked under a small branch. Minato-kun taught me Hiraishin no Jutsu, a /N flying thunder god technique. Tsunade's eyebrows raised in surprise. I didn't know he taught it to anyone. He taught me? As a thank you? Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment. Well, you certainly deserved it, she said with a smile. Thanks, Tomoyo replied. Tsunade clapped a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. Tomoyo nodded and they continued on their way. Naruto could do nothing but glare as Itachi laid him in the center of a sealing circle and bound him with ropes of chakra. What's he gonna do to me? He asked, terrified that he would be sliced open again. The end result is the only thing I am sure of. Orochimaru has not seen fit to share what his technique will be, Itachi replied. He walked over to one of the pillars in the room, leaned against it, and waited. After a few moments, Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared. Kabuto was holding several scrolls of various colors. He immediately set about putting them on points of seal Naruto currently lay in the middle of. Once his task was complete, he left the room. Orochimaru walked over to Naruto and squatted down near his head. So glad you could join us again, he said with a mocking smile. Naruto gritted his teeth. Let me go, damn you. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Oh, don't worry. I won't be cutting you like last time. Kyubi is dead, which means that my efforts were successful. You were trying to kill Kyubi? Naruto asked. Of course. I deliberately performed the unsealing incorrectly. I knew that if he tried to heal you, it would be his end. I was waiting for you to be nearly dead before I pushed your skin together. He frowned in irritation. Then you were rescued. I thought you wanted his power. Why would you kill him? Orochimaru laughed at this. Dear boy. I have his power. He waved a hand over Naruto to indicate to him, right here. What the hell makes you think I'll fight for you? Naruto spat. Goo. My. You certainly are entertaining today. No, Naruto. You won't fight for me, Orochimaru said. Confusion spread over Naruto's features. What? Orochimaru leaned in close so that he was a mere inch from Naruto's face. You will be me. Naruto's eyes widened in fear. No! After this jutsu is complete, you will be my guest for 2.5 years. And then, you will become my new body. Chapter 28 Comes out of reader-proof room. Well, this chapter isn't the end, but it does tie a lot of things together. Let's just hope I made my knots tight. LOL. Chapter warnings. A rather gruesome death for 2 bad guys and the death of a very minor character. Want to see what Naruto's new battle eyes look like? Want to see the few doujin panels that actually got finished? Check out the collab art section on my site. It's under the fanfic section. Jiraiya and Lee waited impatiently a few hundred yards from Orochimaru's hideout. Where are they? He mumbled as he scanned the direction they had come from. I'm sure they're moving as fast as they can, Jiraiya-sama, Lee replied. Jiraiya frowned. Hinata had her Byakugan pushed to the limit as she ran with Sasuke at the front of the team. Please let us be close, she thought. Sasuke noticed another clipped leaf to his right. This way, he commanded as he changed course. After a few moments, Hinata's eyes widened. There they are, she said, pointing straight ahead. This time, no amount of yelling from Sasuke would hold her back from using her full speed. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow as she noticed Sasuke's trail had gotten noticeably less obvious. I wonder what calmed him down. Tsunade-sama? Tomoyo said. Hi. How would you feel if after this is over, I came back to Konoha? That's really up to you. The Namikaze complex is still there, but it would need a lot of work to be livable. May I ask why you want to come back? Tomoyo was quiet for a moment. I was thinking of adopting Naruto. This news instantly made Tsunade feel very defensive. That would prove difficult. Tomoyo frowned. Why? Because he already has a mother, Tsunade said quietly. Tomoyo's heart sank. Who? Me. Tomoyo's eyes widened, and then flattened into the narrow slits of an upset frown. I see. The 2 women were quiet for a moment. I won't give him up, Tsunade commented suddenly. I see. Tomoyo repeated. She swallowed down the lump in her throat. Then, after I know Naruto is safe, I'll go back to Ganzhou. You know. Just because you can't adopt him, doesn't mean Naruto wouldn't want you around. Family is very important to him, Tsunade offered. Tomoyo sighed heavily. I'll think about it. Good, Tsunade said with a smile. She turned to the rest of the team. We just crossed the Sound Village border. Keep an eye out for them. Hi! Yelled the entire team. Naruto watched in confusion as Kabuto brought one small cage after another. Each one seemed to have a small animal inside and was placed next to one of the 5 different colored scrolls. What are those for? Naruto asked as Kabuto walked over to Orochimaru and stood next to him. These are all summon animals, Kabuto replied with a horrible smile. Summon animals? The scrolls are linked to them by a special jutsu I created. This jutsu contains their chakra within the scrolls. I am going to give that chakra to you. Naruto's eyes widened. What'll happen to the summons? He demanded. They'll die, of course, Orochimaru answered simply. Naruto gritted his teeth. You bastard! Naruto turned his head as he looked at each of the cages. Snake. Dog. Ferret. Slug and Gamakichi? He looked back at Orochimaru. Damn you! Let him go! Orochimaru smirked. I don't think so. He cracked his neck. Kabuto, are you ready? Kabuto took a few steps toward Naruto. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Jiraiya, Hinata, Sasuke, Tenten, Lee and Sakura were huddled near the entrance to Orochimaru's base. Are you sure you can mask all our chakras? Sakura asked. Jiraiya grinned. No problem at all for the famous Jiraiya-sama. Sakura's eyes twitched. Doesn't he ever get tired of talking about himself? Why are there only 2 guards? Hinata asked. Jiraiya folded his arms and smiled ruefully. Orochimaru has always thought he was invincible. He's never used a lot of guards. How should we proceed, Jiraiya-sama? Lee asked with a salute. Jiraiya put a closed fist to his chin in thought. Well, first we have to get rid of the alarm system, he said, glancing backward to indicate the guards. Lee. Hi. If you remove your weights, how fast are you? He was the first person who's ever been fast enough to hit Sabaku no Gaara. Sakura said in a way that reminded Sasuke of the way she used to talk about his exploits. Sakura. You. Sakura realized how overexuberant she must have sounded and blushed. Jiraiya cleared his throat. All right then. Lee will take care of the guards. Hi. Lee agreed, saluting again. And Lee, nothing fancy. Knock them out and come right back, Jiraiya warned. Lee nodded and pulled off his weights. Stand back. I'll need to open the first gate. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. A 15-year-old child can open the gates. He frowned. Guy has been reckless. Initial gate, open. For a moment, Lee's hair looked like it was being ruffled by a mysterious wind, then he shot away so fast that even Sasuke had trouble seeing him. A green blur flew past the guards, and they both fell to the ground unconscious. Lee rejoined the group. Mission successful, he said. Good, Jiraiya said with a nod. All right everyone, follow me. The group of Konoha ninja stood and walked quietly into the snake's lair. Kabuto put his hands on one side of the circle, and half of it began to glow. Orochimaru chose a spot on the circle opposite Kabuto and did the same thing. As the circle became fully lit, Naruto felt a burning sensation throughout his body. He struggled against his bonds, but nothing came of it. Damn it! I can't let this happen, he thought angrily. Suddenly the summoned animals all screamed and lines of chakra in their color streamed from the scrolls into Naruto. Ah! He screamed as pain ripped through his body. His muscles grew tired from the effort of trying to resist the process. The chakra lines disappeared and so did the screams of the animals. He knew they were dead. Chakra swirled all around his body, and then all at once seemed to dive into him. He let out one last blood-curdling scream and fell unconscious. The scream that pierced the blackness of the tunnel she was in made Hinata's blood run cold. Naruto-kun! She started to run, but Jiraiya held her back. We can move faster, but we still need to use caution, he warned. Hinata nodded in understanding. Hi. Byakugan. All right, let's go, Jiraiya commanded. Sweat soaked both Orochimaru and Kabuto as they slowly got to their feet. Itachi walked over to them. Did it work? He asked, eyeing Naruto's unconscious form. I will know if he wakes up, Orochimaru answered. Itachi sighed. I must stay here longer then. My leader wants a report on this. Orochimaru glared in suspicion. I thought your business was finished? Oh, come now, Orochimaru. You know very well that my leader would want to know the fate of the power you intend to create. We must make sure it will not be a threat to the organization. Orochimaru answered, still suspicious, but accepting the explanation for the time being. Hinata was staring through the walls as Orochimaru and Itachi finished speaking. The look on her face told Jiraiya all he needed to know, but he let her say it anyway. We're too late, she said in a barely audible voice as tears welled up in her eyes. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Is he alive? Hinata wiped away some of the tears that were running down her face. I think so. But what did they do to him? Sakura finished. Jiraiya, came Orochimaru's voice into the hallway. Everyone froze. I thought you understood that it's rude to lurk in doorways? No sense hiding now, Jiraiya said with an angry sigh. He stood and walked into the room. The others followed him. Orochimaru was sitting in an armchair just a few feet away from Naruto. Really, Jiraiya, I'm insulted you didn't want to say hi, he said with a very insincere smile. Jiraiya folded his arms and gave a fake smile in retort. Tsunade and a rescue team will be here momentarily. You won't win this one. Sasuke began to move forward, but Jiraiya put out an arm. I'll handle this. You kids take care of Kabuto. Sasuke frowned. Hi. Jiraiya produced a Rasengan and ran towards Orochimaru. He managed to get about 3 meters before his attack hit an invisible barrier, which sparked and threw him backwards. What the hell? He asked as his team helped him up. You didn't honestly think that I wouldn't have been prepared for a rescue attempt? Orochimaru said. For the first time, Jiraiya noticed the two sound nuns crouched next to the walls between him and Orochimaru, and cursed himself for not seeing them sooner. Naruto groaned and Orochimaru smiled. Well, it would seem he hasn't been killed at least. What did you do to? Jiraiya trailed off as his gaze fell on the circle under Naruto. His eyes widened. This is... What is it, Jiraiya-sama? Tenten asked. Jiraiya ignored her. Orochimaru, you're insane. You know it's impossible. Jiraiya yelled. Only for a simpleton like you, Orochimaru answered coolly. What is he trying to do? Sakura asked. Jiraiya let out a puff of air through his nose. He's attempting to give Naruto Niji A/N Rainbow Chakra. What? Sakura shrieked. The other genin stared at her. What the hell is chakra? Sasuke asked, irritated that Jiraiya and Sakura seemed to share a secret he was not aware of. Jiraiya considered his answer for a moment. Ever since the discovery of the summon animals, ninjas have tried to find a way to give themselves their power. Each classification of summoned animals has its own chakra color: canine orange, amphibian green, invertebrate violet, reptile indigo, and weasel yellow. 5 colors total. Humans blue and the great yokai red finish the color set. Ninjas have long theorized that transferring the other 6 colors to a human body would give them incredible power. But no one's ever figured out how. Orochimaru smiled. Until now. Coughing brought everyone's attention back to Naruto. He gingerly pushed himself to a sitting position, every movement making him wince. His eyes widened a little. Hinata-chan? Everyone? Then he noticed Jiraiya and his eyes narrowed. After a moment he closed his eyes and sighed. No. This isn't the time for that. He straightened himself a bit. Why are you guys just standing there? He asked, breathing heavily. There's a barrier, Naruto, Jiraiya answered, nodding his head in the direction of one of the sound bins holding said barrier in place. Naruto was about to say something else when he doubled over in pain and a clear shockwave blasted outwards from his body. Gaia! If the merging of Naruto's and Kyuubi's chakra could have been described as a strong wind, then this could easily be called a small hurricane. Everyone was forced to the ground, struggling to stay where they were. Itachi saw this as his chance. He activated his Manjikyu and locked eyes with Orochimaru, forcing the snake-like into a nightmare world where he was killed over and over again in the most horrible ways imaginable. Kabuto noticed the vacant look on his master's face. Orochimaru-sama! He screamed as he slowly crawled towards him. Once he had reached his destination, he felt Orochimaru's pulse. It's erratic, but he's alive, he thought in relief. The pulses from Naruto continued for several minutes. The instant they ended, Itachi leapt toward Orochimaru, kunai in hand. Kabuto jumped up and attempted to block him, but Itachi's hand caught his arm and snapped it backwards at the elbow. Kabuto screamed and fell to the floor. Itachi tensed his eyes and the Manjikyu began to spin. Jiraiya had a feeling he knew what was coming. Everyone get back! He called out as he herded his team toward the far wall. Black fire burst into life around Orochimaru and Kabuto. The flames seemed to have a life of their own as they curled around and around their victims, crawling up their arms and legs and licking at their flesh with searing heat. Orochimaru managed to open his eyes, but it was too late. He and Kabuto screamed as their skins simply melted away. Blood oozed everywhere as both men slowly turned into charred skeletons. Sakura could not hold back her horrified scream. She had heard of Itachi's strength, but she had never imagined he could do something so frightening. No. I can't lose myself to fear. She swallowed and noticed that the two men who had been creating the barrier had lost their concentration when their master screamed. Jiraiya-sama, the barrier's gone. It was at that moment that Tsunade and her team arrived. I thought you were going to wait to engage the enemy, she asked Jiraiya as she stopped next to him. Sorry. Things got complicated, Jiraiya replied. So I see. She nodded toward the pile of ashes still feeding the now smaller black flames. What's that? Our once teammate and his subordinate. What? Tsunade clenched her teeth and looked at Itachi. I'd better be careful if he managed to kill Orochimaru. Itachi looked at the rather large group that was ready to stand against him, which included two of them. This may be a bit much for me in my current state. I will need a distraction though. He looked around before his eyes settled on Sasuke. He'll do it, he thought before turning toward his younger brother. Sasuke. The instant Sasuke turned his head toward the one who had called his name, he knew he had made a serious mistake. He suddenly found himself at his parents' house, walking toward that familiar doorway. Oh please. Please do not do this again. How many times will he make me see this? He thought as he stepped inside the room. It was horribly quiet. The only thing to occasionally break the silence was the lightning as it shrieked across the blackened sky. Ni-san! Tu-san! Ka-san! There. He trailed off when he realized that the person hidden in the shadows in front of him was a bit short to be his brother. Who are you? You're weak, Sasuke, said a voice that seemed very familiar, yet terribly cold. Why, you're not Ni-san! Why? Why did you kill them? Sasuke cried. To test my abilities, said the figure as he stepped out of the shadows. Sasuke's eyes went wider than humanly possible. And Naruto? Naruto was dressed in Itachi's Umbi uniform. A cruel smile played across his lips, and the Manjikyu Sharingan, which contrasted sharply with the cerulean blue, stared out from his eyes. You honestly think making a new brother is going to make things better? The only thing that will bring you strength is hate. He took a step towards Sasuke. Now, he said, the smile transforming into a sick grin. Hate me. Sasuke's hands flew up and clutched the sides of his head as he dropped to the floor. No! Sakura was on her knees next to Sasuke, attempting to heal his mind from Itachi's attack. Damn that bastard! What did he make him see? Itachi looked at Naruto and clenched his jaw in irritation. He hadn't expected so much opposition, and now he would have to delay his capture of him. You've only postponed the inevitable. Dog, ox, ram, dragon? Those seals. Tsunade thought. Run! She screamed at everyone. As she dove for safety, she grabbed Naruto, rolling out of the way just in time to avoid being incinerated. By the time she looked up, Itachi was gone. She sighed and got to her feet, slinging Naruto over her back as she did so. Should I follow him? Jiraiya asked Tsunade. No. Naruto is safe. That's all that matters right now, Tsunade answered with a relieved smile. Tsunade-sama? Sakura said. Tsunade walked over to her. Yes? She asked. I need help. I still can't do this one right, Sakura admitted with a frown. Tsunade smiled. It's okay. You'll get it. She knelt down and placed her hand over Sasuke's forehead. In a matter of seconds his eyelids were fluttering. Arigato, Tsunade-sama, Sakura said. Tsunade only smiled in reply and patted the girl's shoulder. All right. Let's get out of here. Wait a moment, Jiraiya said before heading for one of the summoned cages. He gently lifted Gamakichi's body and cradled him in one arm, sighing sadly as he closed the small frog's eyes. We should take them with us. Give them back to their families. Everyone nodded in agreement and gathered all the cages. Now we can go, Jiraiya said. Hi, Tsunade replied. She shifted Naruto to a more comfortable holding position and the team headed for home. Chapter 29. Please read and review. I love reviews. Thanks. Sakali fans will be happy with this chapter. Smiley face. Tissue warning near the end. Radio play news. A friend of mine pointed out that some people might not know what a radio play is, so I thought I'd explain. It's pretty much a T.V show without the picture. It has sound effects, BG music, and voice actors. The finished chapter segments will be in MP3 format. Gamabunta stared forlornly at the still form of the much smaller frog cradled in his enormous webbed hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and a single tear rolled down his face. Gamakichi, he said softly. I'm so sorry, Gamabunta. If I had gotten there in time. It's not your fault, Jiraiya, Gamabunta replied. He sighed heavily. I just don't know how to tell my mate. I'm going to take him home now. Of course. Gamabunta sighed again and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. As Jiraiya was returning to the city, he saw Tsunade walking up the path. Oh hail, Tsunade. Oh hail. Jiraiya. Silence. How did he take it? She asked with a wince. About as well as you would expect. I suspect I won't be able to summon him for quite some time. Jiraiya watched a bird as it flew over his head. How did it go with Katsuyu, and Tsunade's summon? Not as bad. It wasn't her child, but she was still upset, Tsunade replied. NHM, silence. Well, I'll be seeing you, Jiraiya said as he turned around to go. Jiraiya, wait, Tsunade said as she placed a hand on his arm. Jiraiya turned back around to face her. HM? Naruto should be awake soon. I want you to stay and talk to him, Tsunade said. Jiraiya shook his head. It won't do any good, Tsunade. He hates me, he said sadly. I don't think he does. He was taking the shock of the moment out on you. I think if you talk to him again you might find he's calmed down. Jiraiya sighed. All right. Silence. But before I do that, I need to tell you the whole truth. Naruto had spent the past few nights in the hospital. Monitors beeped in rhythm with his heart, and circular pads on his forehead connected him by wires to a machine that watched the electrical activity in his brain. He was getting very tired of listening to the incessant beeping. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep, he repeated in a bored voice as he stretched out on the floor in front of Kyuubi's empty cage. He made a long, irritated sigh as he rolled over and stared at the cage. I wish he was here to teach me how to heal. Pause. Wait a minute. Maybe I can teach myself. He sat up and leaned against the wall. Maybe if I just imagine myself getting better, then I will. He pictured his body in his mind. Get better, get better, get better. After a minute, he realized his plan wasn't working and stopped. I guess I'll have to ask Bachan how to heal myself when I wake up. With that, he flopped back down to the floor and resumed echoing the heart monitors. She watered the flowers on the nightstand next to Naruto's bed, put the watering can on the floor, and sat back down on the chair she'd occupied for the last few hours. She had wanted to stay by his side every second until he woke up, but of course, her father would have none of it, and restricted her to normal visiting hours. She became more alert when she suddenly heard her name called. Hinata-chan? A wide, open-mouthed smile lit up her face. Naruto-kun! She cried happily. She hugged him and planted a kiss on his lips, then sat up quickly with a blush. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. Don't worry about it, definitely not the worst way to wake up. Hinata's blush intensified at the comment. I'll be right back. I have to tell the nurse you're awake, she said before getting up and leaving the room. Naruto smiled and sighed happily. Not a bad way to wake up at all, he thought as he folded his arms under the back of his head. Sweat beaded on Lee's forehead as he pounded away at the multi-armed practice poles in front of him. 1004, 1005, 1006. Lee-kun! Lee stopped his practice and turned in the direction of the voice to see Sakura running toward him from the other side of the field. Sakura-san, he said with a wave. Lee-kun, Naruto's awake, Sakura said once she came to a stop. Lee grinned. Yosh! I knew he'd be fine, he said as he clenched a fist in front of him for emphasis. Sakura smiled, but then became quiet. Lee-kun? Lee saw the serious look on Sakura's face and became concerned. Hi. It's nothing bad. I just need to talk to you for a minute, Sakura said as she fidgeted with her hands. Oh. Okay. Do you want to sit down? Sakura shook her head. No standings. Fine. Silence. Lee-kun. While Sasuke and I were out on the terrace at the hotel, she began. Lee forced a smile. I'm happy for you. I didn't think he'd ever change his mind, he said, trying to keep his shattered heart from showing. Sakura immediately understood what Lee was thinking. We didn't kiss, Lee-kun. Lee looked confused. Then what? Sakura put her fingers over his mouth in order to silence him. I told Sasuke-kun that I don't love him anymore. A flutter of hope entered Lee's chest. Why, you don't? He swallowed down his nerves. Sakura shook her head once again. No. I like someone else, she said as she looked at him. SSS someone else? Lee asked, trying desperately to remain calm. Sakura, having suddenly lost her ability to speak, looked down at her feet. Should I just come out and say it? How should I say it? Oh, the hell with it. With that thought she jumped up, wrapped her arms around Lee's neck, and kissed him. Rock Lee could not move a single muscle. Hell, he could barely breathe. And he felt stupid too. The girl he loved more than anything was kissing him, and all he could do was stand there like a statue. After a moment, Sakura realized Lee was not kissing her back and stopped. As she backed down off of her tiptoes, she looked at Lee in confusion. Lee-kun? No answer. Lee-kun. Say something, she said with a worried frown. Suddenly, Lee blinked rapidly, as though coming out of a trance. It took him less than 2 seconds to quickly take Sakura's face in his hands and cover her lips with his own. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise, but it didn't take her long to settle into the kiss. Just a few months ago she would never have thought of kissing Lee, but now it seemed like the most natural thing in the world. After a few moments they parted. Sakura looked at Lee's eyes. Somehow, they didn't seem as strange as they used to. Where once there were these odd, round portals, there was now warmth. And love. Was this really the same boy whose manner and eyes made her very skin crawl when they first met? It seemed so very long ago. She noticed he had tears slowly finding their way down his face. Lee-kun? Lee made no move to wipe away his tears. He put his hands to her face again, rested his forehead against hers and closed his eyes. I'm scared. Sakura's face crinkled in concern. Scared? I'm scared to move, or breathe. I'm afraid all of this will vanish and I'll wake up, Lee answered in a choked voice. Sakura smiled. Lee-kun. She pulled him into a warm embrace. I'm not going anywhere. Naruto sighed for the millionth time as Tsunade checked him over. I'm fine, Ba-chan. Tsunade sighed and stood straight. I suppose so. Just take it easy for the next few days. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah? Silence. Naruto? Tsunade said with unease in her voice. Naruto looked up. HM? Someone would like to visit you. Tsunade's tone sounded odd to Naruto. So? Send them in. Alright, but please do me a favor and don't make a scene. She turned and went to the door. Opening it a crack, she spoke, You can come in now. A scene? Why would I? Naruto began before he saw Jiraiya step through the door. His eyes narrowed into angry slits. He jumped up and was caught by Tsunade just before he managed to escape through the window. Let me go! He roared. Tsunade put Naruto back on his bed and held him down. You will at least listen to what he has to say. If, after he's finished, you still want nothing to do with him, that's your business. She leaned closer to him and lowered her voice. But you would really be the idiot so many people think you are, if you let the friendship between you two go without a chance, she said sternly. Naruto stopped struggling. Fine, he snapped, before folding his arms. Tsunade let Naruto go and turned to face Jiraiya. Good luck. She placed a hand on his shoulder. If you need me, I'll be in the hall, she said with a comforting smile. Jiraiya nodded in thanks and sighed as Tsunade closed the door behind her. Silence. More silence. Naruto. Spit it out, would you? I don't have all day, Naruto said irritably. I need you to know the whole truth. Jiraiya sat in a nearby chair. If you still hate me after I'm done talking, then I won't bother you anymore. Naruto's expression softened a bit. Fine. I was on your mother's squad for only a few months, when she told me that she was pregnant with you. Jiraiya allowed himself a small smile. I was very happy. Minato was like a son to me, so I felt like I would soon have a grandson. His smile faded. When she was about 5 months along, I learned, through my network, that someone was planning to release the Kyuubi in order to harness his chakra. That person was Orochimaru. Naruto, now interested in the story, sat up straighter. I knew he had gone insane, but I had no idea he would try something so stupid. Jiraiya sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. I told Minato, and he immediately began working on a new sealing jutsu. A few months later, Orochimaru attempted his plan, but something went wrong, and Kyuubi was released from the Yukai realm into his own. After the attack, Sandaime-sama asked me if I wanted to take you in. I wanted to. I really did. But I felt I needed to avenge Minato. I didn't think it would take so long. Silence. But the weeks turned into months, and the months turned into years. By the time I realized that taking care of you was more important, you were 4 years old. I knew you had grown up with Sandaime, and I thought you were happy. I felt like I had no place in your life anymore, so I stayed away. If I had known about the way everyone treated you, I never would have. Jiraiya finished as he wiped away the tears that were threatening to fall. I know I don't have the right to ask. But is it possible for you to forgive me? Naruto simply stared at the man in front of him. This man was not the normally proud Jiraiya. This was a man who cared about him and was begging for forgiveness. He couldn't just leave it at that. Yeah. Jiraiya looked up in surprise. I can forgive you. It'll just take a little while, Naruto said with a somber expression. Jiraiya closed his eyes for a moment. That's a lot more than I expected. Thank you? He stood to leave. As his hand touched the door handle, he spoke again. I'm glad you're all right. Naruto sighed. Thanks. Jiraiya nodded and left the room. He saw Tsunade standing there with a satisfied smile. Thank you, Tsunade. You stopped me from making another mistake. Don't worry about it. Come on. Let's go get something to eat, Tsunade answered with a grin. Jiraiya smiled, and the two left the hospital. Tsunade's face began to slip down the hand it was resting on. She suddenly blinked and shook away her exhaustion. She was surrounded by the stacks of books on her bed. She'd spent the last 6 hours searching for anything she could find on chakra. What she had found were merely passing references, shrugging it off as an impossible legend. She noticed the room around her getting brighter. Day was coming. She frowned at her rather skimpy list of notes and sighed. I guess I'll have to finish this later. She yawned, moved the books to the floor, turned out the light, and laid down in an attempt to get the little sleep she could before work. Hinata walked along the road to the hospital with a small bouquet of daffodils in her hands. She spotted Lee and Sakura and walked over to greet them. Sakura saw Hinata approaching and smiled. Hey, Hinata. Hello, Sakura-chan, Hinata replied. Sakura noticed the flowers Hinata was carrying. Are you going to see Naruto? Hinata smiled, looked at the ground and blushed a bit. Hi. Sakura giggled softly. You're his girlfriend now. You don't have to get embarrassed anymore. Hinata looked up. You're right, she said with a smile. Would you like to come with me? That sounds great. How about you, Lee-kun? Sakura asked. You bet, Lee answered. He took Sakura's hand. Let's go. Hinata looked at Lee and Sakura's intertwined fingers and her eyes widened a bit. Ano? I hope you don't mind me saying this. But I'm glad you finally accepted Lee-kun, she said with an approving smile. Sakura grinned from ear to ear. Me too, she said as she looked up at Lee and gave his hand a short squeeze. Naruto looked up at Sakura, Lee and Hinata entered his room. Hey guys. Hi Naruto, Sakura replied. You're looking a lot better, she said with a smile. I feel a lot better, Naruto said. Ohio, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Naruto flashed her a foxy grin. Hey Hinata-chan. His gaze drifted to the flowers. Are those for me? Hi, Hinata replied with a blush. She walked over to the bed and handed Naruto her gift. I picked them out because the tops are yellow like your hair. Naruto's grin widened and he blushed. Thanks. Sakura leaned up to whisper in Lee's ear. Aren't they just adorable? Lee grinned. Yeah, he whispered back then, using the opportunity their close proximity afforded him, and gave her a quick kiss. Nay, Naruto? Sakura said. Hi. Naruto replied as he put his flowers in the vase on the nightstand. With everything that's happened since your party, I never got around to having mine. Sakura pulled a small, pink envelope from her equipment pouch. It's on the 15th. She walked over and held out the invitation to Naruto. You're invited, she said with a smile. The instant Naruto's fingers touched the invitation, a memory awakened that made him freeze in place. The stunned look on his face must have been quite severe, because Sakura frowned in concern. Naruto? She asked as she placed the envelope on his bed. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Naruto blinked rapidly and shook his head. Nothing, he said softly. Just a headache, he said rather unconvincingly. Could you guys leave me alone for a bit? I'm kinda tired. Okay, Lee said, earning an unhappy look from Sakura. Lee, she began. Get some rest, Lee interrupted, silencing Sakura with a look. Once Lee and Sakura were in the hallway, Sakura turned to him. Why did you do that? Something obviously upset him. Which is why we needed to go. I don't know what it was, but something about his expression told me that we would only make him uncomfortable. Hinata is probably the only one who could get through to him right now. Sakura sighed and dropped her arms to her sides in defeat. All right, she said. Let's go then. And the two walked off down the hallway. Back in the room, Hinata was at a loss as to what she should say, but Naruto broke the silence for her. Hinata-chan, I know you want to help, but I'd really like to be alone right now, Naruto said gently. Hinata's expression became sad and she looked down. I'll tell you later. I promise. I just want some time to myself, he added with a comforting smile. Hinata sighed. All right. She gave him a kiss. I'll see you after I get my mission assignment. With that, she turned around and left the room. As soon as the door clicked shut, Naruto gingerly picked up the invitation off the bed. He stared at it with a tightness in his stomach. I completely forgot about that. Sakura had left Lee at his place and started walking home. On her way, she went past the academy and suddenly had an idea. I wonder, she thought and jogged toward the building. Iruka was correcting some tests when he heard someone knocking. Iruka-sensei? Sakura said as she opened the door and walked in. Iruka smiled. Sakura, what's up? I wanted to ask you a question. About Naruto, Sakura answered carefully. Iruka raised his eyebrows. Sounds serious. It's not. Well, actually I'm not sure what it is. Let's sit outside, Iruka said as he stood up. Sakura nodded and they left the room. So what is it? Iruka asked as Sakura seated herself on Naruto's swing. Well, a little while ago, I was visiting Naruto with Lee-kun and Hinata. I wanted to invite him to my birthday party. Wasn't your birthday in March? Hi. But I never had time to get around to a party. I see. So anyway, I handed him his invitation and he got this strange look on his face. He asked us to leave. He wouldn't say what was wrong, Sakura finished with a frown. Iruka's face wore an expression of understanding. I think I know what it was, but you may not want to hear it. Sakura was confused. Why? It has to do with you, Iruka replied gently. Sakura was a bit startled. Me? Iruka sighed. It happened when Naruto was 9 years old. He came to me and said he had some great news. I was glad to see him so happy. He wore a fake smile so often back then. Irika's eyes clouded over with sadness at the memory. I asked him what happened and he told me that he'd just been invited to a birthday party. A birthday party? Your birthday party. Mine? But I never. Sakura's eyes became wide as a long-forgotten memory seeped its way into her mind. Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and then at her last invitation. She'd never seen him hanging around with anyone, so she wondered if she should invite him. Finally, she decided it was okay and walked over. Naruto? Naruto, who was sitting on his swing, looked up, surprised that someone was talking to him. Hi, he replied with suspicion. Do you want to come to my birthday party? Naruto's face lit up. That'd be great. Sakura smiled and handed him the invitation. Okay. It's Saturday at 5 o'clock. Thanks, Naruto said as he stuffed the invitation in his pants pocket. Do you know the way to my house? No, Naruto replied, nervously scratching the back of his neck. You live with Sandaime-sama, right? Sort of. I have an apartment right next to the Hokage Tower. He lives by himself? Sakura thought in shock. Okay, I'll come get you then. Wait for me outside your apartment at 4:30. Okay, Naruto replied. See you later, Sakura said as she ran off. Don't forget. She called back over her shoulder. Hi, Naruto called back. Cousin? Sakura said. Yes, sweetheart, Mrs. Haruno answered. I invited one more person to my party. Is that okay? Sakura asked hopefully. Mrs. Haruno smiled. Sure. Who is it? Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura replied. Mrs. Haruno stopped moving. I'm sorry, Sakura. He can't come, she said in a low voice. But why? Sakura asked with a sad frown. She paused. What should I tell her? He's dangerous? He could kill her? No, better go with something else, she thought. He's under the care of Sandaime-sama, and you didn't ask his permission. Oh. Well, we can just call him then, Sakura said. I don't know his number, Mrs. Haruno replied, praying her daughter would drop it. No such luck. We can look it up, Sakura said as she walked over to the phone book and began to turn the pages. Suddenly, the book was shut and her mother's hand firmly held the cover in place. Sakura, drop it, Mrs. Haruno said crossly. Why? Sakura asked, frustration building up inside of her. Do as I say. Sakura bowed her head. Hi, cousin. Poor Naruto. I completely forgot about it. Sakura began to stand up. Well, at least now I can apologize to him. Wait. You don't know everything, Irika informed her. Sakura sat back down. On the day of the party, Naruto took all of the savings from the allowance Sandaime-sama gave him and asked me to take him shopping. He wanted to buy you a present. I told him he didn't have to spend so much, but he wouldn't hear of it. Once we had the gift, I took him home. He told me he didn't need me to stay with him, so I left. He stood in front of his building and waited for you. He waited. Sakura exclaimed with a heavy heart. Around 6 o'clock it began raining. At 9 o'clock I figured the party was over and went to ask him if he'd had fun. I got to the front of his building. And that's where I found him. Sakura let out a gasp and her hand flew to her mouth. Naruto was sitting on the ground, holding Sakura's present. He was soaked to the bone and shivering with cold. Irika could hardly believe his eyes. He's been waiting out here all this time? He bent down and held his umbrella over the small child in front of him. Naruto? No answer. Naruto, we have to go inside. SHSHSHSSSSHSHSHSHCCCCC coming. Naruto's small voice shivered in determination. Pain entered Irika's heart. Naruto, he said before pulling him into a hug. Naruto's resolve melted away and he began to cry. Sakura's eyes overflowed with tears. I brought him inside and had him change his clothes. Then I sent him to bed and kept him company till he fell asleep. Iruka wiped his eyes as he finished speaking. Sakura felt as though her heart would break. That she had caused Naruto that much pain was too much for her to bear. She put her face in her hands and sobbed loudly. Iruka felt a stab of pity as he watched her. Sakura. Please. Just go. Sakura managed to choke out. Iruka sighed. All right. He stood up. But if it means anything to you, I know your parents probably stopped you from going to him. It wasn't your fault. When he didn't receive an answer, Iruka walked away. Sakura continued to cry. After a while she stood up and just stared at the swing. Someday, I'll make up for this, Naruto. She turned away from the swing, left the schoolyard and walked home. I promise. Chapter 30. This chapter is nothing stellar in my opinion, mainly filled with important info thrown in here and there. Sasuke breathed heavily as he held his pounding head in his hand. Damn nightmare, he complained under his breath. He pushed the covers off of himself, looked out the window, and shuddered. Rain pummeled the glass and lightning arced across the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Just at that moment, a dark shape appeared at the window. His eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat. Then the figure knocked. Sasuke! Sasuke visibly relaxed, turned on a lamp, and opened the window. Naruto hopped through the window and Sasuke quickly closed it. Damn it, Naruto! I was sleeping! He growled. Naruto grinned nervously. I know. Gomen. But I couldn't sleep, and I'm out of ramen, he said sheepishly. Sasuke rolled his eyes and sighed loudly at the ceiling. He pointed toward the kitchen. Far right cabinet, top shelf, behind the rice. Naruto smiled. Thanks, he said before heading for the kitchen. He returned a few minutes later with 5 cups of ramen in his arms. Thanks again, Sasuke. You're a pal, he said as he started to open the window. Sasuke looked at his friend's soaking wet clothes and hair. Wait. Go eat it in the kitchen. You can wait out the storm here. Naruto grinned and shut the window. Thanks. Yeah? Just don't wake me up when you leave. And get a towel. You're dripping water everywhere, Sasuke instructed before getting back into bed and shutting off the lamp. Naruto sat down with his latest cup of ramen and began to eat. As he finished up the last one, he heard a yell from Sasuke's room. He jumped up and ran to his brother. He saw him tossing his head from side to side, his hair damp with sweat. A nightmare? He concluded. Sasuke? Sasuke, wake up! He said as he gently shook him. Suddenly Sasuke's eyes snapped open. How could you? He roared as he grabbed Naruto by the throat and threw him to the floor. He then jumped on top of him and pulled back his fist in preparation for a punch. Sasuke! Naruto yelled in an attempt to snap him out of it. Sasuke froze mid-punch, his eyes wide with shock. And Naruto? Who'd you think it was, team? Naruto replied as he rubbed his sore larynx. Sasuke sat down on the floor. Gee, Gomen. That must have been one hell of a nightmare, Naruto said hoarsely. What was it about? Sasuke froze for a second. There was no way in hell he was going to tell Naruto that he had replaced Itachi in his nightmare. Just Itachi, he said, hoping Naruto would buy it. Oh. Naruto yawned. Well, I hope you don't mind, but I don't think I'll be waking you up from your nightmares anymore, he said with a bemused smile. Sasuke faked his usual smirk. HMF. Naruto noticed it seemed quieter than it had been when he first arrived and looked out the window. Well, he sneezed, looks like the storm's done. Another sneeze. You really are an idiot. You caught a cold from being out in the rain, Sasuke said with a frown. Naruto wiped his nose and made a reassuring hand wave. Nah. Somebody must be talking about me. I've never been sick a day in my life. Never? Naruto smiled. Nope. Okay then. See you later, Sasuke yawned as he crawled back into bed. Naruto opened the window. Ja, he said, and disappeared into the night. Naruto sat up and then fell straight back down to the bed. His head felt like it weighed 20 pounds. What the hell is the matter with me? He groaned. He rolled out of bed, got dressed, and headed downstairs to breakfast. Tsunade heard Naruto's footsteps and looked up. Oh hail. She noticed her son looked a little pale. Naruto? Ka-san, Naruto mumbled as he slumped into his seat. Tsunade was instantly concerned. She got up and put a hand on Naruto's forehead. It was extremely hot. You're burning up. I'm not sick, Naruto replied as he sniffed. Yeah, right, Tsunade said. You're not training today. Naruto glared at her. I told you I'm fine, he said. Just to prove his point, he stood and began performing some taijutsu moves. Look! At the end of his demonstration, he passed out and fell to the floor. Naruto! Tsunade said loudly as she dropped to the floor by her son. She put 2 fingers to his neck and breathed a sigh of relief. She noticed Nabiki walking by. Nabiki. Hi. Nabiki replied as she stopped mid-step. When she saw Naruto on the floor, her eyes widened. Naruto-kun. Tsunade held up a hand to stave off Nabiki's oncoming panic attack. He's just sick. Please inform Sakura and Sasuke that he won't be practicing with them today, Tsunade instructed as she scooped up Naruto into her arms. Nabiki still looked concerned, but bowed anyway. Hi, Tsunade-sama, she said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. As his vision became clear, he saw Tsunade sitting in a chair in front of him. Ohio was the only thing he could think of to say. Tsunade smiled. You gave me a little scare there, kiddo, she said just before ruffling his hair slightly. I don't get it, Naruto said after a moment. Why the hell am I sick? I never get sick. Tsunade frowned and thought. I think this is another thing you'll have to get used to now that Kyuubi is gone. Naruto growled in disgust. Damn it. Here, Tsunade said as she laid a green chakra-covered hand on Naruto's chest. After a moment she sat up straight again. Better? Naruto took a deep breath, testing his lungs. Yeah, a little, he said as he began to sit up. Oh no you don't, Tsunade said with a smile as she pushed him back down. You still need to rest for the day. Naruto frowned. But you just healed me, he protested. I helped your immune system and cleared out the mucus, but it's not an instant cure, Tsunade replied. Naruto growled. Fine. A sudden thought struck him. Nay, will you teach me how to heal myself later? Tsunade seemed to consider this for a moment. Okay, but after we work on your chakra control. We did that already. Yes, but your chakra has changed again, therefore you need more training, Tsunade said firmly. Naruto sighed. Get some rest. We'll start tomorrow morning, Tsunade said as she kissed her son's forehead. High three, Naruto grumbled. After Tsunade left the room, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Sakura dodged Tsunade's punch only to be side-kicked a split second later. She stumbled backwards and held her side, breathing hard. Damn it. Tsunade shook her head. You shouldn't still be falling for that trick after a month, Sakura. Sakura sat down on the grass. In my defense, you're not exactly an easy opponent. True, but you should have at least been able to attempt to block. Sakura gritted her teeth. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Hinata, you're up, Tsunade said. Hinata nodded. As she slid into her basic stance, she noticed a figure running towards them. Naruto-kun, she said with a wave. Tsunade smiled. It's good to see you with so much confidence now. Hinata returned the smile. Thank you, sensei, she said with a short bow. Naruto came to a stop next to Hinata. Everyone. Tsunade smiled. You're looking much better. Sakura turned a confused gaze towards Tsunade. Better? From what? I had a cold yesterday, Naruto replied. Had? How do you get over a cold in one day? Sakura asked. Bachan, Naruto answered with a grin. Sakura frowned. Naruto. She's your mother now. Show some respect, she chastised. Tsunade shook her head and put up her hand to halt Sakura's rant. You're fighting an uphill battle in a wheelchair, Sakura. Sakura gave Tsunade a look of stunned confusion. Naruto simply grinned and Hinata giggled. At any rate, since Naruto is here, your training session is over, she said to Hinata and Sakura. Can we stay and watch? Hinata asked. Tsunade shook her head. I'm afraid that's not possible. Last time he trained with new chakra Shizen wound up in my personal medical ward. Hinata's eyes widened and she looked at Naruto. He swallowed and averted his eyes to stare at the ground. We'll let you get started then, Sakura said, with a mild unease in her voice. Naruto noticed the concerned look on Hinata's face. It'll be okay, he said as he gave her a hug. Hinata pulled back from the hug a bit. Are you sure? Hi, Naruto replied. He gave her a quick kiss. I'll be fine. Hinata blushed and nodded. Okay. Don't forget, we're getting ramen at 6, she said before turning and walking away. Hi. After Hinata had disappeared from sight, Naruto turned back to Tsunade, who wore a sappy smile. What are you smiling at? Tsunade's smile widened. You two are just so cute. Naruto promptly folded his arms and rolled his eyes. Psht. Let's just get started. Tsunade chuckled warmly and picked up a clipboard from the rock it had been sitting on. All right. She walked a little further towards the middle of the field and stopped. Now, she said once Naruto caught up to her, the first thing I want to discuss is, she flipped a page, your eyes, she said seriously. My eyes? Hi. According to Kakashi, while you were fighting Namikaze Nariko. Naruto flinched. Your eyes changed to become purple with white centers. Hi, Naruto replied, suddenly feeling uneasy. Tsunade frowned. I assume you know what happened to Nariko? She asked gently. Naruto's expression became somber. Yeah. It wasn't your fault. You know that, right? Doesn't make me feel any better about it. Tsunade decided to try a slight subject change. Have you been to visit Tomoyo at the hotel yet? Naruto turned his gaze to the sky. No. He sighed. I don't know what I'd say to her. Hi. I'm your long-lost cousin. Too bad about that whole seppuku thing. Wanna go get some ramen? Silence. Tsunade grimaced a little. How about just hi, to start? Naruto let out a long sigh and looked at his mother. Can we talk about this later? Tsunade nodded. Sure. She looked at the report again. So, tell me what happened. Naruto stared at her blankly for a moment. They changed color, he said, unsure about quite what information she wanted. Tsunade looked at the sky for help. I meant, how did it manifest? Naruto thought for a moment. I'm not really sure. I was yelling at Nariko and they just changed. Sounds like it may be like when Kyuubi's features emerged. Heightened emotion set it off. Makes sense to me, Naruto answered with a shrug. Did your vision change in any way? Not right away, but after a few minutes I saw these purple dots floating in the air. Purple dots? Tsunade asked with a cocked eyebrow. Yeah. They were everywhere. I tried to touch them, but I couldn't, so I molded some chakra into my hands. It worked and I managed to grab a bunch of them, Naruto said with a growing smile. And? I squished them into a ball, Naruto replied, curling his hand into a fist to illustrate. A ball? Yeah. And then I threw the ball and... well, it kind of exploded, Naruto said sheepishly. Tsunade's eyebrows went up. She was silent for a moment before frowning in frustration. I wish you could activate your eyes so you could show me. I could try. I mean, Sasuke can activate the Sharingan whenever he wants. Tsunade shrugged. It's worth a shot. Naruto nodded and scrunched up his face in concentration. Not surprisingly, nothing happened. Try focusing chakra to your eyes. But just a little. We don't need any shockwaves right now, Tsunade instructed. Hi. Naruto put his hands into the molding seal. After a minute, he felt a bit of discomfort, and his noose slid into place. He looked up at Tsunade. Did it work? The fifth Hokage didn't say anything. Instead, she simply put her hand over her mouth and stared. Naruto was growing impatient. Well? Tsunade shook her head to bring herself back into focus. Sorry. Yes, it worked. Do you see the dots? Yeah. Alright then, just do what you did before, Tsunade said with a slight after you wave. Naruto focused chakra to his hands and began grabbing the dots. Tsunade was surprised after a moment as the mass in Naruto's hand became large enough for the naked eye to see. Once the mass filled his entire hand, he formed the ball and held it up for Tsunade to study. Incredible, she exclaimed. Suddenly her eyes widened. There was only one thing in the air that could explode just from being made into a ball and then thrown. But it was only supposed to be a theory. She took a deep breath. Throw it. Naruto turned around and whipped the ball at a rock that was roughly 12 feet in front of him. The rock shattered from the explosion, sending shards flying everywhere. Both he and Tsunade put up their arms to shield their faces. When the danger was past, Tsunade stared at the shallow crater in the ground where the rock used to be. I thought so. What is it? Sujukan. Tsunade turned to look at her son. You've just thrown a bomb made of chakra residue. Chapter 31. Naruto's face was twisted in a frown of confusion. Chakra leaves a residue? Since when? Tsunade folded her arms. Until now it was just a theory I'd heard of. When I was living away from Konoha, I became friends with a chakra specialist. She believed that chakra leaves a sort of byproduct, or residue, hanging in the air after it's used. She called it Sujukan, /n after soul. She paused. It looks like she was right. Naruto deactivated him. So it's a bomb of chakra residue? Pretty much. Why didn't you tell me my family had a? Because they didn't. But it's most likely due to Kyuubi's chakra merging with yours. Yuma chakra is very different from that of humans and summons. You might even develop other physical changes, Tsunade said carefully. I won't turn into a Yuma. Will I? Naruto said with a fearful expression. Tsunade smiled. No, your human chakra would keep that from happening. Naruto visibly relaxed. What else will change? Tsunade grimaced slightly. I don't really know. Hopefully, anything else will manifest itself during training so we can know what we're dealing with. Naruto nodded. So, are we starting with chakra molding again? Yup, Tsunade answered with a slightly amused smile. He threw one kunai after another, as he tried desperately to distract himself with target practice. The image of Naruto in his nightmare from the other day flashed through his head. Now, he said, the smile transforming into a sick grin. Hate me. Sasuke shook the image away. It was bad enough when his nightmares consisted of Itachi slaughtering his family, but now the one doing those horrible things was Naruto. And again, it was Itachi's fault. He only had these nightmares because of Itachi's illusion. Suddenly, he could swear he saw his elder brother's face over the target on the tree. I hate you! He yelled as he threw the kunai. It hit dead center. A leaf crunched behind him and Sasuke spun on his heel, ready to face his potential attacker. When he saw who it was, he sighed and lowered his weapon. Tenten grinned sheepishly. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sasuke shook his head and went back to throwing kunai. It's fine. Okay. Tenten sat on a nearby log. I'll just wait till you're done. She took out a kunai and began twirling it on her finger. After a few throws, Sasuke slowly lowered his arm. Hey, he said quietly. Tenten looked up. Hi. Do you? Sasuke tightened his grip on his weapon. Tenten cocked her head to one side in curiosity. Could you show me how you did that throw the last time you were here? Sasuke asked without looking back. What throw? When you hit the target without seeing it. Tenten's eyebrows rose slightly. Seriously? She stood and walked around in front of Sasuke. The great Sasuke-kun is asking for help? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Forget it, he said angrily as he began to stalk away. Tenten grabbed his arm. Wait. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have teased you. I'm honored that you want my help, she said with a reassuring smile. Sasuke gave her a suspicious look, and then nodded. Okay. Now, when you're looking at your target, you have to visualize a grid over the area, Tenten said as she gestured at the target. Sasuke frowned in thought. Okay. Make sure your grid is slightly bigger than your target. That way, if you can't see the target, you can just count the number of grid squares from the outer edge to the middle. You can actually do that? Sasuke asked with disbelief. Tenten made a short laugh. I've been perfecting it since I was 5. Sasuke's eyes widened as the reality of what he'd just been told sank in. Then, that time. That means she did that on instinct. I'm sure you'll get it much faster with the Sharingan. Anyway, I just realized I'm hungry. I'll see you later, Tenten said with a smile and a wave. Tenten. Hi. Sasuke paused for a moment before continuing. Thanks, he answered, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. A wide grin broke over Tenten's face. Anytime. Ja. As Sasuke watched her leave the area, he smiled to himself. It's nice to know not every girl is part of my fan club. With that thought, he went back to his training. Tomoyo had just cracked an egg into the pan on the stove in front of her when she heard a knock on her front door. She opened it to see Naruto standing there. Naruto-chan, she said with a smile. Naruto stared at her for a moment. Chan? He said with an incredulous expression. Oh. Sorry. It's just that I used to call Minato-chan because he was short too and… Tomoyo trailed off at Naruto's expression going from incredulous to downright insulted. She cleared her throat. Anyway. Would you like to come in? Naruto nodded and walked inside. Go ahead and sit on the couch. I just started cooking breakfast. Naruto sat down. You like ramen, right? Oh wait, that was a stupid question. You're Minato's son, of course you like ramen. Be back in a jiff. Naruto blinked rapidly as he watched Tomoyo practically skip into the kitchen nook. That was weird. Tomoyo came back into the main room with 2 bowls of breakfast-styled ramen and handed one to her cousin. I hope you don't mind, I like fried egg chunks in it. Naruto's eyebrows went up for a moment as he accepted the bowl. He took a bite and smiled. This is good. I'm glad you like it, Tomoyo said with a smile. After a moment her face became serious, and she put her bowl down on the coffee table in front of them. I'm really glad you're here, she said in a voice that made Naruto look at her curiously. I was starting to think you didn't want to see me. I wouldn't blame you. Especially after what Nariko-chan did. She finished quietly as a tear slid down her face. Naruto put his bowl down. I don't hate you. If that's what you were thinking. It's just that I don't understand some things. Tomoyo sniffed and wiped some of her tears away. Like what? Like Bachan. Bachan? Sorry, it's something I call Kasan. Tsunade puts up with someone calling her granny? Anyway. She told me you're a good person. I don't understand how you could do what you did if you were. Tomoyo sighed heavily. It was to make sure Nariko-chan, more tears made their way down her face, wasn't alone. She said as she rested her forehead on her close-fisted palm. Oh. Silence. I'm sorry she died, Naruto offered, feeling highly inadequate. I'll move on, Tomoyo said softly. I did when Minato-kun died. Tomoyo looked at Naruto. You look just like he did at your age. Kasan said the same thing. Silence. What was my dad like? Naruto asked suddenly. Tomoyo's mouth curled into a small smile. He was a royal pain in the ass, she said with a laugh. Huh. Before he met Kushina, Minato spent most of his time training, pulling pranks, picking on me for being tall, and acting like he was God's gift to women, she said with an eye roll. He was also loud, she added as an afterthought. Naruto just stared at Tomoyo. Of course, a lot of his attitude towards women was because of Jiraiya. Naruto let out a small snort of a laugh. Tomoyo's smile became warm. But Minato-kun was also warm and caring. He had the strangest power to make people trust him and to change their hearts. A happy tear rolled down her cheek. I've never known someone so brave. He never gave up. Even when it looked like there was no possible way he could win, he found a way. I'll always miss him. Naruto's cheeks were moist with tears. I wish I could have known him. So do I. He would have been a great father, Tomoyo replied. She suddenly wrapped up Naruto in a warm hug. I'm so glad you're alive. It's like a part of him is too, she cried. Naruto was surprised she had hugged him, but he didn't pull away. Thanks. That means a lot to me. Tomoyo sat up and wiped her eyes. Would you mind if I stayed in Konoha? Naruto grinned. Are you kidding? I'll kick your ass if you don't stay. Tomoyo laughed. Thanks. She took a deep breath. Well, we should eat this ramen before it gets cold. Hi. Naruto replied before grabbing his bowl and shoveling in ramen. Tomoyo smiled warmly. Yup. Just like Minato. Sakura walked into the kitchen where her mother was snacking on some odango. Ka-san? Yeah? I need to talk to you. About Naruto, Sakura said carefully. Mrs. Haruno put down her odango. Okay. What about him? Sakura was relieved that her mother didn't seem upset about the topic and sat down in one of the chairs surrounding the table. When I was 9 and you told me he couldn't come to my birthday party. Was it because he had Kyuubi sealed inside him? Mrs. Haruno sighed and hung her head a bit. Yes. But he wasn't the Kyuubi, Sakura replied, her disapproval obvious. I know that, honey. But what you have to understand is that very few people knew exactly how the seal worked. I honestly thought he was a ticking time bomb, that the Kyuubi could have taken him over. I was afraid of him hurting you, no matter how nice he was. That's really awful, Ka-san, Sakura said with a glare. I know. In fact, the day you told me he was on your team, I was terrified. I even went to Saname-sama to ask him to put you on a different team. It took a long talk with him for me to understand that I had nothing to be afraid of. He waited, Sakura said angrily. Nanny? He waited that whole day for me. Outside. In the rain. Mrs. Haruno gasped as her hand flew to her mouth. I never knew. Sakura-chan, I'm so sorry. I'm not the one you need to apologize to, Sakura replied, most of her anger replaced with simple sincerity. You're right. Silence. I have an idea. Why don't you invite him to dinner tomorrow? Mrs. Haruno said with a smile. Sakura smiled widely. I'm sure he'll like that. How did you get back to Konoha so quickly? Tomoyo gave Naruto an odd look. What do you mean? I mean, you shouldn't have been able to get back to Orochimaru's place so fast. It's almost a day's walk to the sound. Have you heard of Hiraishin no Jutsu? That's the jutsu Shishuya used to teleport, right? Hi. Tomoyo smiled. When I heard of my uncle's plan to have your mother killed, I told Minato-kun. As a thank you, he taught me Hiraishin no Jutsu. I'm not nearly as good at it as he was. It requires the use of an anchor seal at the place you want to teleport to. Minato-kun could have teleported all the way to Konoha in one shot. I had to use the extra anchor points Minato hid throughout the Fire Country. The main one is under the family crest on the gates of the Namikaze complex. The Namikaze complex? I didn't even know we had one. Tomoyo chuckled. It's not even worth mentioning anymore. It's totally run down. Her laughing stopped when she noticed a sudden look of determination in Naruto's eyes. I'm gonna rebuild it, he said, his fist clenched in front of his face. What, dash? Naruto-kun, you're crazy. That place is condemned, not to mention huge. I can do it. As soon as I make a jounin, I'll do it, Naruto answered with an ambitious grin. Why when you make jounin? I can't afford it on a genin salary, Naruto replied with a pout. Tomoyo laughed. Well then I'm sure you'll rebuild it soon. With the skills Kakashi-kun told me you have, you must be Chunin already. Naruto twitched and looked down. No. I'm not. Tomoyo bit her lip. Oh. Sorry. It's okay. His eyes regained their light after a moment. Hey, can you teach me Harasshin? Sure, but after you finish your chakra control training with Tsunade-san. I don't want you blowing yourself up, Tomoyo replied. She laughed at Naruto's dejected expression. Tomoyo stood and walked over to a very fat backpack in the back of the room. After rummaging around in it for a moment, she pulled out a very ornate-looking kunai and sat back down next to Naruto. This was Minato-kun's. Kakashi-kun asked me to give it to you, she said as she held it out to him. Naruto took the kunai. It had prongs on the bottom of it like a sai, and the handle had a white wrap on it imprinted with some kanji. This is how he used the Harasshin in battle. Once he marked his enemies with this kunai, they were dead, Tomoyo said with pride. Naruto smiled and put the kunai in his hip pouch. Thanks. Okay, my turn to ask a question. Tomoyo stared at her cousin for a moment. Why on earth do you wear that blindingly bright outfit? Naruto blinked a few times before answering. 'Cause I like it? Naruto-kun. Wearing that outfit is like shouting "I'm over here" to the enemy. Naruto pursed his lips in annoyance and folded his arms. Hey, would you allow me to treat you to some new clothes? Tomoyo asked. Naruto looked down at his current attire. I dunno. Please? If you don't like what I buy for you, then you don't have to wear it, but I just want to give it a try. After a moment, Naruto relented. Okay. But it has to have orange on it. Tomoyo frowned in thought, and then smiled. I have an idea. Naruto wandered around the garden in front of his house, waiting for Tomoyo to return. He smiled when Hinata came around the corner of the road. Hey, Hina-chan. Hinata smiled and blushed at the sudden nickname. Hina-chan? You don't like it? Naruto asked with a dejected expression. Hinata waved her hands around in front of her. No. I do. I just didn't expect it. Naruto smiled. Are we going out for ramen today? Of course. Hinata saw Naruto look at the road like he was waiting for something. What is it? Tomoyo-san went to buy me some new clothes, Naruto grumbled. Hinata giggled. Maybe you'll like them. She looked up at the sky, which was quickly going from white puffy clouds to dark and threatening. We should get inside. I think. At that moment the clouds opened up and both teens were drenched. It's going to rain, she finished as she pushed her wet bangs from her face. She began to walk toward the house and suddenly felt Naruto's hand holding her wrist. Let's stay out here, he said with a grin. But it's pouring. The water's kinda warm. Come on, Hina-chan, Naruto begged. Hinata could never resist him when Naruto gave her that $1 million smile. Okay. Naruto grabbed a small ball of mud and flung it at Hinata's jacket. Naruto-kun! Hinata squeaked. Get me back if you're mad. Or are you chicken? Naruto said with a positively evil smile. A smirk slowly spread over Hinata's face. I am not a chicken. That is my ninja way. She flung a mud ball of her own, connecting it with her boyfriend's hip. Naruto retaliated with a blob to Hinata's midriff. She scooped up a huge amount of mud, ran up to him, and shoved it down the back of his shirt. Naruto sputtered as the substance oozed down his back. Damn you, he said with a laugh. He made a Kage Bunshin. Okay. Now it's on. Hinata activated her Byakugan. I won't lose. She giggled. Naruto found a spot in the garden vacant of plants, formed the Rasengan and spun it in mud, causing a huge amount of it to fly at Hinata. Before he knew it, she was in a stance he recognized all too well. When did she learn? Kaiten! Hinata yelled. She spun just before the mud hit and managed to knock most of it right back at Naruto, effectively burying him in it. Naruto cried out in protest as he was quickly turned into something resembling the creature from the Black Lagoon. He calmly walked up to Hinata. When did you learn Kaiten? Niji-san has been teaching me. Hinata looked at her clothes, which were fairly well coated in mud. I still haven't perfected it though. Naruto laughed and wiped away some of the mud from Hinata's face. You're still cute, he said softly before leaning in for a kiss. As soon as their lips touched, they heard footsteps behind them. Do I even want to know? Naruto and Hinata quickly shook their heads. Tomoyo, who was under an umbrella, held up the bag from the clothing store. Guess it's a good thing you have something to change into. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and burst out laughing. Naruto took the bag of items Tomoyo had bought for him into his room and locked the door. He sighed, set the bag on his bed, and reached inside. As Hinata and Tomoyo waited for Naruto to come back from changing his clothes, Nabiki walked into the room. Hi, Hinata-chan. She was silent for a moment as she took in Hinata's muddy outfit. Whoa! What the heck happened to you? Hinata blushed slightly. Naruto-kun and I had a mud fight. Nabiki grinned. Why am I not surprised that Naruto-kun was involved? Hinata giggled. You want something to change into till you get home? Nabiki asked. Hinata nodded fervently. Yes, please. Wait here a sec, Nabiki replied. With that, she disappeared into the hallway. Hinata folded her hands in her lap and waited patiently. Nabiki returned with a small bundle of clothes and handed them to Hinata. Don't worry, I made sure to pick out something tame. Hinata bowed her head. Arigato. I'll change into them after Naruto-kun comes back. About a minute later they heard Naruto's voice from the hall. Okay, I'm ready. Well, come out then, Tomoyo said as she wandered in from the kitchen with a sandwich. Okay, Naruto replied. He walked into the room and Hinata's jaw hit the floor. He was wearing a pair of slightly loose, leaf green cargo pants, his shuriken holster and wrap on his right leg. His equipment pouch was on his left hip. He had on a medium blue t-shirt with a large orange swirl on the front and 2 inches of fishnet on the ends of the sleeves. The last accessory was a pair of fingerless gloves the same color as his shirt, with metal hand guards on the back which were swirl-shaped and orange. What do you think? He asked with a hopeful smile. Tomoyo smiled in approval. I think you're gonna have to beat the girls off with a stick. Nabiki laughed. Don't say things like that, you'll worry Hinata-chan. Naruto had gotten compliments from everyone but the one he wanted. Hina-chan? Hinata barely managed to blink away her trance. Hi. You look wonderful, she breathed. She walked over to him and put her hand on his face. I never thought you could look even more handsome than before. A grin spread across Naruto's face and he kissed her. Thanks, Hina-chan. What about you? Tomoyo asked Naruto. What do you think? I like it. I really like it a lot. Thanks, Tomoyo-ne-san, Naruto said as he gave her a hug. Hey, Hinata-chan. You should change, Nabiki offered. Hi. Would it be alright if I washed up too? Sure. Just go down the hall, 5th door on the left. Watch it though, the water in the shower gets hot fast, Nabiki warned. Hinata nodded and hurried away. She pulled out each of the carefully placed bobby pins and clips from her hair. Once they were all sitting on the counter in a neat pile, she reached up once again and slid off a wig. As Hinata stared in the mirror, she gently fingered her now nearly shoulder-length hair. I won't be able to hide this from my father much longer, she said with a frown. She remembered the way Hayashi had reacted when she had asked if she could grow her hair long. Flashback. Hinata, I have told you before, until you are a great warrior you are not worthy of long hair. But what does long hair have to do with being a warrior? Few families still carry on the tradition, but only a few generations ago warriors wore their hair long as a sign of loyalty to their feudal lord. To have it cut off meant dishonor. Hinata's eyes widened and filled with tears. You have not been dishonored, but you haven't earned honor in the first place either. Please, father? Even why, you've said I've improved, Hinata pointed out gently. A small amount of improvement does not make you a great warrior. Now get back to your training. But father. Not another word. Hi, she said, and then walked away. End flashback. It doesn't make sense. He didn't always think of Nijine-san as a great warrior, but he let him have long hair. Maybe Tsunade-sama knows something. She turned the faucet, stepped in the shower, and let the water wash away her thoughts. When Hinata walked in, Nabiki grinned. I knew we were about the same height. It's a perfect fit. Hinata looked down at her outfit. Are you sure? She was wearing a pair of blue denim shorts that stopped about 3 inches above her knees with an off-white belt. Her shirt was a medium lavender with bell sleeves that came to her mid-forearm. The shirt was also low-cut, but not revealing much, with a bodice-like edge and burgundy lacing tying up the chest area to the top. You look great, Nabiki assured her. Naruto looked like a deer caught in a car's headlights. Wow. You look. Wow. Was all he managed to say. Hinata blushed heavily. Arigato, Naruto-kun. If he likes it that much, you can keep it, Nabiki said. Hinata's eyes widened. No! I couldn't take your clothes from you. Nabiki shook her head. Take them. I don't have much time to dress up anyway, she said with a laugh. Hinata smiled. I guess a new outfit would be nice. Very nice, Naruto commented softly as he stared at her. Hinata quickly resembled a tomato and Naruto's eyes widened. Did I say that out loud? He asked with the look of someone who wanted to hide. Nabiki snorted. Afraid so. Hina-chan. I didn't mean. I'm not a pervert, I swear, Naruto said, waving his hands in front of him. Naruto-kun, you're a guy. It's totally normal, Nabiki commented. Naruto glared at her. I am not a pervert. I didn't say you were. I meant that it's normal to react that way. Now, if you ran over to her and grabbed her butt, then you'd be a pervert, Nabiki said. Naruto was positively bug-eyed. Grabbed. Naruto-kun? Hinata said in a small voice. Naruto looked at her. His expression showed he was horrified over what Nabiki had just said. Hinata smiled shyly. It's okay. I'm not mad. Naruto visibly relaxed and blinked rapidly in surprise. Really? NHM. In fact. I'm glad you think I'm so pretty, Hinata answered, fiddling nervously with her hands. Naruto smiled. You're the best, Hina-chan. Naruto and Hinata, holding hands, walked down the streets of Konoha. They were heading for Hinata's house when Naruto felt a tugging on his pant leg and looked down to see a small girl around 5 years old. Hi, he said brightly. The girl held up a couple of roses. Naruto-kun. Sissy asked me to give these to you. Sissy? Whose? Naruto trailed off as he noticed Hayama Momiji hiding behind a newsstand and frowned. But he wasn't about to hurt the feelings of such an adorable girl as her little sister. He smiled brightly at the child. Arigato. You're welcome, the girl replied as she ran off. Once he was sure the girl was out of sight, he scanned the area for Momiji, but she was gone. He turned back to Hinata, who was looking very worried. Hina-chan. Just forget about that. You're my girlfriend, he said as he stared into her eyes. He glared at the spot he'd seen Momiji at earlier. I'm gonna find her and set her straight. Momiji's heart was pounding as she made her way home. One small step at a time. I'll make him see that I'm way better for him than Hyuga Hinata. Momiji! Momiji smiled. I knew it would work, she said to herself. She turned around, but her smile vanished when she saw Naruto's angry expression. What's wrong with you? He demanded. Wrong? You knew Hinata is my girlfriend and you gave me flowers? I thought you'd like them. No. I don't, Naruto answered coldly. Momiji winced. Naruto looked down for a moment and sighed. Look, I know what it's like to want someone you can't have, but you hurt Hina-chan's feelings. If it happens again, I won't be your friend anymore, Naruto said calmly. Momiji's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry. She turned and ran away from Naruto. Naruto sighed and walked back toward town. 2 days later. Kakashi took a deep breath and knocked on Tomoyo's door. It had been so long since they had been able to just sit and talk. The door opened, and a smiling Tomoyo appeared. Kakashi-kun. Come on in, she said brightly. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled with his smile. Arigato. Sit anywhere, I'll get us some tea, Tomoyo said. Kakashi sat down on her couch. So, when are you planning on moving to an apartment? I have to wait for my jounin status to be reinstated so I can have enough money, Tomoyo answered as she walked in with 2 cups of tea and sat down next to Kakashi. Until then, Tsunade-sama is paying for the hotel. I see. Silence. Tomoyo-chan. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Kakashi asked in a soft tone. The smile fell from Tomoyo's face. I couldn't. I didn't think I was coming back. She put down her tea. I had to go. When I heard Minako-chan had started a gang, she sighed. I wanted to keep her from becoming a bad person. Tears fell down her cheeks. I guess I failed, she said as she looked down. She felt a finger under her chin and raised her eyes to meet the face of its owner. Kakashi pulled his headband away from his other eye. Tomoyo-chan, you didn't fail. She chose honor in the end. Tomoyo nodded. Thank you, she said with a small, grateful smile before giving him a hug. After a moment, she pulled away from him and inclined her head in curiosity. Kakashi-kun. May I ask why you wear that mask? Kakashi sighed. Because I didn't want girls chasing me, he answered with a half-smile. I don't get it. I didn't want women to be attracted to me. Telling women no all the time got to be too bothersome. So I started wearing the mask. Tomoyo's face was a blank slate for about 5 seconds. Then she doubled over with laughter. Kakashi regarded her with a bemused smile. It's not that funny. I'm sorry, Tomoyo said in between giggles. It's the idea of you having fangirls, she said as her hysterical laughter resumed. They're a pain. I tried to convince Sasuke to go with a mask once, but he wouldn't listen. Tomoyo's giggles slowed, and she stared at Kakashi. After a moment, she reached up and grabbed the edges of his mask. He instinctively flinched and pulled away. Tomoyo frowned. Please, Kakashi-kun? I want to see your face, Tomoyo pleaded. I haven't seen it since the year I left. Kakashi looked down for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Tomoyo pulled down the mask and sucked in a breath. She reached up and touched his face. I didn't know that any of the angels were men. Chapter 33. Important. There will be a sequel to this FIC. In fact, I have at least 2 more college series fixed planned, plus a couple of side stories. Please add me to your author alert list if you want to know when these come out. Ongoing radio play announcements will be in the author's notes of the sequels, just FYI. Over 1,000 reviews. Key! I am so happy. I have named my muse. Why? Other people seem to do it a lot here, so I figured, what the heck. Her name is Morgan. She's an 8-inch tall fairy with blue butterfly wings and red hair, shoulder blade length, and she's a lunatic who makes me write stuff that I never had planned. She's also dangerous on sugar. Thank you very much to Kaida for the lovely gift of Naruto art. Please read and review. I love reviews. Thanks. As soon as Naruto got to the more populated streets of Konoha, he noticed a lot of people staring at him, especially girls. A blush crept over his cheeks, and he jogged the rest of the way to Ichiraku. Naruto-kun! Naruto heard Sakura yell as he slurped up the last of his ramen. He turned around and smiled. Hey, Sakura-chan! You never said if you were coming to my party or not, Sakura said. Oh, you bet, Naruto answered with a foxy grin. Sakura smiled, but the expression quickly fell away. Can I talk to you for a minute? Naruto cocked his head to one side in curiosity. Sure. He paid for his meal, and he and Sakura left. Naruto and Sakura were sitting on the river bank next to the training ground where they had first become a team. Sakura looked at her friend, unsure of how to begin. Irika-sensei told me about the present, she said quietly. Naruto frowned. I didn't want you to know about that. Why couldn't you leave it alone? I just wanted to understand what had hurt you, Sakura replied and chewed her lip. Even so, you knew I didn't want you to know. Why the hell can't you let me have any privacy? Naruto asked in an angry and hurt tone. Sakura's eyes misted over. Because you're my best friend. I care about you. I can't stand not being able to help. Naruto stood up. Do you have any idea how embarrassing it is? What kind of loser sits out in the rain waiting for someone he knows isn't coming? He turned his head away from Sakura. I was so stupid. You weren't stupid, Naruto-kun. I really did want to be there. It was my mom. Sakura's expression hardened in anger, and she clenched her fist. She told me you couldn't come. She wouldn't even let me call to tell you. Naruto turned back to Sakura. Really? Sakura stood up and hugged her friend. Really, she said quietly. Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry. I should have gone to tell you. I was too weak to disobey her. I don't blame you, Sakura-chan. You were only 9. Arigato, Sakura said with a sniff. After a moment, Naruto also sniffed and broke the hug. I have something for you. Huh? Naruto smiled. Follow me. Sakura looked at the pile of boxes in the center of the living room of Naruto's old apartment in amazement. You've lived at Tsunade-sama's all this time, and you still haven't moved all your stuff out of here? Naruto walked over to the pile and shrugged. Haven't really had the time. He began digging through the contents of the boxes. It's gotta be here somewhere. He opened another box. Sakura was sitting on Naruto's couch and had started to nod off when I found it. Sakura looked up to see Naruto holding a present. It was wrapped messily in blue paper and tied with a pink bow. Naruto. Is this? Sakura began in disbelief. It's a little old, Naruto said as he handed her the present, but I hope you like it. He kept it. All this time? She thought. Arigato. Sakura sat on the couch and began to open it. Inside was something wrapped in tissue paper with an envelope sitting on top. Open the card first, Naruto said nervously. Sakura did as instructed. On the front of the card it said Happy Birthday and had a picture of a brightly decorated cake on it. She opened it and read the inside. Dear Sakura-chan, thank you so much for inviting me to your party. You're the first kid who's ever been this nice to me. Thanks. Naruto. Tears rolled down Sakura's cheeks. I'm sorry I never got to see this. When it meant something. Naruto made a small smile. It still does. Sakura wiped her eyes, pulled away the tissue paper, and gasped. Inside the box was a tiny, crystal dolphin. She gingerly took it from where it lay. How did you know? One time, before you asked me to your party, I heard you telling Ino that you loved dolphins. Thank you. I love it, Sakura said with a smile. No prob. Anyway, I gotta get going. I'm taking Hina-chan on a walk, Naruto said as he blushed. Sakura grinned. I'm glad for you too. You seem so happy. Naruto's smile became contented. Yeah. We are. By the way, I love your new outfit, Sakura said. Naruto smiled. Thanks. Naruto and Hinata sat on top of the Hokage monument, holding hands and looking out over the city. Naruto-kun? Naruto turned to her and smiled. Yeah? I wanted to tell you something. What is it? Hinata gulped. She looked at his face, nearly losing herself in the 2 pools of blue that were his eyes. Lo. She stopped for a moment and began fiddling with her hands, desperately trying to keep herself from tenting her fingers. She looked up at him again. I love you. She froze in place, afraid to move. Naruto couldn't think, couldn't move, could barely breathe. In other words, he was in shock. He had no idea what to say, and he hated that because he knew she was waiting for an answer. Hinata was suddenly terrified that she told him too soon. Naruto-kun? The first, ever so wonderfully intelligent thing that tumbled out of Naruto's mouth was, really? Hinata blinked in confusion. What? You really love me? Like, in love with me? Naruto asked, the look of shock still on his face. Shaking, Hinata nodded. Hi. Naruto swallowed. I never thought a girl would love me. I don't know what to say. A tear escaped Hinata's right eye. You don't have to say anything. It's. Oh, okay, if you don't feel the same way. I don't know how I feel. I mean, I like you. A lot. I'm just not sure if it's love. Can you give me some time? Naruto asked with an apologetic tone. More tears fell down Hinata's pale face. Hi. Naruto frowned. Don't cry. I hate seeing you cry, he said as he wiped away her tears. Hinata took in a shaky breath and nodded. Naruto pulled her to him. She laid her head on his shoulder, and the two stared at the early evening sky. Okay. Let's start with molding for now, Tsunade said to Naruto as Tomoyo watched from a relatively safe distance. Hi, Naruto put his hands together and chakra began to surround his body. Tomoyo's mouth dropped open as she stared at Naruto's chakra. It's so beautiful. It was like someone had dropped paint in all the colors of the rainbow into a bowl of liquid light and stirred, just enough to make the colors swirl and dance in delicate ribbons. It is pretty, isn't it? Tsunade said with a warm smile. All right, Naruto. Let's try something simple. Naruto put his hands into his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He instantly regretted using that technique. Clones filled the entire field. But they also extended off the field, into the forest, onto the streets, and finally ending near the front gates of the village. Tsunade and Tomoyo's eyes wide as could be. I think this is going to be more difficult than we anticipated, Tsunade commented. The Namake's stamina strikes again, Tomoyo said with a wry smile. Naruto released the jutsu and stumbled a bit before sitting down while he regained his strength. The Namake's stamina? Tomoyo nodded. NHM. Every member of the Namake's family has always had massive stamina and huge chakra stores. I suppose you could call it a bloodline limit, although no one ever did. Officially. Then why couldn't Nariko create the steel jutsu again? Naruto asked. Tomoyo frowned. For some reason, it passed over her. We never found out why. So, you have the same abilities? NHM. But nowhere near your level. At best, I could fill about a third of this field. Minato's level of stamina and chakra was unusually high, even for a member of our family, so of course, yours is too. Not to mention the chakra amplifies it. Maybe you should just try Henge for now, kiddo, Tsunade suggested. Henge. Tsunade and Tomoyo began laughing. Well, we know who's on your mind, Tomoyo said. Huh. Naruto looked down to see he had transformed into Hinata. He yelled, and quickly cancelled the jutsu. Tsunade coughed a bit as she tried to regain her composure. She lost the battle when she saw Naruto's face was red as a tomato. All right already, Naruto protested loudly. Tsunade wiped the tears of laughter from her brown eyes. All right. It seems like Henge is no problem, but I'm tentative about having you use another, more widespread, like Kage Bunshin, until you have a better handle on this. Naruto frowned, and then perked up. What about Rasengan? Tomoyo's head whipped sideways, and she stared at Naruto. Can you perform Rasengan? Who taught you? Erosenin. Who the heck is Erosenin? Oh. Right. I mean Jiraiya, Naruto answered with a slight snicker. Tomoyo laughed as well. I'm not the slightest bit surprised. Naruto grinned and held out his hand, palm up. As he concentrated, a rainbow-colored ball of light appeared. Good. Now hold it there for a few minutes, Tsunade instructed. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand suddenly grew in size by a small margin. What the hell? What? Tsunade asked. It got bigger, Naruto replied. Tsunade walked closer to him, and eyed the Rasengan warily. Maybe you should cancel it for now. Now nervous, Naruto nodded and concentrated on the jutsu. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect, and the ball doubled in size. Tomoyo and Tsunade instinctively jumped back a few feet. Naruto! Shut it down! Naruto's eyes were wide with panic. I can't! Tomoyo-chan! Run! Tsunade screamed. Tomoyo didn't move, obviously concerned for her cousin's well-being. Go! I'll help him, Tsunade urged. Tomoyo gritted her teeth in frustration, but did as she was told. The ball grew again. Tsunade was afraid for her son and for the village she'd sworn to protect. Naruto, you need to calm down. The adrenaline your body's producing is making it grow faster. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to think of things that calmed him. Ramen, the sounds of the river near his old apartment. Hinata. The Rasengan shrank in size, eventually dissipating altogether. He opened his eyes and sighed in relief. Tsunade ran to Naruto and pulled him into a crushing hug. Ka-san. I'm okay. Tsunade sighed and released her son. I need to talk to Jiraiya about this, but for now, I'm removing you from active duty. Nanny? I'm sorry, but it's just too risky to give you missions right now. Please understand, Tsunade said as she put her hand on his shoulder. Naruto gritted his teeth. Fine, he growled. I'll see you back at the house? Hi, Naruto replied quietly. As he watched her go, he suddenly found himself feeling a little woozy and sat down. As he held his head in his hands, he heard a voice. Still pathetic as usual, eh? Naruto sat up stock straight. Who said that? You've forgotten what I sound like already. I'm hurt, brat. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he barely managed to whisper the name of the voice's owner. Kyuubi. Chapter 34. And the winner of the review contest is Dragon Noir. You successfully combined an in-depth review with enough comedy to keep me very amused. I will do this contest again, but I want a few chapters to rest. I had to pick from 98 reviews. Oh. I'm absolutely floored. Radio Play News, Part 2 of Chapter 1 is complete. Check it out. Again, the link is in my profile. And please review. I want my voice actors to feel appreciated. Kakashi has been unmasked? I took an image of him and got rid of the fingers that were covering his face. A friend of mine drew the mouth and nose. You can find the pic in the collar art section, link in profile. Hope you like it. Smiley face. Doujinshi News, we have a new manga artist. Her name is Nightwater Dragon and she's awesome. If you go to the main entrance and look under Doujinshi, you will find the first 4 pages posted. Yay! And if you have time, please PM her, she's a member here, and tell her how much you like her work. I think that's it. Enjoy this chapter that is 34 and remember, reviews make my day. Naruto wasn't sure exactly what he was feeling, but he knew that Devastated covered at least one aspect of it. He'd finally been free of his curse, and it had only lasted for just over a blissful month and a half. He angrily entered the containment area. What the hell are you doing here, Dash? He shouted, jabbing a finger in the direction of the cell. Kyuubi cocked an eyebrow. Well, if that's how you're going to greet someone who's only here to help, then maybe I should leave. Since when the hell do you willingly help me? And aren't you supposed to be dead, Dash? Kyuubi chuckled and stepped into the minimal light of the room. I am. Naruto's face twisted into confusion at the sight before his eyes. Kyuubi's body was semi-transparent, barely there, like a ghost. Ah! You're a ghost. Get the hell away from me. Kyuubi rolled his eyes and smacked his paw onto his forehead. Mortals. He phased through the bars of his former prison and sat down, hovering a few inches off the ground. Calm down, brat. I don't have time for your idiocy. I will not calm down. You. Something clicked in Naruto's mind. You came out of your cage. Silence. Silence. And Kyuubi growled and slammed a massive paw down over Naruto, pinning him to the ground. Silence. I am beginning to regret coming here. Now shut up before I get you like a fish. Naruto was instantly silent. That's better. Now, as I was trying to explain before I was so rudely interrupted, I am here to help you. Although I'm honestly starting to think I'm insane for doing this. He felt Naruto's body relax and decided it was safe to release him. Naruto slowly got to his feet. How? How what, brat? How are you here when you're dead? Kyubi gave Naruto a bemused smirk. Humph, mortals think in such limited ways. Just because I have lost my hold on my physical body in your realm, does not mean the same has happened in mine. Huh? Kyubi heaved a great sigh in an attempt to quell his growing desire to strangle the child in front of him. Listen carefully, because I refuse to repeat myself. You are very different from other forms of life. Our true form cannot exist in your world. The air is like poison to us. Therefore, we are born with, in essence, two bodies. The one humans normally see is an outer shell made to protect our true, non-corporeal form. If the outer body is destroyed, we do die in this realm, but we are perfectly fine on our own. He paused for a moment. Do you understand? I think so. But, if the air here is poisonous to you, then how can you be here? Kyubi growled and balled his paws into semi-fists. I'll wuff. I swear, child. You are thicker than a. He stopped himself and let out a calming breath through his teeth. Look around you, he said slowly. Where are we? The seal? And is there air from your world inside the seal? Naruto considered this for a moment. No. He paused. So, you can only come here because there's no air in the seal? Kyubi sighed in relief. Yes. Alright, now that we've gotten that sorted out, let's get to the matter at hand. And what's that? Well, believe it or not, during the last few years of the time I spent here I began to respect you. Naruto's eyebrows went up, but he stayed quiet. In fact, it completely perplexes me how someone like you can come up with such brilliant battle strategies and yet not be able to grasp concepts that are much simpler by comparison. Naruto glared at Kyubi then sighed. I don't know. Kyubi was taken aback. He had expected the child to yell at him in defiance. Could he actually be maturing? It's just, when I'm in a battle everything seems clear. It's like it helps me focus. Does that make any sense? Actually, it does. It makes a lot of sense. An unusually insightful observation. Coming from you, Kyubi finished with a smirk. And it's something I think I can use to help him, he thought. Gee, thanks, Naruto grumbled. At any rate, we're getting off topic. I witnessed your problem with your new chakra today, and I decided I wanted to help. Why? You don't know how rare a human you are, boy. You've kept going when even one of your revered Hokages would have given up long ago. That alone is enough to earn my respect. Naruto's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Thanks. Kyubi smiled as well. Now listen closely, as we have a lot to do and not much time to do it in. Why not? Coming here through such a means takes up a lot of energy, so I can't do it for long. Oh. How long can you stay? 3 days. A week at most. Okay. First things first. Let's work on your healing powers. Sasuke frowned as he trudged along behind Tenten, silently wondering why he had agreed to go with her. This better be worth my time. I need to train. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Tenten called behind her. The two arrived at Tenten's private training area in her backyard. She walked over to a storage shed with a huge sign on it that read, Tenten stuff. Touch it and die. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as Tenten went inside and decided it would be best if he waited for her in the yard. After a few moments of clanking sounds, she emerged cradling a cloth-wrapped bundle. What's that? Tenten grinned. My new shinies. She unwrapped the fabric to reveal an ornate box that looked like it had a shell made of pure onyx. She set the box onto a stump and opened it. Sasuke had never seen a more magnificent set of kunai in his life. They were all as black as the box they lay in. Silver-plated dragons carved into them wound around the handles. The blades were sharp, so sharp that Sasuke dared not touch the edge to test them. These are. Tenten smiled. I knew you'd like to see them. She picked one up and marveled at the craftsmanship. I've been saving for these for an entire year. The metal has been folded 30 times and has a heat-treated edge, she said with the tone of a mother talking about a favored child. Sasuke made a small snort and Tenten turned to him, eyes wide. Did you just laugh? Sasuke suddenly looked uncomfortable. No. Tenten's eyes were positively gleeful. Yes, you did. Sasuke's eyes narrowed dangerously. No. I didn't. You did too. Tenten laughed lightly. Wait till I tell Niji. He'll never believe it. She suddenly found herself pinned to a tree by Sasuke's arm against her neck. What the hell is the matter with you, Dash? Tenten choked out. Listen very carefully, Sasuke said in a low voice that sent chills down Tenten's spine. I don't laugh. Tenten gritted her teeth and shoved him backwards. You got a real problem, you know that? Get the hell out of my yard. I'm already gone, Sasuke growled before stalking off. Tenten's mother came out of the house. Tenten, are you alright? I heard yelling. I'm fine, Tenten grumbled. Her face softened when she noticed her mother was in her Jounin uniform. Are you going on a mission? NHM. I was just about to leave, in fact. Are you sure there's nothing you want to talk about? Hi. Tenten gave her mother a hug. Good luck on your mission. Be safe. Tenten's mother smiled. I'll be fine. She kissed the top of her daughter's head. See you later. Ja Ka-san, Tenten said with a wave. Once her mother was out of sight, she plopped down to the ground with a sigh. And here I thought I finally had a friend who understood me. Sakura turned her head to look at him as Sasuke stormed past her. Sasuke-kun? Leave me alone, Sakura, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. What happened? Sakura said as she grabbed his shoulder. Sasuke rounded on her. I said, leave me alone. He turned and ran towards his apartment. I better tell Naruto. Sakura saw Hinata heading toward Naruto's estate and ran to catch up with her. Hey, Hinata! Hinata turned around and smiled. Sakura-chan. Are you going to see Naruto? Hi. Mind if I tag along? Of course not. Have you seen his new chakra yet? Sakura asked as she fell into step with her friend. Hinata shook her head. No. In fact, I'm going to ask him to show me. I just ran into Sasuke-kun. He was really ticked off about something. I thought maybe Naruto could calm him down before he does something stupid. Hinata let out a soft giggle. Sakura and Hinata saw Naruto standing out in the middle of the training field, apparently just staring into space. Naruto-kun, Hinata called. She didn't get a response and frowned. Maybe he didn't hear you, Sakura said with a reassuring smile. Shinaro. That idiot better not make Hinata worry again, Inner Sakura raged. Naruto. Again, no response. Now she frowned and both girls ran up to him. They came to a stop. Naruto-kun? Are you okay? Hinata bit her lip when he still didn't say anything. Naruto-kun? She changed her position so she could see his face. A small gasp escaped her lips. Hinata, what is it? She gasped as well when she saw that Naruto's eyes looked like they had absolutely no life in them. Naruto-kun. She began shaking him gently. Naruto-kun, dash. Wake up. Naruto-kun. Hinata yelled. She turned to Sakura with a look of desperation, and both girls gently laid him down. Hinata immediately began checking his vitals. I don't understand it. His pulse is normal, his breathing is fine, and he doesn't have a temperature. What about wounds? Hinata looked him over. No. What the hell? Naruto looked up from his meditation when he heard voices coming from the outside. Sakura-chan? Hina-chan? Damn annoying females. They would interrupt when you've almost got it, Kyubi complained with a snarl. I better let them know I'm okay. I'll be back later, Naruto replied as he stood up. Do it quickly. I'll conserve energy while you're gone, Kyubi said as he shrunk down to the size of a small dog. Naruto started to snicker. What, dash? Kyubi growled. You're Chibi Kyubi, Naruto said. Shut the hell up, brat. Besides, your friends are on the verge of all-out panic. Oh right. Naruto stopped laughing and closed his eyes. Naruto-kun? Hinata said when she noticed him looking at her. Hina-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto replied as he sat up. Sakura smacked him upside the head. Looking for you, baka. Why were you guys freaking out? Sakura's eyes twitched. Because you wouldn't answer us and you looked like you were in a freaking coma. Naruto blinked rapidly. Really? Hinata nodded solemnly. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I had no idea I looked like that from the outside. Were you in the seal? Sakura asked. Yeah. I was. Talking to Kyubi, Naruto replied with a swallow. What, dash? Hinata exclaimed. I thought he was dead. He was is. It's hard to explain. Sakura folded her arms. Try me. Naruto sighed. Okay. So he can only stay a week? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded. NHM. Hopefully he can teach me what I need to know before then. And just what does he want to teach you? Sakura asked with suspicion. Nothing bad. Just how to heal myself and stuff. Are you sure you can trust him, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. I think so. I mean, he really doesn't have any powers in this world anymore. Sakura frowned. Mind if I talk to him? I don't think that's a good idea. He's kinda grumpy, Naruto replied. Sakura frowned. Besides, you remember what happened the last time you went into my mind. But you'd be there with me, so I'd be safe, right? I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I just don't think it's a good idea, Naruto said firmly. Sakura sighed in defeat. Okay. Just be careful, alright? You got it, Naruto said with a grin. So what's up? I was wondering if I could see your new chakra, Hinata asked. Naruto blushed a little. Sorry, Bachan said I can't until she talks to Jiraiya. His face fell. She also told me I'm off the duty roster until then. Ouch, Sakura said out of sympathy. Nay, can you talk to Sasuke-kun? Why? Naruto asked as he flicked some dirt off his pants. He's really angry about something and you're the only one who can get him to listen. Okay. Later though. I gotta train with the Baka Kitsune. Oh, before I forget, my mom wanted you to come to dinner. I was supposed to have you come over yesterday, but I kind of blanked, Sakura said with a blush. Your mom? But I thought she hated me. No, she was just afraid of you. But that was before she knew more about the seal. She wants to apologize, Sakura said with a smile. Naruto smiled as well. What time? 6 o'clock tomorrow. Don't be late. OSU, Naruto said with a salute. Hinata giggled. I'll let you get back to training, Naruto-kun. Naruto gently lifted her chin upwards and kissed her. Don't be away too long. Oh. You two are so cute, Sakura gushed. Shut up, Naruto said with a half-smile/half grimace. Sakura laughed, and the two girls walked away. Naruto went back inside the seal. Okay, let's get back to work. Tomoyo and Kakashi sat at opposite sides of her coffee table playing Go. She stopped in the middle of placing a piece and stared at him. Kakashi noticed her stare. What? Tomoyo blinked rapidly. Sorry. She tucked some of her hair behind her right ear and turned away a bit. Kakashi-kun? Do you still have any feelings for me? Kakashi's face showed his surprise. He considered for a moment before speaking. I think so. A small smile crept over Tomoyo's face. I'm glad. Care to give it another go? Kakashi asked with a playful smile. Tomoyo grinned. I'd like that. Trust me, Ka-san. He's only trying to help me, Naruto insisted to Tsunade's scowling face. Tsunade sighed in defeat. All right. Show me what you've got. Naruto smirked and made a triumphant hum sound. He took a kunai from his holster. Now don't panic. What do you am? Tsunade began, her words stopping short when Naruto sliced across his left forearm. Tsunade made a horrified sound. Have you lost it? She yelled as she snatched the weapon away from her son. She began the seals for her healing jutsu when she felt a hand on her arm. Don't. Naruto said through gritted teeth. I can handle it. Tsunade reluctantly took a step back. You've got 30 seconds. Naruto began to concentrate and was activated. Pour your chakra into the wound. It will react with the damaged tissue naturally. Naruto remembered Kyuubi's words. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as the huge cut was filled with the chakra. Slowly it began to close. Tsunade's breath caught in her throat as she watched Naruto's progress. Come on, Naruto. As the last traces of the wound sealed over the glow of Naruto's chakra began to fade. Finally, there was no indication that his arm had ever been damaged. Breathing just a little heavy, he looked up from his work and grinned at his mother. Good job, kiddo. I'm impressed, Tsunade said with an approving smile. Thanks. But next time you want to show someone your healing abilities, make a small cut? Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess I overdid it. Tsunade let out a short laugh. You usually do. Tsunade-sama, Naruto-sama. Dinner is ready, came Izumi's voice from the dining room. Yash. I'm starved. Tsunade chuckled and they walked inside the house. Chapter 35. This took way longer to get out than I planned. I got a new job and it's been sucking up a lot of my writing time. Things should be back to normal soon though. I finally got the schedule change I wanted. Anyway, moving along. Radio Play News. Chapter 2 of the radio play is being held up because I haven't found anyone to play Kyuubi's voice yet. If any of you have a good mic and think you can pull off Kyuubi's voice, please don't hesitate to audition. There's instructions in my Colad forum, link in profile. Nightwater Dragon has changed her name to Silver Kleptofox. So if you'd like to PM her about her work, then that's the name you look under. Naruto sighed as he walked down the streets of Konoha. He'd been looking for Sasuke for almost a half hour with no luck. Damn him. Where the hell did he go? He saw Kiba walking by on the other side of the street and suddenly had an idea. Yo, Kiba! Kiba looked over to see Naruto running toward him. Hey, Naruto. You got a few minutes? Kiba cocked an eyebrow. Why? Sasuke's in one of his I hate the world moods and Sakura wants me to calm him down. Think you can sniff him out for me? Kiba considered this for a moment before shrugging. I guess so. I got nothing better to do. A smirk crossed his face. But you gotta pay me. What, dash? Kiba held out his hand. 500 yen in advance. Naruto grumbled under his breath as he fished Gamachan out of his pouch. Dirty, stinkin', no good. He grabbed a few bills and forcefully put them in Kiba's hand. Here. Kiba put the bills in his back pocket. Nice doing business with ya. Yeah. Just get movin', Naruto said, pointing in a random direction. Kiba smirked. You got something of his? Naruto thought for a moment. I got a pen he let me borrow yesterday. That'll work. Give it to Akamaru. Naruto pulled the pen out of one of his pants pockets and put it on the ground. Akamaru sniffed it for a moment and then sniffed Naruto's leg. Why is he sniffing me? He needs to know which scent to follow, idiot, Kiba explained with impatience. Oh. Akamaru sniffed the ground for a moment, looked up at Kiba, and barked. Alright, let's go, Kiba said. He and Akamaru ran off, and Naruto followed. Sasuke opened the door to his bedroom, sat on the bed, and sighed. He regretted blowing up at Tenten, but she had hit a very big nerve. Sasuke had laughed a lot with his mother and Itachi. After the clan was killed, laughing reminded Sasuke of the good times. It was so painful for him that he never laughed again. Sasuke had been more angry with himself than Tenten, but he'd be damned if he was going to admit to that fact. In his mind, he hadn't been around her enough for her to have the right to an explanation from him. Damn it, he said as he lay down. He stared at the ceiling of the dark, barren room and reveled in the solitude. Naruto looked up at the building they had stopped in front of, pursed his lips in annoyance, and held out his hand toward Kiba. I want my money back. Hell no, Kiba said as his hand covered his pocket protectively. You didn't do what I paid you for. Akamaru's nose is never wrong, Kiba replied defensively. Naruto pointed to the building with an incredulous expression. This is his apartment. Of course he smells him here, he yelled in frustration. Why the hell does he have to be so loud? Kiba thought as he covered his ears. Active smell is stronger than residual smell, you idiot. HMPF. Naruto replied as he folded his arms. I don't have time for this. See ya, Kiba said as he walked off. Naruto stood for a moment and walked into the building. Naruto knocked on the door to Sasuke's apartment. There was no answer, so he knocked again. Finally the door opened and a very annoyed-looking Sasuke appeared. What, dash? Geez, can't you let me sleep? Naruto looked surprised. Since when do you take naps? None of your damn business, Sasuke replied with irritation. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sakura wanted me to talk to you, said you were pissed about something. Sasuke let out a short growl. Why the hell can't she mind her own business? Naruto shrugged. No idea, but I'm not risking her getting mad at me. Sasuke smirked. I guess I don't blame you. Come in. Sasuke and Naruto walked in and sat down on opposite sides of the couch. So what pissed you off? Naruto asked. Tenten, Sasuke replied as he stared at the floor. Tenten? Yeah. I accidentally laughed in front of her, Sasuke said with self-loathing. Naruto's eyes snapped wide as he stared at his brother in shock. He pointed at him. Why you laughed? Dash. Make a big deal out of it, and I'll kick your ass, Sasuke warned, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Okay. Yeesh. Anyway, she was going to tell Neji, so I got pissed at her, and she kicked me out of her yard. Sasuke left out the part about him choking the poor girl. He didn't feel like getting one of Naruto's overrighteous lectures. What's so bad about laughing anyway? Naruto suddenly asked. Itachi. Sasuke spat. Naruto's face clouded over. Oh. After he killed the clan, laughing reminded me of when everything was okay. So I stopped. Naruto suddenly understood perfectly. I get it. He stood to leave. I'll make something up to tell Sakura, if you want. Sasuke allowed himself a slight smile. HMPF. Naruto gave a short nod and a smile, then left the apartment. The next day, Naruto stood on Sakura's front steps, staring at the doorknob. He hadn't told Sakura, but the idea of meeting her mother made him nervous. After a few moments, he raised his fist and knocked lightly. Just a minute, came Sakura's voice from inside the house. Her face brightened when she saw the identity of her visitor. Hey, Naruto-kun. You're just in time, she said with a smile. Naruto smiled and followed Sakura into the house. As he looked around, he noticed that Sakura's mother was a neat freak. Not a single sign that people actually lived in the house existed. The colors of the living room were mostly earth tones, with splashes of color here and there in the form of flowers and vases. If it weren't for the photos on the walls, he would have thought it was a display house. He shuddered. This is creepy. Mom! Naruto's here! Sakura called out. A voice replied from upstairs. Be right down. Following her voice, Mrs. Haruno appeared, wearing a medium blue kimono. Her auburn hair was in a bun with hair sticks run through it. Sakura's eyes twitched. Mom? What are you wearing? She whispered sharply once her mother had reached her position. Mrs. Haruno bent over and whispered to her daughter out of the side of her mouth. You don't make an important apology in casual clothes. Sakura's sweat dropped. Right. Ahem. Naruto-kun, my mom, Naruto-kun. Mrs. Haruno beamed brightly at Naruto. Welcome, Naruto-sama, she said with a low bow. Sama? Naruto asked with confusion. Well, you are the son of the Hokage, Mrs. Haruno explained. Naruto's face darkened. Oh. I get it. He looked at Sakura. I'll see you at mission assignments tomorrow, he said as he began to leave. Naruto-sama, what's wrong? Mrs. Haruno asked. Naruto sighed. First of all, it's Kun, and second, I don't like fakes, he said sadly. What? Mrs. Haruno said with a confused frown. You're just being nice to me because I'm Godame's son. Mrs. Haruno's face softened and had a touch of sadness to it. Naruto, Sakura said sharply. Mrs. Haruno looked at her daughter. No, Sakura. It's all right. I don't blame him for thinking that. She turned back to Naruto. Naruto-kun, I invited you to dinner because I truly am sorry for the past. Your being the Hokage's son has nothing to do with it. I only used Sama because I thought it was proper. She bowed a second time. Please forgive me. Naruto didn't bother to hide his surprise, and after a moment he smiled. It's okay. I guess I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Mrs. Haruno stood straight. Well then, shall we get started? Naruto nodded. NHM. Sakura, would you please set the table for me? Sure, Sakura said with a smile. Naruto-kun, from what Sakura tells me, you are a fine young man who cares very much about the people close to you. I wish I had taken the time to face my fears and see it for myself before now. I'm ashamed and I'm sorry. Tears brimmed Mrs. Haruno's eyes. So very sorry, she said as she hugged him warmly. Naruto hugged her back. Thank you. You really have no idea how much that means to me. Mrs. Haruno released him from the hug, wiped her eyes, and smiled brightly. Now, come into the dining room. I have a surprise for you, she said with a wink. Naruto followed her, and when his eyes rested on the table they widened to their full capacity. No less than 5 kinds of ramen were spread out in front of him. In other smaller bowls were several kinds of add-ins, including Naruto. Mrs. Haruno smiled warmly at her guest's expression. Have a seat. Naruto quickly obeyed. Itadakimasu, he shouted as he began serving himself. Sakura and her mother giggled and took their seats. Naruto placed his empty bowl in front of the serving dishes and began to fill it again. Mrs. Haruno's eyes widened in surprise. Does this child ever eat? Sakura giggled at her mother's expression. She knew exactly what she was thinking. He eats like that all the time, Mom. Mrs. Haruno shot her daughter with a look of utter disbelief. How exactly is he not a blimp? Sakura looked thoughtful as she pondered her mother's question. It probably has something to do with Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto paused in the middle of his eating. It was odd to hear people talk about the Kyuubi so casually in front of him. I thought Kyuubi was dead? Mrs. Haruno asked. He is, but he left behind some of his chakra, Sakura explained. Ah. I see. Naruto-kun, we've rented a movie, would you like to stay and watch it with us? Mrs. Haruno asked. Naruto slurped up the last of the noodles he had paused on. Thanks, but I told Hina-chan we'd take a walk later. Hina-chan? You mean Hyuga Hinata? Naruto nodded. How did you get that stuffy Hayashi to let you date his daughter? Mrs. Haruno asked with a slight giggle. Naruto grinned. I didn't. Bah. Ka-san told him to leave us alone. Mrs. Haruno burst out laughing. It's about time someone put that snob in his place. Now Naruto laughed. Your friend's mother is certainly a healthy female, isn't she? Kyuubi suddenly said in a voice dripping with lust. Naruto promptly choked on the bite of ramen he was eating. Sakura stood and began patting his back. Naruto-kun, are you alright? When he finished coughing, Naruto held up a finger. Yeah, can you excuse me for a minute? Mrs. Haruno blinked. Certainly. As soon as Naruto thought he was out of earshot, his face became angry. That is Sakura's mom, you disgusting kitsune. Kyubi audibly smirked. When a kitsune is in heat, boy, a female is a female. As long as mating is possible, we don't care. Wait, how the hell would it be possible for you to do that with a human? It's not. But anything you do while I'm here, I feel. Naruto's eyes shot wide and he nearly threw up. Ugh. How can you think like that, Dash? Like I said, brat, I'm in heat. Well, you can just deal without Baka Kitsune. I'm not doing that until I'm 16, Naruto spat. Heh. You can always resort to your usual tactics. What do you mean? My usual. Naruto suddenly felt sick to his stomach and his face paled. You mean? Every time you. Kyubi smirked. Yup. Naruto was instantly on his knees, throwing up. Sakura and her mother burst in from the dining room. Naruto-kun! Sakura yelled. I'm sorry. About the mess, Naruto said weakly. Never mind that. Are you okay? Sakura asked. It wasn't my cooking, was it? Mrs. Haruno asked with worry in her voice. Naruto shook his head. No. If you can get me some supplies, I can clean this up. Don't you even think about it, young man. You go straight home and get some rest, Mrs. Haruno replied with a stern tone. Naruto smiled and stood up. Thank you. Can I use your bathroom? Sure. It's down past the dining room on the right, Sakura replied. Thanks. As Naruto walked home, he was lucky no one was on the road to witness the very strange sight of him cursing, out loud, to no one. Do you have any fucking idea how grossed out I am right now, Dash? Kyubi laughed. Not my problem, brat. But if you want to spend the remaining 6 days here bitching about it, then that's fine with me. Naruto growled. I thought you came here to help me. Why the hell are you being such an asshole, Dash? Kyubi laughed. Because I am an asshole, brat, get used to it. I ain't gonna turn into frickin' Fluffy Bunny just because I respect you. And, Naruto-kun? Naruto turned around to find Hinata standing behind him. Hina-chan? Why, you went past my house. Weren't we supposed to take a walk? Hinata asked, tentatively. Oh. Right. Sorry, Hina-chan. I guess I got caught up in my thoughts. Is that why you were yelling like that? Hinata asked as she looked at the ground. Naruto turned red and waved his hands in front of him. No. I was yelling at Kyubi. Oh. About what? Naruto's blush became a brilliant shade of crimson. And nothing you need to worry about. So, this your mate? Kyubi asked casually. Naruto's eyes widened. Shut up, he whispered harshly through the side of his mouth. Naruto-kun? Sorry. He just won't shut up, Naruto replied with a nervous laugh. We should get going. It's getting late, Hinata pointed out. Naruto nodded. Yeah. He took her arm and the two began to walk. Hinata fell back to the grass, gasping for breath. They had been training for an hour now, but she still hadn't managed to hit him once. I just can't do it, Naruto-kun. Naruto sat down next to her. Yes, you can. Just concentrate. She's afraid of hurting you. What? Naruto asked. You can just think your words to me, you know, Kyubi said in an amused tone. Oh. If you watch her moves carefully, whenever she's about to make a serious contact blow, she backs off. Are you sure? Completely. Naruto-kun? Sorry. Naruto paused. You know. You don't have to worry about hurting me. Hinata's eyes widened a bit, then softened. I'm pretty tough, you know, Naruto said, punching his own chest. I know, it's just no. No, please. Hinata begged Naruto's lifeless form. I've almost seen you'd die so many times. In the last few months. Naruto frowned at the tears pricking at the corners of Hinata's eyes. Hey, he said as he gently lifted her chin. I'm not going anywhere. He smiled. That's a promise. I think I'm going to vomit, Kyubi complained. Naruto ignored him. Hey, I notice you haven't been going to the lessons with Kasen lately. I decided to stop taking them. It was too hard for me to keep up with Sakura. I thought you were doing great, Naruto replied sadly. You don't understand. Sakura has the most amazing chakra control I've ever seen. Even Kurenai-sensei would have trouble staying at her pace, Hinata said matter-of-factly. Really? NHM. But I still want to try something else. I just haven't picked anything yet. You'll find something. I'm sure of it. Hinata looked up at that $1,000,000 smile of his and couldn't help but reply with one of her own. Yes. Can we try again? No holding back? Naruto grinned. You got it. They stood up and slipped into their respective stances. Jiraiya sighed for what seemed like the 10th time, and it was beginning to get on Tsunade's nerves. Well? She asked curtly while tapping her foot on the floor of her home office. The only solution I have is one I really don't like. Jiraiya got up from the chair he'd been sitting in and walked over to stare out the window. It would involve taking him with me. Tsunade was a bit startled. For how long? Considering his learning curve? About 6 months, Jiraiya answered as he turned around towards Tsunade again. Tsunade folded her arms. I don't know that I like the idea of him being around your perverted mind for that long. Jiraiya chuckled. Trust me, Tsuchan, Tsunade winced at his childhood nickname for her. If anything, he keeps me from doing my research at every turn. Don't call me Tsuchan. How many times do I have to tell you that? Tsunade said with a threatening fist. She sighed and regained her composure. All kidding aside, I think your idea may be our best option right now. I just don't like the idea of making him leave Hinata for that long. He'll be fine, Jiraiya said with a reassuring smile. His smile took on an impish cast. So, now that that's settled, he sidled up to her and wiggled his eyebrows. Care to join me for some sake? Tsunade knew exactly what he meant by that offer, and she didn't appreciate it one bit. You. Disgusting. Pervert. With that last word, Jiraiya sailed out of the office window from one of her massive punches. He hit the ground, rolled onto his back, stared up at the sky and sighed. Whoever said love hurts wasn't kidding. After a few moments of waiting for the ability to move again, he got to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and patted the dirt from his clothing. Well, guess I better go find my brat of a trainee. Chapter 36. Please read and review. I love reviews. Thanks. Sorry about the delay on this chapter. I've been getting swamped with orders for my custom anime My Little Ponies. Yes, you read that right. People want them done for Christmas, so I've been doing almost nothing else in the past month. At any rate, this chap is nearly 4,000 words long, so at least I made up for it a little. Alarm sounds, angst alert, angst alert. LOL. Naruto reviews some of his early memories. Just thought I'd warn ya. Radio Play News, Chapter 2 is finally well underway. I found our new QB. I'll let you guys know when it's ready. About the review boards for the Radio Play, I had to make it so only members can post. I apologize to all the people who don't like signing up for message boards, but I had to do it. Some jerk kept posting ads in the threads. Sad face. Doji News, we have the next 4 pages, which I will be posting soon. Please don't forget to thank Silver Kleptofox for her lovely work on that. Smiley face. Collab side story, some of you have seen it already, but I'd wanted to mention that I wrote a prequel of sorts to this FIC. It's called Day of Destiny, and you can find the link in my profile. Smiley face. Hinata sat in the main parlor of her home, waiting for her father. He didn't ask to speak to her in private often, and whenever he did, it was about something upsetting. Hayashi walked in and she sat stock straight. Ohio, Otosan, she said with a polite bow. Without a word, Hayashi sat down on the pillow opposite Hinata. After a few moments of watching his child fidget with her hands, he sighed heavily. Hinata, I have recently received a rather disturbing report from a member of the house staff, he said sternly. Hinata felt her chest tighten with nervousness. Our report? Yes. They said you've been hiding something from me? You were seen putting on a wig, Hayashi said as his eyes narrowed. Hinata swallowed. Hinata. Is this true? Hayashi asked as he tapped one finger on his knee. Hinata looked down. Hi, Otosan. Take it off, Hayashi commanded, now. Hinata timidly nodded and removed the pins from her wig before sliding it off. Her hair fell to her shoulders in thick, blue-black ripples. Her heart pounded painfully in her chest as she stared at the floor, waiting for the venomous chastising to begin. When it never came, she chanced a glance upward. What she saw made her jaw drop in shock. There were tears in her father's eyes. Oh, Otosan? You look just like her, Hayashi said with a shaking voice. Her? Hinata asked quietly. Your mother, Hayashi said as he closed his eyes. Hinata's eyes widened. I look like Okasan? Is that why you didn't want me to grow my hair? Hayashi sucked in a deep breath. Yes. In fact, from the day you were born, I knew that you would be her twin. He was silent for a moment as he chose his next words. At first, I was happy, but after she died. Hayashi swallowed. I could barely stand to look at you. Tears began to flow from Hinata's eyes. I see. So, I made you cut your hair. Although the pain has lessened in recent years, I knew if you grew your hair long, it would resurface again. However, the result is, apparently, not what I expected. Silence. What I am feeling, he shifted a bit in his seat. He wasn't used to speaking with anyone that way and it made him uncomfortable, is not the pain I feared, it is pride, Hayashi finished with a small smile. Hinata's eyes suddenly held hope. Really? Hayashi nodded. I'm proud that my daughter is just as beautiful as her mother. Otosan. Thank you? Thank you so much. Hinata chirped as she hugged her father tightly. Hayashi was so surprised that his quiet, reserved, and abnormally shy child would do something so bold that, for a moment, his arms stayed at his sides. When he heard the small sobs coming from her, he embraced her gently. I'm sorry, Hinata. I should have shown pride in you long ago. After a while, Hayashi cleared his throat, and father and daughter parted. I do have something else I would like to speak to you about, though. Hinata resumed her place on the floor pillows she had occupied earlier. Something else? Naruto. Hinata was suddenly a bit nervous again. Oh. I would like to know what you see in such a boy, Hayashi answered plainly. Even through her nerves, a blush crept over Hinata's cheeks. I've liked him for a long time. So many people don't take the time to see what's inside him. Go on, Hayashi said as he folded his arms. He has a good heart, caring, sweet, and he always does his best. That's what I admire about him the most. He never gives up. No matter what anyone thinks of him or how bad things get, he keeps on trying. Hinata's voice became a bit quiet. In fact, before he graduated, he tried so hard that he pretended to smile all the time, Hinata said sadly. Pretended? You mean all of his idiotic grins were fake? Hinata shook her head. Not all of them, but mostly. I wanted so much to talk to him, but I didn't know how. Now that he has friends and family, most of his smiles are real. I want to be there to see all those smiles, Otosan. Please don't take me away from him, she said as she threw herself into a very low bow. Hayashi sighed and closed his eyes and thought for a few moments. All right. Hinata looked up from her bow with disbelief and hope. I will allow you to see him. For now. But I want to speak to him sometime in the near future. I still consider him rude, loud, and uncivilized. It will take much before I will change that opinion. Hinata decided 2 hugs in one day might be pushing it, so instead she opted for another bow. Thank you, Otosan. I promise you will not regret it. We shall see. Hayashi rose from his seat. I have a few matters to attend to. I will see you at dinner. Hi. Hayashi began to walk away. Otosan? Yes? I love you, Hinata said in a small voice. Hayashi said nothing in return, but he did smile and nod. Hinata knew that was the best I love you too he could manage, so it made her happy. As Hinata stepped outside the room, she noticed Hanabi standing there with a contemplative look on her small face. Hanabi-chan? Hanabi cocked her head to one side, as if sizing up the older girl. So, father has accepted you? Hinata made an attempt at a smile. Yes. At least a little. A smile slowly crept its way onto Hanabi's usually stolid face. She reached up and placed a comforting hand on Hinata's shoulder. Good. Then perhaps I won't have to act like the older sister anymore, she said before turning and walking away. Hinata smiled as she watched her sister go. Things were finally turning around. Suddenly, being the future clan head didn't seem so daunting. Seriously, brat, you're both healthy humans, and the same age. She would give you strong pups. Why don't you take her? Naruto sat in meditation in front of Kyuubi's cage, wondering why the hell he couldn't seem to find a teacher who wasn't vying for Pervert of the Year. Because we're only 14, that's why. He snapped. The great fox rolled his eyes. You humans and your society rules. We kitsune mate as soon as we are sexually mature. Naruto gritted his teeth. I'm also not married. Another one of your human idiosyncrasies. For kitsune to be promised to each other, we have only to become mates. Will you drop it already, Dash? Fine. But you have no idea what you are denying yourself. Heh. I know what I'm denying you, Naruto answered with a knowing leer. Kyuubi growled and lay down in a huff. Damn it! You broke my concentration, Naruto complained after trying to resume his meditation. I don't think this technique is helping you, Kyuubi stated as he got to his feet. There is something else I want you to work on anyway. What? Your ability, or lack thereof, to think well outside of a battle situation, Kyuubi said with a bemused smile. Hey! Naruto shouted. Understand that I think of you as quite intelligent. You are simply socially unpracticed. Not to mention that you are used to blocking things out in order to keep your sanity. What do you mean? I mean the constant taunting from the adults of your pathetic village, and later, from the children. You've worked hard at perfecting your ability to ignore emotional pain. And although I've noticed you've relaxed a lot since your graduation, very often you still subconsciously ignore about half of what people are saying, hence your inability to know what they were trying to say. Naruto's face broke into a huge grin. What are you talking about? I'm fine, he said with a chuckle. For the first time since Naruto had begun speaking with the Kyuubi, the giant fox's face wore a look of genuine pity. You can't lie to me, kid. I've seen your memories. Naruto's expression made a complete 180. My memories are none of your business, he growled. We occupied the same body for 13.5 years. I'm more than entitled, Kyuubi answered simply. Naruto's glare could have turned someone to stone. I'm going. He concentrated, and began to fade. This only proves my point, kid. Out of curiosity, Naruto re-solidified. What point? He spat. One mention of your older memories and you are prepared to block me out. I'm blocking you out because you looked at my memories without my permission, Naruto yelled. You didn't get this angry with that pink-haired girl. I said she is my friend and was only in here because she was worried about me. You're just nosy. No. I looked because I had to know what I was dealing with, how to help you. You need to face these memories or one day you will self-destruct. They can stay as far in my brain as I can stuff them, Naruto retorted. Kyuubi sighed. I doubt you'll forgive me for this, but since I don't think I can stay much longer it doesn't matter much. He closed his eyes for a moment, and the scenery around them began to ripple. What are you doing? Naruto asked with a nervous look as he instinctively took a step backwards. There was a sound that was an odd cross between a crack and a pop just before everything disappeared. Before Naruto had a chance to adjust to the black nothingness, he heard a rapid banging sound as 9 doors came from all directions, 8 landing across from each other, creating a short hallway with the 9th door capping end. Kyuubi opened his eyes. I've managed to find the doors with the worst memories. Yeah, and you can go through them yourself, Naruto said as he attempted to leave. Nothing happened. Shock and mild panic showed on his face. I blocked you from leaving. You won't be going anywhere until you face them. You son of a bitch! Kyubi shook his head. Insulting me will get you nowhere. Naruto sat down. I'll just sit here till you leave. I can last without eating for a day. I'm certain you can. But can you handle being buried alive? Naruto's eyes widened a bit. What do you mean? In order to keep you from returning to your conscious mind, I had to put you in a near-death state. If someone finds your body, they'll think you've died. I know I don't have to tell you what will happen next. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. He knew he wouldn't be fighting his way out of this one. After a moment his face softened and his shoulders slumped. Please, he asked softly, don't make me see these. Kyubi truly felt pity for the boy, but he had no choice. I'm sorry, kid, but this is necessary. Naruto's face scrunched up in anger, frustration, and a little bit of fear. He turned toward the doors. There were only 9, but to him it seemed like the longest hallway in existence. Slowly, he walked over to the front door on the right. His fingers trembled a little as he held them over the knob, but he grasped it firmly, turned it, and stepped through. Good luck, brat. Naruto blinked rapidly as the light around him slowly faded. He recognized the room he was in immediately. It was the orphanage where he had spent the first 3.5 years of his life. After a moment, he noticed a small boy sitting on the bed at the far end of the room. He walked over to him and swallowed. So, you're me, huh? The child didn't respond. You can't hear me, can you? Silence was the confirmation. Footsteps sounded from the hallway and a woman in her mid-20s poked her head into the room. Naruto-chan, you'd better hurry on to lunch. The boy on the bed sighed and stayed where he was. You don't want Miyu-san to hit you again, do you? Naruto-chan shook his head fervently. The woman smiled and held out her hand. Come on then. I'll walk with you. Naruto-chan hopped off the bed and left with the woman. Naruto smiled at the memory, but it quickly faded when he remembered what happened next. So, this is that day. He sighed heavily and followed himself and the woman down the hall. Not far into their walk, the trio was stopped short by a tall woman with black hair, tied up in a bun. Her clothes were completely devoid of cheer. Nothing but dull, grayish tones and sharp lines. So, late again, are we? She said with a glare at Naruto-chan. Naruto-chan hid himself behind his friend's legs. Gee, Gomen, he peeped. Haruka-san, you tend to your duties. I will take Naruto-chan to lunch, the older woman said with a smile that would have made Itachi run for his life. Haruka glanced backward nervously at Naruto-chan. It's no problem, Kikyo-san. I don't mind taking him. Kikyo glared at Haruka. She knew what she was trying to do. Do as you are told, she said with a voice that meant there was no way Haruka would win this battle of wills. Yes, Kikyo-san. Naruto-chan's eyes went wide with panic. Don't leave me, Haruka-ne-san! He cried as he attached himself to Haruka's leg. Haruka bit her lower lip. I don't have a choice, Naruto-chan. Just be silent, and maybe she won't do anything mean, she whispered. She hugged Naruto quickly and pried him off her leg, running off down the hall before he had a chance to reattach himself. Naruto-chan's eyes showed that he was fighting back tears as he took Kikyo's outstretched hand. Naruto's fists clenched at his sides. He knew what was coming, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. They came to the top of a long flight of stairs and started to walk down. Naruto-chan made sure to keep his mouth tightly closed. He didn't want to risk a beating. Suddenly, his lower shins hit something, and he went tumbling down the stairs. He hit the floor with a horrible cracking sound. Kikyo pulled back the leg she had used to trip him and watched the blood slowly leak out of the back of Naruto-chan's head for a moment, before putting on a mask of fear. Somebody, help! She screamed with her best performance. At that second, Haruka came tearing down the hall. Naruto-chan! Kikyo started down the stairs as soon as she saw Haruka. Hurry, Haruka-san, he's hurt, she said with practiced tears. The sad eyes of her boss didn't fool Haruka for a second. She knew exactly what had happened. Naruto-chan! She cried. The boy groaned in pain as she inspected the back of his head. There was a fairly large crack, but she couldn't tell if it went into his skull. Go get a medical team. She gave Kikyo a look that made her thoughts very clear. Now! She screamed. Kikyo nodded and ran off. Haruka was cradling Naruto-chan in her arms. She held a section ripped from her uniform to his wound, but the blood was quickly soaking through. Why didn't I listen to you? I'm so sorry, Naruto-chan. At that moment, the scene before Naruto froze. His younger self had blacked out and heard no more of what was going on around him, so his mind had nothing to extrapolate from. He allowed himself a small smile. He'd forgotten how kind Haruka had been. In fact, it was her kindness that had acted as a safety net for his heart. It was also not long after that incident that she had finally gone to the third and told him of Kikyo's cruelty. 4 days after that, he was given a room at the Hokage Tower. He didn't get to see the third much, and the genin and chunin that were told to look after him weren't very kind, but at least he didn't have to fear for his safety any longer. Thank you, Naruto said to the image as it faded away. Welcome back. Naruto looked behind him to find Kyubi. Yeah, he said quietly. Better get to the next one. I don't know how long you have. Naruto nodded numbly and reached for the next doorknob. 6 doors later, Naruto was getting tired. He sat on the floor of the hallway, breathing slowly. Come on, brat. You only have 2 more to go, Kyubi gently prodded. Naruto sighed and got to his feet. Fine. He opened the next door and was surrounded in the now familiar white light. Naruto's heart was beating like a jackhammer. Only 1 more door till the last, and he had a feeling that the last door would hold something so awful that he had managed to block it out completely. He was not looking forward to seeing it. But for now, he dealt with the present. He saw his 8-year-old self walking home. This was a day he remembered clearly. It was the first day at his new apartment. He remembered how proud of himself he had been, that the Hokage had allowed him to live alone at that age. Granted, someone checked up on him a few times throughout the day, and he spent his lunches with the third, but it was still exciting. He followed himself to the apartment and gritted his teeth. This was also the day. He had learned that a lot more people hated him than he'd realized. Across young Naruto's door, Monster had been spray-painted in a horribly accurate blood red. The door was intact, but someone had picked the lock because it hung open a crack. A horrified look came across the young boy's face as he bolted inside the apartment. Who could have done this? Were his belongings intact? The bag he'd been carrying his academy books in fell to the floor as he took in the scene in front of him. Everything was in ruins. There wasn't a thing in his home that hadn't been broken or vandalized. His dinner table was cracked in half, his clothes were scattered everywhere and ripped, all of his mangas had the pages torn out, and the only gift he'd ever gotten, a set of orange ramen bowls the Hokage had gotten him as a housewarming present, was smashed into hundreds of pieces. He suddenly noticed a somewhat clear spot on the floor and flipped the light switch to see why. His eyes went wide at the message that had been spelled out on the floor with the remnants of his kitchen chairs. Die. The poor child dropped to his knees and cried loudly, then the scene faded away. Naruto swallowed as he gripped the handle of the final door. There were no other really bad memories he could recall, and that made him nervous. He let out a deep breath and walked through. For the first time since he had begun this odd journey, Naruto had no idea where he was. His 9-year-old self was walking along in front of him. It was dark. Lots of trees. A dirt path. A small house about 100 feet away. Oh right. Harukane-chan's place. Wait. When did I come back here? I never saw her after the third came to pick me up. And yet, as Naruto watched himself walk, he felt as though something was telling him to run away as fast as he could and never look back. Suddenly, 3 shadows came out of nowhere and descended on the younger Naruto. Naruto could do nothing but watch as the boy screamed while being hit over and over. Finally, a 4th shadow appeared. It bent over and lit a match, which in turn lit a lantern. The lantern was placed on a rock and the eerily underlit face of Kikyo was instantly recognizable. Kikyo? I've been waiting for this, Kikyo said in a dangerous tone. Waited for the right moment to strike. 4. 5. Long. Years. She yelled as she accentuated each word with a neck-whipping close-fisted slap to his face. You little piece of trash. My life was ruined because of you. She punched him hard in the gut. He doubled over and spat out blood. I was fired, lost my license, and for what? To protect someone not worth spitting on. She kicked him in the shoulder. Her helpers held young Naruto down as Kikyo picked up a large rock and held it over his head. Your worthless existence ends here, monster! She yelled as she heaved the rock forward. Young Naruto squeezed his eyes shut in preparation for the pain. No! Haruka came running out of the woods and jumped in front of the rock, using her body to shield the boy. The rock fell to the side, and her limp body fell heavily over his. Haruka Nesan! Naruto screamed. Now he remembered this. All of it. He wished with all his heart for it to be blocked again, but it was not to be. Haruka! Kikyo shrieked. She gritted her teeth. She still wanted to do away with Naruto, but she knew being caught killing someone who was not the demon would be extremely bad. Let's get out of here. We'll take care of him later. The attackers once again became shadows and the scene vanished. Naruto didn't bother to leave right away. He fell to his knees and cried in the cold, still darkness. Naruto paused in front of the green sliding door. He adjusted his grip on the flowers he was holding and walked into a hospital room. A woman of about 35 years of age lay on the bed. Her long, red hair was spread out around her head on the pillow. Naruto swallowed. He walked forward and placed the flowers into the dry vase on her bedside table and filled it with water from the sink. He placed his hand on hers. As he watched her sleep, tears slowly rolled down his face. I'm sorry I forgot about you. I'll never do it again. I'll bring you flowers every week. Until you wake up. He released her hand. Thank you, Haruka-ne-san. Naruto walked away, turning and giving her one final smile, before going out the door. Chapter 37. Well, here it is, everyone, the final chapter of Book 1 of the Collad series. I truly hope you enjoy it. But I ask that you please read the closing author's notes, as they will contain important info. Thank you. Naruto's body lay in a small clearing near the training fields as he said goodbye to the Kyuubi. So, I just wanted to say, thanks. I guess you're not such a bad guy after all, he said with a small smile. Kyuubi gave Naruto an incredulous look. Of course I'm a bad guy. Haven't you been paying attention? Just because I've decided one of you isn't a waste of skin, doesn't mean I wouldn't kill other humans in a heartbeat. Naruto's expression turned sour. HMPF. Isn't it time you left? He said as he folded his arms. Kyuubi smirked. Good luck. His body began to disappear. Naruto. He finished as he vanished completely. Naruto sighed. I guess that's that, he said as he stared at the once empty cage. He suddenly heard Hinata's voice. Naruto-kun, can you hear me? Naruto's eyes blinked rapidly as his consciousness settled itself back into his waking mind. He looked up at his girlfriend. Yup, I heard ya. I was just saying goodbye to that stupid fox, he said as he sat up. Oh. Are you going to miss him? Hinata asked politely. Hell no. That fox is so perverted, he makes Ero-sennin look like a saint, Naruto said in disgust. Hinata's eyes widened and she blushed. I see. So, what's up? Naruto asked with a smile. Hinata was quiet for a moment. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I wanted to show you something. Naruto cocked his head to one side. But first I wanted to ask you if you like long hair. On girls. Naruto chuckled. I don't think there's a guy alive who doesn't. Okay. Hinata said quietly as she reached up to her hair. Very slowly, she took out the pins from her wig. She swallowed, and slid it off. As her hair fell downward, Naruto looked on in awe. Hinata put the wig on the ground and waited for a reaction. Naruto couldn't hear much over the sound of the blood pounding in his ears. Wow. Why, you like it? You look amazing, Naruto breathed. A wide smile blazed across Hinata's face, and she threw her arms around him. Naruto, came Jiraiya's voice from the other side of the field. Hinata and Naruto broke apart. Can't you ever respect my privacy? Naruto yelled. Ah, sorry. But I have something important to talk to you about, Jiraiya informed the couple as he sat down on the grass alongside them. Important? Naruto repeated. NHM. It's about your chakra. Tsunade thinks it's too dangerous for you to practice controlling it while you're still in Konoha. She's asked me to take you somewhere else to train. What? Dash. How long? Dash. Naruto said loudly. 6 months. And there's no getting out of it either, Jiraiya warned when he saw a defiant look enter Naruto's eyes. Naruto grimaced and looked over at Hinata. He did not like the idea of being apart from her for so long. He noticed she looked like she was about to cry, so he held her. Jiraiya sighed. I'll just leave you two alone for a while. Naruto, meet me at the gates at 8 tomorrow morning. Naruto nodded and broke the hug. Come on, he said as he knelt and grasped her hand. Let's go do something fun before I have to leave. Hinata nodded and stood, and the two young ninja walked off toward town. He had been standing outside the training grounds for about 15 minutes, watching Tenten and trying to decide if he really wanted to talk to her. He'd been avoiding her since their argument 5 days ago. Finally, Sasuke sighed and walked onto the field. Tenten tensed in irritation when she felt Sasuke's chakra in the vicinity. What the hell does he want? Tenten, Sasuke said in an effort to get her attention. Tenten ignored him. Maybe if I don't say anything he'll just get the point and go away, she thought as she tossed another kunai. Sasuke's eyes twitched. Is she ignoring me? Tenten, he said a little louder. Tenten sighed angrily. What? Dash. She spat as she flung her kunai behind her, hitting the target perfectly. Sasuke arched an eyebrow at the girl's inhuman throwing skill. I came to apologize. Tenten was taken aback by the very idea of Sasuke apologizing, but she kept her composure. Why? Sasuke was confused. What? Tenten took a few steps toward the young Uchiha. I said why? Why are you apologizing? You honestly think I could be your friend after what you did? Sasuke sighed. Probably not. But I thought if there was the smallest chance, I had to give it a try. He looked at the sky. In case you haven't noticed, I can count the amount of real friends I have on 2 fingers, so when I actually make a new friend it's kind of rare. Tenten made a derisive snort. Gee, I wonder why? She said sarcastically. Sasuke frowned. I guess I deserve that. He shrugged. Well, anyway, I just thought it'd be nice to have another friend. But since it seems like that's not going to happen, I'll leave you alone. And with that, he began to walk away. Why did you get so psycho over one little laugh anyway? Tenten asked suddenly, not wanting him to leave just yet. Sasuke turned around. The only real answer I can give you is that it reminded me of something very bad from my past. Is it about your clan? Sasuke's eyes darkened and he turned his head away again. Yeah. Tenten sighed. Well, I know what a private guy you are, so I won't ask for the details. Thanks, Sasuke answered as he began walking. Wait a sec, Tenten said. Sasuke turned around. Maybe I can give it a shot. Everybody deserves a second chance, right? Sasuke closed his eyes for a second and gave the tiniest hint of a smile. Right. Care for a kunai throwing match? Tenten asked with a grin. Sure, Sasuke answered. So, where should we go? Naruto asked Hinata as they strolled down the main street. How about dinner? Nah. I want to do something special. Naruto suddenly snapped his fingers. I got it. And before she could say a word, he grabbed Hinata's wrist and pulled her toward the other side of the village. Why are we at your house? Hinata asked. Naruto smiled. Just trust me. Stay here. I'll be back in a sec, he said before dashing inside. Nabiki looked up as Naruto ran past her on the stairs. Naruto-kun? Oh good. I was hoping you'd be home. Do you have a bathing suit that would fit Hina-chan? Nabiki's face twisted in concentration for a moment. Yeah, I think I do. Why? Remember that cave you showed me last week? A grin of understanding spread across Nabiki's face. Oh, she'll love that. I'll go get the suit. Meet me at the front door. K. Naruto chirped before continuing into his room. Naruto thundered down the stairs and into the kitchen, filling a backpack with snacks before running back to the living room. Nabiki stood there, holding a violet, one-piece bathing suit. She held it out for him to take. Here you go, and behave yourself, she said with a wink. Naruto turned scarlet and glared at Nabiki. Why does everyone think I? Oh, never mind, he said, taking the suit and stuffing it into his backpack. Get out of here, Nabiki said with a chuckle and a playful slap on his back. Hinata's face gained a quizzical expression when she saw the backpack her boyfriend was carrying. What's in there? Naruto patted the side of the backpack. You'll see. It's for where we're going. Come on. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into the forest. After a few minutes of leaping through the trees, Naruto and Hinata landed on the forest floor and began walking. Will it take long to get there? Hinata asked. Naruto interlaced his fingers with hers. Nope. Should only be another 5 minutes. A tingle went up Hinata's spine as she smiled at the wonderful warmth of Naruto's hand. The couple came up to a thicket of bushes and Naruto began to lead Hinata through the thinner spots. Can't we go over these? Hinata asked as she eyed the tree branches, hoping for an easier route. Nope. You have to go through these to get where we're going. Naruto pushed another branch out of his face. You know, this'll probably sound kinda dumb, but I just realized how perfectly our hands fit together, he said as he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. It's nice. Hinata blushed. I think so too. Naruto smiled and they came up to a concealed cave mouth. It's in here. Watch your step, he said as he took out a flashlight. As they walked, Hinata wondered just what Naruto had planned. The cave itself didn't seem very remarkable. Naruto-kun, she began. Wait right there, Naruto interrupted as they stopped at what seemed to be the entrance to a larger cavern. Hinata watched as he vanished into the darkness, the flashlight her only indication of where he was. She could hear the sound of running water and splashes as Naruto stepped. By this point she was very tempted to use Byakugan, but she didn't want to spoil the surprise. Ready? Naruto called out excitedly. NHM, Hinata answered in the direction of the bobbing light. In a very short period of time, a second light began to emerge and she heard rocks scraping together. Suddenly, there was a loud crack of rock and a blinding influx of light that temporarily blinded her. When she could finally open her eyes again, she gasped. It's so beautiful! She exclaimed in awe. Where once there had been total darkness, there was now a sight that would dazzle just about anyone. It was a huge cavern. Lining the walls and ceiling were gigantic quartz crystals which had all caught the sunlight pouring in through the opening Naruto had made in the wall. The entire area was now lit as bright as day. And, as if that wasn't enough, the water Hinata had heard turned out to be the burbling of around a dozen large hot springs. Naruto didn't even have to ask if Hinata liked it. Instead, he chuckled, opened the backpack, and held out the bathing suit he'd brought for her. I thought you might want this, he said with a grin a mile wide. Hinata looked around her. Why, yes, but where can I change? She said with a pink tinge to her cheeks. Naruto pointed to a large rock jutting out from the floor near the back of the cavern. Just go behind there. I promise I won't peek, he said with a reassuring smile. Hinata took the suit and hurried over to the rock. How did you find this place? She called out as she began changing her clothes. Nabiki-chan showed it to me a week ago, Naruto replied as he put on his swimming trunks. She said it's the source that feeds the indoor hot spring in my house. Hinata came out from behind the rock. How do I look? She asked nervously. Gee, great, Naruto replied, trying desperately to command his blood to stay inside his nose. He also suddenly felt a bit self-conscious about his own physique, of which there wasn't much to speak of. You look nice. Too, Hinata said. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Thanks, but I'm still pretty scrawny, he said, making a pathetic attempt at a muscle. He patted his bicep. See? Nothing there. Hinata's face suddenly became very serious. She walked over and stood in front of him. That's not the part of you that I'm in love with, she said as she cupped his face in her hand. Naruto smiled, shut his eyes and pressed his cheek into her hand with a sigh. What is it then? He asked softly. He took his face away from her hand and looked at her. Why did you pick me? He shook his head slightly. I'm not very good looking, I'm a loudmouth, I'm dense, Sakura-chan is always telling me I eat like a pig. Sakura-san is an idiot, Hinata suddenly snapped angrily. Naruto blinked rapidly in surprise at Hinata's outburst. What do you? Hinata suddenly looked a little ashamed of herself. Gee, Gomen. B. But I really don't think sh. She could be very smart. If she was, I would have lost my chance to be your girlfriend a long time ago. You are kind, strong, funny, sweet, handsome, she put careful emphasis on that one, fun, brave. And you never give up. Even before I loved you, I admired you for that. She grabbed his face with both hands. Please don't ever think I'm wasting my time with you. Hina-chan, Naruto whispered just before leaning down and capturing her lips with his own. As they kissed, he suddenly realized that the thought of being without this kind of moment, without being able to kiss her, hold her, or hear her say she loved him, made him feel like he'd been run though by the Chidori 1,000 times over. Hinata's eyebrows went up a bit at the suddenness with which Naruto had broken the kiss. Naruto-kun? She asked in a concerned voice. Naruto, hands on Hinata's shoulders, stared at her as though seeing her for the first time. I love you, he whispered with realization. Hinata made a small gasp and stared at him. Tears of happy disbelief created small rivers down her face. I'm sorry I didn't realize it before now, he said, slowly stroking her cheek. I just thought about what it would be like without you. And suddenly, I couldn't breathe. His expression became forlorn and he hugged her tight. I don't want to go. Tears coated Hinata's cheeks. I don't want you to go either. But we can write. And I'll be here when you get back. Naruto let out a long sigh. I know. It's just not the same though. Hinata gently broke the hug. Come swim with me. I want to have as much fun as we can before you have to leave. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah. They ran to the water's edge and dove in. When he came back to the surface, Naruto jumped into the air with a whoop of joy. Ahaya! This feels great. Hinata squealed, then giggled as some of the water from Naruto's exuberant display splashed her in the face. Using both hands, she shoved a huge amount of water at her boyfriend. Naruto threw up his hands to deflect the water as it washed over him. Ha! Take this. He clasped his hands together and punched the water sideways. Hinata was knocked completely off her feet. She quickly got up, a determined look on her face. Kaiten! Naruto's eyes widened to full capacity as an enormous deluge of water engulfed him. Ah! He yelled as he tried to get away. It was a moment before he came sputtering back up to the surface. No fair. I can't use jutsu right now, he yelled with a pouting smile on his face. Hinata giggled. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I forgot. Suddenly she was drenched by another large splash. A ninja should never be off guard, Hina-chan, Naruto said with a chuckle. Hinata splashed him again. And so they continued their water fight, filling the cavern with the sounds of laughter for the rest of the afternoon. Sakura reached forward and hugged her friend. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Thanks, Sakura-chan. Trust in your youth, Naruto-kun. It will not let you down, Lee said with his nice guy pose. Naruto snickered. Sure. See you soon, Ototo, Sasuke said with an approving smirk. NHM, Naruto replied. Don't let him corrupt you, Tsunade said as she jabbed a thumb in Jiraiya's direction. She gave him a large hug. I'll miss you, brat. You too, Ka-san. Tsunade smiled at the rare show of respect. She walked over to Jiraiya and said in a low voice, You take him to even one co-ed bathhouse and I'll cut off the top of your skull and use it as a candy dish. Jiraiya's eyes were wide and the left one twitched as he quickly nodded in agreement. Hinata stepped forward and pulled Naruto into a loving embrace. I love you, she said softly while trying to keep her voice from breaking. Naruto held her tighter. I love you too. He swallowed. I'll be back soon. I promise. Tsunade looked at everyone who had gathered to see Naruto off and jerked her head in the direction of the village, indicating she wanted to give the couple some time alone. Naruto and Hinata kissed for a long while. When they parted, Naruto drew in a shaky breath. I have to go. Hinata sighed. I know. Please. Be safe, Hinata requested, concerned about clouding her features. Hey, come on. I'm indestructible, Naruto said with a wide grin. Hinata allowed herself a small smile. See you soon. Naruto gave her one more quick kiss. You bet. Hinata watched as the boy she loved slowly disappeared from view and a single tear rolled down her face. She stared at the morning sky. Please. Protect him. Naruto's heart was heavy as he took one last look at his home and the girl he loved. Soon, Hina-chan. It's the promise of a lifetime. End Book 1. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.